from a lot of those injuries. She's an all-court player, kind of like the way I see Taylor Townsend and how she delivered last night against Mir in that upset. So we're awaiting the interviews of Magdalena Freck and Coco Gauff, two-time Grand Slam champ, winner to the round of 16 at the U.S. Open to play the victor of Kasatkina or Osaka. It's the third meeting between these two, between Freck and Gauff. Coco does lead the series 2-0. They last met in Rome last year, where Coco prevailed 3-3. A lot of anticipation over inside Arthur Ashe Stadium and for our crew on day 7. Again, we welcome you to our Labor Day weekend coverage of the 2025 U.S. Open Tennis Championships. 68-degree day. The roof is open. There is shade on part of the court on the press box side of Ashe. If you've been to the grounds here at the USTA Billie Jean King National Tennis Center. Gauff again getting past Tomljanovic and Vekic. As for the other player, Freck, that will come in, of course, as the underdog, got past Gibson 2-2 in a quick 1 hour and 16-minute match in the first one, and beat Peyton Stearns as well. Magdalena Freck is ready for the intros. We will not have pre-match interviews, so we'll just have the walkouts here. Freck against Gauff, and as Freck's about to come onto the court, how about being the underdog? And what's the challenge of that, Patricia?
The challenge of that is really your nerves. She's not had a lot of opportunities to play in the big stadium, and when you walk out to Arthur Ashe Stadium, it is a fabulous, huge stadium. You know, it's just to settle down quickly, lots of butterflies going, and not to mention you playing Coco Gauff, who the stadium, the entire stadium is going to be behind her.
New York, here we
Here's
go.
Andy Taylor
Please
with the
welcome
introductions.
The players for today's first third-round match. From Poland, making her Arthur Ashe Stadium debut, Magdalena Freck.
So here comes Freck at 33 on the WTA Tour. Number 2 Polish player on the women's side behind world number 2, Iga Świątek. On court 3 hours and 56 minutes. First time on Ashe for Freck. Congratulations
And
to her
from the
and her
United
opponent.
States, 2023 U.S. Open and reigning Roland Garros champion, Coco Gauff.
Coco with the beautiful kit out there with the New Balance gear. It's a red jacket with the pink headphones, pink headband, white skirt. Looks great. Coco into the third round here against Freck. Again, won at Roland Garros. She triumphed there over Sabalenka, world number 3. Won here in a very, very thrilling 2023 U.S. Open as well. It's her 7th U.S. Open main draw appearance, Patricia. Hard to believe as well. 7th U.S. Open for Coco. Last year, remember, she fell in the round of 16 to Navarro here, who's out at this year's U.S. Open.
A year later, maturity, a very different Coco. Even in her interviews, she sounds so much more mature. Understanding, she understands herself very well, which at this tender age of, I think she's 20?
21.
21. I was going to say she's 18,
right
but I know I'm at a tender age of 21. There's a lot to learn. But her interviews, what impresses me is that somebody understands themselves and is learning the process, understand the process. And it also sounds like she has a very good team behind her, and that's super important. Nowadays, there are teams with every player if they can afford it, and when the ebbs and flows of everyday grind can get to you, and I believe her team is doing a really good job with her.
Yeah, and credit to her parents, Candy and Corey, as well as the coin toss is underway on Ashe. Allows us to step aside, and when we return on U.S. Open Radio presented by American Express, we will have the first serve in a women's single third-round match on Ashe, Freck against Gauff. That's next. This is U.S. Open Radio, proudly presented by American Express. From the USTA Billie Jean King National Tennis Center, welcome back to Day 7 of the 2025 U.S. Open, as we're about to begin our play-by-play coverage of this third-round women's singles match on the world's largest tennis stadium, Arthur Ashe Stadium, where Magdalena Frech of Poland goes up against Coco Gauff. Gauff, the world number 3, got past Vekic last round, Tomljanovic in the first. The 2023 U.S. Open champ over Sabalenka, where she prevailed in 3. Of course, you're hearing in our microphones the fan favorite on Ashe today. How will the underdog do in Frech in her 5th U.S. Open main draw appearance? The first time she's playing on Ashe. It's the first time, Patricia, for Frech. She's in the 3rd round at the U.S. Open. At this juncture, though, for the 3rd time in her career. So she's been here before at a slam, just not New York.
Just not New York. This is a taste. She's going to get a true taste because she's playing an American. Yeah, but so good to see a lesser name, not generally you see on the big screen, to be having this opportunity on the big court. And I really just hope that she can, settle down, tame those butterflies that is probably out of control right now, and just to play her heart out, because this is the moment to enjoy. Easier said than done, I know, but there's kind of an expectation when you're on tour, under your belt, what the tour is like, what the slam is like, and just to go out and do your thing, let the racket do the work.
She owns 2 wins over top 10 players, most recently Mira Andreeva at Berlin this year. This could be her maiden top 10 win of her career at a major, where she's currently 0-4. But you throw those records, those are just stats by the wayside here. And we'll see how she fares against Coco Gauff. And what I see from Coco is she's playing those longer rallies, and I've touched on this with you multiple times throughout this U.S. Open. I know it's been up and down for Coco, right? A lot is made of the serve, the forehand, right? But the longer rallies, the critical points, Coco's been there as a 21-year-old. She's been there, done that, in my opinion, Patricia. She plays those points really, really well with all the pressure because, like I just said, she's been in that situation before.
She's been more than once in those situations. There are points that have more value than others. If you get 2 players, winning the same number of points, it really comes down to key moments. Are they able to come up with the serve? Are they able to come up with that passing shot or whatever they put under the pressure is? It's really those key moments, and she's risen to the level when she needed to, and it's at those key moments that we saw against Tomljanovic, where it was a very close match, but she did it. She pulled it off when she needed to.
She did. Again, that was 2 hours and 57 minutes. That was in the first round here at the U.S. Open. As we're about to get this 3rd round match of Frech against Gauff underway on Ashe. Dave Leno, Patricia He, Prim Sarimpapat with you. And don't forget, we will have updates from the other 3rd round matchups and singles, doubles taking place. 1st and 2nd round doubles, by the way, on the outside courts too. So we'll have updates on Muchova-Noskova and that all-Czech matchup, and the same with the all-Italian matchup of Musetti-Caboli. But here we go on Ashe. Gauff will start out serving to the left of the chair, Frech to the right. Gauff tilts back.
Please, thank you.
Fans were talking behind the baseline, so she's going to go into her service motion again. She does whip back, rocks the racket forward, and gets the first serve in. And this Gauff-Frech match is underway. Spot to the round of 16 on the line. Frech there to her right with the forehand. Ad side of the court to the shaded side. Frech with the backhand into the looping backhand of Gauff missing. Doubles alley ad side. The first point, Patricia, to the returner, Magdalena Frech of Poland at love 15.
And Magdalena has a very loopy topspin forehand that make the ball bounces really high. And we saw that Coco actually had to go on her toes to hit the forehand.
Gauff jets into the ball here, Patricia. She's 2 of 2 on first service points, by the way. Backhand slice, good by Frech. Forehand slice inside, but Coco makes it, but she opts to stay behind the baseline. Frech generates to her right as a looping ball, high part of the net. Successful to the right of Gauff. who twists the hips. Big unit turn over the low part of the net, has a backhand right down the middle into the forehand of Freck. Long rally here. Second point of the opening game. Freck with the forehand clips the line into the quarter. Deuce side. Coco there to her right as a swooping forehand. Low part of the net. Good unit turn. Open stance. Coco makes it into the Freck forehand. Right down the middle, good defensive ball by Freck. Coco fights it off with a forehand as well. Coco opts for the short angle. Freck goes up the line, good with a forehand winner in a very lengthy exchange on point number 2. How about this? It's love 30 for Freck.
Lengthy exchanges that was locked in with forehand cross-court battles, taking each other either further up on the baseline or short inside the court to open up a down the line, which Freck actually found heading into.
It's a 28-shot rally right there. Love 30, 3 of 3 is Coco Gauff, who just spins it in. Patricia at 95. Freck on the run. Backhand slice. Deuce side service box. Gauff is there. It's a forehand missed on the run by Freck. So very cautious, I saw, with the volley from Coco. She gets the point. That's her first point off her service game. Now at 15.
Freck is known for her movement on the court, tracks down a lot of balls, just making opponents hit another shot like we saw that, with the volley.
15-30 for Coco Gauff. Just got the point there. If you're just tuning in, it's a third-round women's singles match on Ash. She's 4 of 4 on first serves as she spins it in. The forehand missed off the return of Freck right down the middle. Couple steps behind the baseline centrally, and it's now 30 all.
First serves of Gauff has been going into the body, big target, and is a very good choice, especially when you're trying to just settle down.
Gauff again spins it into the forehand of Freck. Clips off the net. Here comes Coco with the approach. Freck gets it with a backhand slice. Coco overhead right at Freck with a lob forehand missing. Doubles alley. That's 3 consecutive points collected by Gauff. Now at 40-30.
First game, and we already seen Coco up at the net twice. She is facing the sun, so she did a great job just staring at the ball with that overhead, staring at the sun, hitting that overhead winner.
Again, we touched a lot about the service. No doubles yet. She's spinning a lot of these first serves around 90 to 94. Spins one out wide. Freck two-handed backhand here and a game point for Coco Gauff. First game of this match. Inside out forehand. Freck is there to her right on the deuce side. Coco lofts it over the high part of that, the ad side. Freck gets there in a hurry. Coco on the run towards the chair, whips the forehand to the Freck forehand, cross court and diagonally. Both players go. It's a forehand miss by Freck. So after dropping the first 2 points, Coco collects 4 consecutive and gets the opening hold.
And Freck is, surprisingly to me anyway, she's handling that first game really well, extending the rallies. And that's a good sign for her because that is her game. Very consistent from the back, doesn't do a whole lot, but, waiting for opportunities, and she did just that.
You're right. We're going to see a lot of lengthy rallies between these two. And we'll see when Freck can turn that pattern from defense to offense against Coco Gauff. And those rallies, we saw one that was, 28 shots that I called several points ago. We'll see who dictates on the lengthy exchanges as the 2 change ends. Again, if you're just tuning in, this is U.S. Open Radio presented by American Express, wherever you're listening from around the world, and whether on the U.S. Open app, just go on the bottom right of that app, click more, and then in the middle, there's an icon for radio. That's how you can hear us on the free U.S. Open app. USOpen.org, Sirius XM as well. Channel 892 on the app, 392 in your car, and also on TuneIn. Forehand on the run, missing is Freck. After it was framed a little bit from Coco off of her head racket on the return. And Coco now gets her 5th consecutive point, Patricia, at love 15.
Yeah, Coco definitely framed that. Forehand return, very short angle, puts her hand up to apologize. It was a mishit.
She'll take it. Left hand on top of the right. She's returning on the shaded side of the court here on Ash in the midst of a love 15 point. Freck with a backhand down the line. Now she has a backhand slice. Here comes Coco on the approach. Drop shot volley almost towards the ball. And the backhand detonates in the net while Coco gets there. And a miss by Freck, who had the whole ad side of the court open. That's 6 straight points for Coco.
Freck had plenty of time with that passing shot. Coco was completely off balance. Freck could have hit a lob, cross court, anything, exactly. But that is the question mark with Freck, though, is to finish the shot when she has it.
She tilts back here, Patricia, and a love 30 point. Remember, Coco held to get this one underway. It'll be another first serve upcoming for Magdalena Freck. That's the player, 27 from Poland against Coco Gauff in this one. Again, got past Peyton Stearns, where she came back from down a set to prevail in that second round matchup here into the third round against Coco. First serve whisks out wide. Gauff gets there in a hurry with a forehand. Then it's a backhand missed on the next exchange after the serve. Wow, the points are shortening here. What's going on with Freck right now?
The backhand. The backhand is she's missing that backhand. They were both shots she could have made to the open court, but netted both times.
By my count, that's 7 straight points won by Coco Gauff. Now at love 40, chances to break at love here for Coco. Freck again, left arm extended, booms into the ball. This one crashes side of the net towards that Cadillac sign adjacent to the net and near the post. Ball crew in the Ralph Lauren gear will collect. First serve, by the way, for Freck coming in around 99. Spins in the second serve into Gauff right down the middle. Freck has it with an open stance as the big unit turn to Gauff's forehand here. She whips it over her left shoulder. Good extension as the forehand slice this time to the backhand slice. Deuce side here by Freck. Coco's there to her right with a backhand ad side. Freck right down the middle. Coco open stance forward. Gets Freck on the run. She's on the deuce side. Coco opts to go behind her. Forehand slice successful here by Freck. Coco side swipes one to the left. Freck bats it back. Inside the court, Gauff. Forehand winner good. That's 8 consecutive points won by Coco Gauff, who breaks at love and is up the break to love to get this match underway.
After the first 2 points down, she looks really good, Gauff. Freck, she earns her points by putting a lot of balls in the court and based on the errors from her opponent. I'm not so sure that Gauff is going to give her too many free points. Not the whole match anyways.
One career title for Freck, for those listening that aren't aware of this player, won in Guadalajara last year, a finalist a year ago in Prague as well. Her first WTA 125 title came in 2021 in Concord, but it's Freck down the break. She has lost, get this, the last 8 points to Coco. Steps in with a backhand. Freck there to her left and misses on the run. Ad side, it's Coco when she comes inside the baseline, dictating, taking it on the rise. And again, I continue the theme. That's 9 straight points won by Gauff.
And Gauff is playing on her terms, and that is going after the shots. And when the opportunity presents itself, she is going for the closeout, closing the point. She's not going to just put it back in the court.
No, you're spot on, Patricia. First serve goes a little bit long. Again, Coco was spinning a lot of the first serves, which has been a theme. The double faults have also been prevalent. None in the match so far. And is Gauff leading 15-love, third game, forehand missing on the run because Freck went down the line. Had a better return that time off the serve by Gauff that came in at 84. I want to ask you about the serve. What are you seeing from Coco right now? I know she's up the break, and it's 15-all in the third game.
I mean, right now, the consistency of her toss on the right side, with the torso standing up as she hits it, and she looks good. She is starting every point within the 80s miles per hour, but I see that as she gets closer to the end of the game, she feels more comfortable, and she puts more pace on it, and that's a very good tactic.
Yep, great observation. Forehand on the run for Coco, and gets it past the leaping Freck. Tried for the reflex volley with the forehand wing. And too much there from Coco Gauff with the accurate pass at side of the court at 30-15.
And all that point was set up with that drop shot, that great feel from Coco from the baseline. She did a great drop shot just to bring her opponent in with an easy passing shot.
She flipped that head racket from the bottom, right sneaker opposite her left shoulder. Beautifully done to feather that past Freck. 30-15. You're listening to Gauff up the break to love. Didn't like her toss. It was behind her back left shoulder, as Patricia was documenting accurately early on. Then she smacks this first serve to the left of Freck. Ad side, Freck gets it back with a two-handed backhand. Gauff on the baseline exchange. Backhand right into no man's lane, just past the service line. Freck twists the hips, inside in forehand from no angle, but Coco is there to her left with a forehand, gets Freck on the run. Coco then the drop shot, skitters to the bottom of the net. But I like the way she's dictating, even though Freck got that point. What I see is a pattern. Coco whips the forehand, gets Freck on the run, in particular to the deuce side, leaves the ad side of the court open. So I like the idea of going drop shot ad side, but she just didn't execute.
Well, you know what? I think the better decision, and actually Coco was mimicking, she had the entire left side open, right? She constructed a point beautifully. She could have just continued hitting to the open court. But, again, player on the court is about your feel, right? You learn from those situations. When do you do the drop shot? When do you continue going on the offense?
30 all. Serve just go in on the second, Patricia, here with Coco Gauff up the break. 2-love, 30 all point. Freck steps in, forehand inside out. Over the low part of the net, Coco. Freck gets there to her left of the ad side. Backhand as Coco tried to go behind Freck, but she got there in a hurry. Plunges to her left and misses a backhand. Freck cross court, ad side, couple steps beyond the baseline. It is another game point for Coco to consolidate the break a moment ago. She's up 40-30 and on the cusp of leading 3-love.
And I see a little bit of a technical adjustment from Coco's baseline. She's hitting a lot from her backhand when the ball's coming to the middle, and which she was, on her previous 2 rounds, was using more forehand. So I'm just wondering if that was a bit of a technical adjustment.
Okay. Coco bounces the ball in her New Balance kit 4 times. Ball to the edge of the head racket. Rocks back trophy stance. Crashes into the ball. It's good on the first serve here at 40-30. Gauff trying to go up 3-love here in this opening set. Forehand over the high part of the net. Lob ball here by Freck. It's a moon ball. Coco takes it on the rise. Swooping forehand with plenty of topspin. Another moon ball allows Coco to come in with the approach and thrashes that on the deuce side of the court. It's another hold, and Coco Gauff up 3-love over Freck.
And those moon balls and you're just rolling the balls around is not going to make any dent on Coco Gauff's game. And it is, for Freck, it's very difficult. She lacks power. And for her to flatten out on the shots is a big risk for her. But unfortunately, that's something she may have to adapt to.
It is Coco Gauff up 3-love over Freck. When we return, we'll have the remainder of this first set, plus some updates from around the grounds with those other third-round matchups. This is Day 7 of U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. Welcome back to Day 7 of the 2025 U.S. Open Tennis Championships on this 68-degree afternoon here in New York, in the United States, 2 minutes before noon Eastern. At the top of the hour, it's Dave Leno, former touring professional, a player that made the quarterfinals here at the U.S. Open, Canadian Olympian, and coach on tour. Patricia He, Dr. Prim Saripapat around the grounds as well. Again, I'm Dave Leno with our great crew. Just some updates before we get back to the play-by-play of Freck Gauff. Number one update is Musetti, Patricia, took the opening set 6-3 on Armstrong that we started our coverage. Again, Musetti, that you kind of predicted, up in that one. And then Muchova and Noskova are in a 4-5 matchup that is on serve, a deuce point right there in the 10th game of the opening set on grandstand.
And so far, all the matches are unveiling the way that we're predicting. I do want to bring one match to mind because in the beginning you were talking about, what does it make the difference of a 4 hours difference between Musetti and his opponent, who has 4 hours more on the court.
Yes.
There is one player who's not had many hours on the court. Guess who that is? And he's on the schedule today.
Who's that?
Burgess.
Yep.
He's only played one match.
Oh, is that the walkover to Jack Draper?
Yes.
Yep.
So the match that he played was on Monday. So he hasn't played a match since Monday. This is only because he got that walkover from Jack Draper. So he is fresh. However, everyone's been competing. So is he this is going to be interesting to see his competitive muscle. Is it ready to take off?
No, that's a great point. And for Zizo Burgess, had that walkover to Draper, meaning Draper withdrew before that second round match even begun. For Burgess, it's a big deal, right? It's his second Grand Slam third round match. The last was in 2024 at Roland Garros, where he came from qualifying into the main draw against Jaume Munar of Spain in that match, who went to the third round of Wimbledon and lost to Chillet. So both these players have been there, maybe not some of the bigger names, but I agree, Patricia, and I'm glad you brought up Burgess, because there's a couple players out there that aren't the names of Sinner like we have here in Coco Gauff, but another one that comes to mind too, I quickly want to get your thoughts, and that's Coleman Wong. He's in a matchup coming from qualifying against Andre Rublev. What's at stake for Wong, and how does his camp deal with a guy in Rublev who's been, I call him, and I'm saying this with respect, Mr. Quarterfinals at Slams, but trying to get maybe to a semifinal here?
Yeah, I just had a lengthy conversation this morning, believe it or not, with Coleman Wong's, one of his coaches.
Oh, wow.
Yes, James Alemby, right? He's the lead coach at the Nadal Academy. So my question to him was, what like the switch for Coleman, because we've known him for a few years now, and he came through the qualifying and is now looking to go up against Rublev, who is a seasoned player. And he told me, now this is a coach that took Coleman from 1400, mind you, ranked 1400, and Coleman, as of now, before this tournament started, was 125.
Yeah,
so he is going to go
top
into the
100.
top 100. And this is two things he said: his serve, he has to serve bigger, and secondly, he can't just wait around and roll the ball around and wait for the other side to give it to him. Yes, you need to be consistent, but you also have to have the mindset of construct a point and execute and close out the point and be more aggressive. Take it to these guys. So those are the two things that's been working very well for him. And I look forward to seeing that, because Rublev, you never know, because if you get into his head a little bit, you get him a little edgy, you just never know.
Love that, Patricia. And the Grand Slam main draw debut for Coleman as well. But how about this? Freck did hold to make it 3-1, but she has two break chances on the Coco Gauff serve for the first time. Again, we're in the fifth game, first set. Gauff against Freck. Dave Leno, Patricia here, our entire crew. It is Coco serving to Freck with a couple break chances and a double fault from Coco Gauff. It is her first of the match, and there's a break as we pendulum back on serve. It's now 2-3.
And remember, Dave, I talked about earlier how you draw a line left and right. When Coco get that toss to the left, we're all going, uh-oh. And hence the double fault, because I have a player I'm working with, and I say to him, he looks at me, and I will mimic my hand, mimic hand to the right, and he knows exactly what I mean.
First double for Gauff, 2 consecutive points garnered by Magdalena Freck. Around the grounds, we check in with Prim.
Hey guys, yes, never know where you're going to find me. And as I'm usually inside the glass case of emotion with you guys. But for those on the airwaves, I'm actually outside of the studio looking in towards Dave and Patricia. I guess this is what it feels like to be on the outside, and I get to hear my voice being broadcast all the way over here by the East Gate. So here's where I'm going to go today. I was just inside the U.S. American Express fan experience, which is really, really cool. So inside there, once you walk in, they have a fan favorite, which is the Glow Tennis. It's a digital experience, almost kind of like a mix between a video game and some table tennis. You can put it together and that would be the baby that it is. You can also get customized tennis balls. So you can put your name on the tennis ball, a US Open tennis ball if you would like. Put some pictures on there. That is a really, really big hit this year. There's also a ton of interactive video experiences. There's one where you can put yourself, you step in front of a green screen, strike a pose, and show off your tennis swing, and it places you on a tennis court in the city. It's pretty cool. There's also a test your tennis terminology game, and if you get some of those questions right, you get a prize. And then upstairs, if you are an Amex card member, you get to go upstairs. You can bring 2 guests alongside with you. Up there, there's some customized Ralph Lauren merchandise. And also there's a customized Lace It Up station where you can get personalized shoelaces. So all sorts of things in there. But Dave and Patricia, perhaps the highlight of it all, they have something called the US Open Flight, featuring the 4 beverages of the tournament: the Grey Goose Honey Deuce, the Dobel Ace Paloma, the Moet Chandon Champagne, and also the Aperol Spritz.
Now we're talking.
All for the bargain price of about $50. So I know I'm supposed to go cover some matches, but you know what? It might be the time, guys. It might be the time for me to check out that US Open flight.
Wait for me. You have to wait for me. We both have American Express. So we're going in together. Do not leave me out.
Me, I'm walking by the studio right now.
No, do not go in.
Right now.
Do not.
Without you.
No, I'm coming.
I'll go get my second.
You guys are morning cups of coffee as we're just past 12 Eastern. Prim, thank you so much for that update as we're inside Ash. The story here, Coco was up the break, 3-love. Freck broke right back. We are on serve. 15 all, backhand up the line, missing by Freck. To the crowd's delight, seeing Coco, the 2023 U.S. Open champ, get that point at 15:30. So what has gone down in your opinion, Patricia, here with Coco, as we just saw another 20-shot rally, and we're back on serve at 2-3.
We are back on serve. You know, it's the Freck is forehand spinny high, and she's being more patient now. You know, she's waiting. That is her game, being consistent, putting another ball in, and letting Coco come up with the goods. And Coco, you know, she goes for her shots, as we documented. You know, she's playing on her terms, being aggressive, and sometimes you miss time a little bit, and then there's that shady part of the court that could interfere with the contact point.
Left hand's on top of the right for Coco. Comes in, big unit turn, swoops the forehand with plenty of top spin here, Patricia, into the forehand of Freck, who's there a couple steps behind the baseline. She trickles to her right. Side swiping the forehand is Coco Gauff from low to high. Good extension over her headband, guarded by New Balance. It's a forehand miss by Freck. And how about this? Several break points now for Coco Gauff at 15:40 for Gauff to go back up the break at 4-2.
Yeah, that's a bit disappointing for Freck, because the last 2 points she was right behind the ball. They're just unforced errors, which she doesn't typically, you know, is very consistent.
Break chance here for Gauff again at 5:40. First serve, whisk into the backhand. Gauff is there. Forehand approach good. Fortuitous bounce for Freck. Caterpillars off the top of the net. Falls into the ad side service box. Freck will take it at 30-40.
Freck got a ball in the middle of the court and tried to flatten out her shot. When she flattens it out, she actually stopped at contact point with a decrease of her racket speed, and the ball just like tipped it over the net.
She wheels the racket around, long extension, left arm up, strings ram into the ball. First serve does collide into the side of the net. Ball crew collects. Again, you're listening to a break chance for Gauff to go up 4-2. Remember, she led 3-love to start this one. 2 games garnered in a row by Freck. Break chance for Gauff. She misses the backhand. Oh, she was off balance that time. Outside of the court, she was falling, Patricia, to her right. Her right shoulder was extended and wheeled closer to the doubles alley on that ad side to deuce.
And really, there was no reason for her to miss that 70 miles per hour serve, that she had plenty of time to fire at that shot, at that return.
She had to generate her own pace, to your point, Patricia. Deuce game here. She misses the backhand return this time on a tee serve by Freck at 101. So she's gotten 3 straight points, Freck. She fights off 2 break chances there from Gauff, remember, and it's a game point for Freck.
If that is a purposeful, tactical serve strategy, that is awesome because that last serve was over 100. The previous ones was in the 70s.
Long extension, left arm up, then booms into the ball. Out wide on the service here by Freck. Again, number 2 Polish woman on tour behind Iga Swiatek, trying to make it 3-all. Winning 3 consecutive points. Can it be a 4th right here? She spins it in the backhand of Gauff, low part of the net. Coco is there. Freck jets to her left, swooping backhand, low to high. Fought off by Coco Gauff, who plunges to her right, side swipes it into the net. 4 straight points won by Freck. 3-all on serve.
Those were very tight swings from Gauff. Both from her backhand side and forehand side, her feet stopped moving. And you know what happens when your feet stop moving? The ball drops on you. And when the draw ball drops on you, your racket cannot reach the ball.
We talk about the roller coaster of matches, right? Here's the story if you're just tuning in. 3 straight games, won by Coco. The last 3 for Freck. Back to the Coco serve. Coco, left hand up, then down, spins it in deuce side. Freck's there to her left. Backhand good. Freck with the backhand outside of the court. Coco trying to go behind her. It is a lob ball by Freck off the backhand wing. Coco into the court. Plays a safety approach. Freck gets there to her right, but misses the backhand. I'll tell you, on the approach shots, Coco's not going big. She has a big target, not painting the lines, what I'm saying, with her approach. And she gets that point off of the Freck miss.
And that's a very smart move because the first 3 games, she was seeing the ball really well, and so she was more aggressive. But now, since then, she was making some errors. So when you go for your shots now, give yourself room.
All right. It's a 15 love point here for Coco. Backhand good, low part of the net. Freck is there, generates momentum, twists the hips, but booms the forehand into the middle of the net off the baseline exchange. 2 points won by Gauff. 3-all opening set. And she got the first 2 points of this game at 30 love.
Yeah, and Freck has problems so far to flatten out her forehand. And any time that she tries to flatten out, she goes from her back foot. She doesn't adjust the net, and it's too low. And you cannot hit it that low when you're behind the baseline. Give it a little more height.
Good extension, trophy pose, bangs into the ball. It is good. She's coming up here, trying to pass Freck. Backhand, reflex volley, good by Coco. Passing shot attempted long by Freck. Had the whole court. Middle of the court with Coco splitting both service boxes, and Freck went to her left, up the line, missed poorly, and chances to hold here for Gauff. It's 40 love.
Oh my goodness, that volley from Coco was just sitting in the middle of the court. And again, too much, maybe she has too many options.
Too much time, right? Yep.
Too much time, too many options, and picked the wrong one.
Well said. Coco looking for the love hold here, Patricia. Body serve, fought off by Freck, booms off the net from Coco. Freck there behind the baseline, clips it off the line. Coco fights it off, right ankle high. Coco with a forehand into the Freck forehand on the deuce side. Coco opts to go outside the service box, forehand up the line, good by Freck. It is a forehand winner. That is her 4th in the match. Gets a point in the game. It's 40-15 for Coco.
Exchanges, baseline to baseline, and Freck was a little bit, she was a little late on that forehand, but found the line, just clipped the line for a winner.
I agree with you. Left hand on top of the right, she returns. She has a slice return and a shank forehand by Coco coming in. Her right foot was up, the left foot down. She was off balance the whole way with her belly button pointed to the court. And as a result, with the racket face closed, it's an error. The point to Freck. It's now 40-30.
That cross court from Freck was low and short, very difficult to handle with somebody like Gauff that has a Western forehand.
She's got the light blue head racket. She gets the serve into the backhand of Freck, who misses on the run. That's a good body serve from Coco Gauff. We are on serve, though. Coco puts 3 consecutive games into the wastebasket from Freck on serve at 4-3 Gauff over Freck. We'll take the timeout. We'll continue this match and some other updates on day 7. This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. Welcome back to Day 7 of the 2025 U.S. Open here on Labor Day weekend. Hopefully everybody's enjoying I hate to say the tail end of the summer. Dave Leno, Patricia He, Dr. Prim Siripapat around the grounds. We'll have an update for us momentarily. We're inside Ash for Gauff against Magdalena Frech. And right now it is Gauff leading 3-4. She's returning after the change of service. Frech rocks back, second serve, spins induced side. Side swiping a forehand is Coco. Out on the rise is Frech. Forehand blasted up the line on the run with a thin margin. And credit the Polish player Frech there at 15 love.
I actually like it much better when Frech tries to go for a winner, not to flatten it out, but still had a margin over the net. Still go for spinny, but go for giving some room. When she tried to flatten out, she's been going too low over the net.
You're right. 9 unforced for Frech, 11 for Gauff. Coco, we talked a lot about the serve, 18 double faults coming in. She just has a pallid, a frugal one double in the mats. Spinning a lot of them in, as Patricia and I have been documenting. If you didn't hear earlier, serves coming in for Coco 80 to 90 miles per hour. Is that a fair description, Patricia, that you've seen from Coco?
You know what? With Coco, when I see that toss to the right, like we've been talking all morning, it is going to be a good one. She starts out the game with like in the 80s, and then as she feels more comfortable, it actually swings to over the 100.
Yep, all right, good call. Yep, it does escalate. You're spot on. At 30 love here for Frech. Coco takes it on the rise. Her feet splitting that ad side of the court. Frech there on the run with a flat backhand, skids off the line. Coco with the pass, the forehand, and she was on her back heel that time on the baseline from a precarious angle. She gets it nonetheless at 30-15, eighth game on serve in the opening set.
Coco is so athletic. What a great athlete. You know, it's not something you can teach, because when you go practice on the court, it's always feet on the ground. But this is natural for her when she gets pushed, how to generate power, one leg in the air and the other leg pushing off.
In the midst of a 30-15 point right, you feel like players are off balance, but that's how they like to hit, especially on the run. And for a pass there, 30-15 point, forehand out wide. Coco gets it from the Frech forehand. Coco bangs it back with a backhand, low part of the net. Frech just puts it into the service box on the deuce side. And Coco was there with ease with a backhand right into the backhand of Frech, middle of the court. Frech, open stance, twists the hips, good unit turn, bangs it over her right hip, extends to her left shoulder. Here's Coco with the forehand, cross-court short angle. Frech up the line, no. Open stance from her. She misses poorly. Splitting the doubles alley, the point to Coco Gauff. It's now 30-all, 3-4 opening set.
What spectacular footwork Coco Gauff is showed on that point. Open stance, close stance, when do you use what? Versus Frech, who prefers to hit most of her shots open stance, if not all.
That is a 24-shot rally. And for those that didn't hear some of our earlier calls, we've had closer to 30. I remember a 28-shot rally, maybe a couple points into the match. Big one here, Patricia, at 30-all. 3-4 opening set. Frech backs up, just cradles in for Coco with the forehand to the Frech forehand right down Broadway. Coco fights it off with a backhand. She darts to her right, but first he's a Frech miss. And it's a break chance for Gauff to go up 5-3. It's now 30-40.
And Frech, sensing that she cannot stay toe-to-toe with Coco, try to do a slice, which is something that variations is not a big part in her game. But nevertheless, she does need to do something different.
It is the fourth break chance in the opening set for Coco. She's 1 of 3 with the forehand on a break point. Frech steps in to the forehand of Coco Gauff. Couple steps beyond the baseline, jets to her right, skids off the line from Frech, who backs up. And because it went off the line, Coco misses the forehand. So Frech will take it, and it's a deuce game now.
Yeah, it was a very deep ball that Coco thought it was going to be out, and so she was actually half prepared to hit that shot, and it ended up her back foot and framing it a bit.
All right, deuce game here, 3-4. Opening set, Dave Leto, Patricia He, Prim Siripapat on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. Backhand good by Gauff here in the deuce game. Into the backhand of Frech over the high part of the net. Deuce side. Coco gets it over the high part of the net as well, and it's a backhand miss on the run by Frech. Both players opted to go down the line. It's a backhand miss. We mentioned a lot of those misses by Frech off the backhand wing. It's another break chance for Coco.
And Coco did a great job tracking that ball down and did a loopy one on her own that caught over the shoulder by Frech, who mistimed it.
Here's Freck, break point number 2 in the game for Coco. Quality toss by Freck. She rocks back. She powers into the ball, goes out wide. Coco fights it off, but into the bottom of the net on the stretch backhand. Racket face a little bit closed that time. Good precision there. Serve out wide, outside by Freck at 98, Patricia. Another deuce game.
And got a wide serve on her backhand. Coco got twisted a little bit too much, ended up hitting the ball behind her back, and just could not find enough height over the net.
5 minutes into this game, a deuce game. First serve, side swipes, and burns, side of the net. Ball crew collects. Freck, by the way, is in the shaded side of the court. Coco returning to the left of the chair in the sun side. It's a deuce game here. She tilts back. She whisks forward, booms into the ball, into the forehand. Coco low to high. She's got it. Adjacent to her right shoulder. Puts a lot of topspin here. Backs up Freck conversely a couple steps beyond the baseline. Coco, plenty of topspin. Freck takes it on the rise. Backhand up the court. Deuce side. Coco gets there in a hurry. She blisters to her left. Backhand ad side. Freck is there to her left with a couple of steps. Puts the left foot in front of the right. Off the top of the net. Falls on the Freck side, and Coco will take it. She has another break chance to go up 5-3. The miss by Freck.
Lateral movements, and they are pushing each other behind the baseline. Nobody's giving any short ball. And this is where, well, it's very important for both players. You know, it's staying in the game or being a breakdown.
Another break chance. It's break point number 3. Coco, 1 of 5 on break point conversions to go up 5-3 on your airwaves. Freck, back, good toss, booms into the ball. Backhand is good. Freck comes in, misses the forehand. She shanks it off of the return of Coco Gauff. Gets another break, her second of the opening set, and Coco serving for the first stanza at 5-3.
And credit goes to Coco. With the last point, when she had the game point, it was a big backhand serve. And she found it, and she anticipated that backhand serve.
5-3 now. Got a break right there for Coco. That again is her second. Freck has won. Again, the story, if you're just tuning into this match, it's a third-round women's singles match. Coco Gauff took the opening 3 games, and then a different chapter. Then it was 3 straight by Freck. It was 3-3. Then it went to Coco holding it 4-3, and then the break. Here we are at 5-3 now, Patricia. Freck, forehand slice, middle of the court, adjacent to her right hip. Coco's there in a hurry to handle that slice with ease. Freck on the move. Patricia deuce side, whipping it low to high is Coco Gauff with her left. Has the backhand into the Freck forehand. Inside out from no angle forehand winner for Freck. Well placed.
A rare forehand winner that when Freck flattens out to be able to find that inside out winner. And this is what we're going to see if Coco is going to play like she did the first third of this set, Dave. She was taking charge of the point.
She spins this serve in, Patricia, at 102. You mentioned a couple serves over 100. Short angle by Freck. Coco there with a slice. Freck comes in. Deuce side of the court. Forehand slice. Good by Coco. Defensive ball. Answering with the backhand slice. And missing is Freck. So both players slicing against one another. And Freck was inside the service box on the deuce side, but she missed it poorly. The point to Gauff. 15-all. 5-3 opening set off a Gauff service.
And Freck tried to do a drop shot. Not a bad decision, but she was just trying to do it too perfectly, too fine.
Yeah, agree. Left hand's on top of the right. As Freck is swaying side to side on her white grip here. Has the forehand, but misses on the run. Her left foot was extended in front of her right. The racket face closed in a hurry. Good serve out wide at 90 there for Coco. Now at 30-15.
Great spot, that short, wide serve, and she's been using it very successfully.
Coco pendulums back. Good trophy stance. Didn't like her toss that time. A couple of the tosses, and look, this happens for everybody, right? We're just analyzing. It's going to the left side of her body. Didn't like it. That's a quality toss here. A better one, Patricia. Resolute. She bangs into the ball, and here we go in a 30-15 point. Coco 2 points away from taking this opening set. Freck on the move on the deuce side. Has it. Left foot in front of her right. She's on the move yet again with the backhand. Coco fights it off on the deuce side. Freck running around. Coco complacent. Middle of the court. Freck over on the deuce side. Coco goes right down the middle. Freck with a backhand. Goes into the forehand of Coco on the deuce side. Freck goes up the line. She misses. Coco's just dictating for the middle of the court. Has a couple of set points at 40-15.
Yeah, this is a bit of a change of event because Coco was really defending on that point.
She got the Freck on the move throughout. I agree with you. Set points here for Coco Gauff. Up 5-3 in the set, 40-15. here in this 9th game, opening set. She tilts back. She gallops forward, smacks into the ball. First serve, wide swipes into the side of the net. Be a second serve here for Coco. Bounces the ball 4 times, looks confidently at her opponent. Here at a set point, goes into the forehand here of Freck. Coco there, deuce side. Into the forehand of Freck yet again on the deuce side of the court. Both players exchanging diagonally on cross-court shots. Coco, middle of the court, big unit turn, forehand, into the forehand of Freck, who's there. Coco with a forward right down the middle. Freck moves Coco to her left, ad side. She's there off the backhand wing. Freck, middle of the court, goes with the forehand, and it's long. Coco Gauff takes the opening set 6-3. After she won the first 3 games, it bounced to Freck for 3, and then Coco takes the remaining 3 games. She takes it again 6-3 after 1 set of play.
Not so much of a solid play, but he stayed, but Coco was able to stay toe-to-toe, lock in those cross courts, and when it's a little short, she was able to move quickly to transition, and that's what's making the difference.
Roller coaster there of a first set. Coco takes it. For an update around the grounds, let's check in with Prim.
Hey guys, over here I'm live at Grandstand. It's pretty interesting because you can actually hear the roar from Arthur Ashe Stadium, so that's just kind of a fun dynamic there. You never know what's going to be happening on the grounds, and you get to be immersed in the experience. But over here on Grandstand, we're on upset alert. The 21st seed, Linda Noskova, has a lead 7-6-1 love here over here against the 11th seed Karolina Muchova. Muchova had a 4-1 lead in the opening set, squandered it. It went to a tie break. She again had the lead in the tie break, excuse me, up 4-2, and had 3 unforced errors, and Noskova won the first set on a Muchova backhand unforced error, and right now she's up 1 love here in the second set. So we'll keep you updated over here.
Prim, thank you very much. Musetti, by the way, is up a set and a break over Kabali over on Armstrong. Took the opening set 6-3 and is up 5-2 as well. We'll step aside. More to come on day 7 right after this quick timeout. U.S. Open Radio presented by American Express. We're rolling on day 7 of the 2025 U.S. Open on this 72-degree early afternoon. Dave Leno, Patricia He, Prim Sarimpapat, Jaime Colon on the 1s and 2s with our fantastic crew. Wherever you're listening on U.S. Open Radio via the U.S. Open app, U.S. Open website, Sirius XM in your car, also on the Sirius XM app, also on TuneIn worldwide. You can watch us on YouTube and also on usopen.org as well. If you want to get a behind-the-scenes view from our studio, wave to the camera, Patricia, and everybody watching us right now. Yeah,
and you know what, Dave? I've been in the bus and got caught in that traffic. Perfect time to listen in to us.
I agree. Anybody that's sitting in the New York traffic, wherever you're listening from around the world.
Nobody warned me. It took me 3 hours.
That's right. Bienvenidos a todos. I'm saying welcome to all in Spanish. We thank you so much. It's morning to a lot of our listeners, sometimes afternoon, and even into the wee hours as well.
And I have to throw in the Chinese, 你好.
Neho, absolutely, absolutely. We welcome you into our coverage. Dave Leno, Patricia He. We are picking up the first game of the second set. You're listening to a third-round women's singles match, and it features 2023 U.S. Open champ Coco Gauff against Magdalena Frech of Poland. Here's the story if you're just tuning into our airwaves. Coco took the first 3 games. She got the break. Frech then took the middle 3 games. It was 3-all. Coco picked up a break. She won the last 3, if you follow me. 3-3 and 3. And that's the story of set number 1. It's now 30-all, first game, second set. Frech down the set, misses a backhand, middle of the court. I mentioned the backhand that has been errant today, and it's a chance to break to start the second for Coco.
And really all those errors, Dave, I believe it's because she has trouble, Frech has trouble to end points quickly. And she is forced to end points quickly because if she doesn't, Coco is all over her.
Here's another break chance for Coco Gauff. Coco returning. On the ad side, in the shaded side of the court, first serve, Wales a little bit long from Frech. It came in at 87. Opted to go to the forehand side, left hand on top of the rights of the light blue head racket for Coco, decked out in a terrific New Balance kit with the backhand. She ran around the forehand and hit that backhand return. It's good. Middle of the court to the Frech backhand, into the backhand of Coco Gauff. Ad side, puts Frech a couple steps behind the baseline. Big unit turn for Coco. Rams into the ball, into the forehand of Frech. It's first a forehand miss from Coco to get us to a deuce game. Again, it's the first game of set number 2.
In the midst of those shots, Coco actually had an opportunity on that last shot to step in, which she was doing in that first set. But, she opted to, roll it up and then just, mistime it. She's too far in the court to roll it up. Got to go through the court.
Stretch backhand return here from Frech on the serve +1. Patricia, she goes right down the middle. It didn't fool Coco with a forehand slice. Frech with a backhand slice. Middle of the court is Coco. Answers with a forehand slice that graces the service box on the outside of the court. Coco misses the next slice. Well, that was 4 consecutive slices. An advantage to Frech has a game point.
That was a very strange
awkward.
point.
I agree.
That was very strange. So, it almost looks like they were playing on grass.
Yeah.
That's when you do a lot of choppy and slicey.
No, thank you. I said when I play with them, seeing 4 or 5 slices in a row, don't want to take part in those exchanges. It does lead to a game point here for Frech. Frech rocks back again as she charges into the ball, goes a little bit wide into the doubles alley. Coco having to see the sun glisten across the court. This definitely plays into her return right now. She's on the shaded side. The server's in the sun to the left of the chair, to be exact. Goes into the backhand, shoulder high. Coco is there to zip to her left into the forehand, charging there. Shoulder high is Frech. Forehand miss on the rise for Coco. It is a hold for Magdalena Frech at 1-love, even though she fell in the opening set.
And Coco walks very quickly to her seat. That's a forehand side where she likes to put topspin on shots. Obviously, there's nothing wrong with it. But when you are going to be more aggressive, you do have to step in the court and you do have to give yourself a little more space to hit into, not trying to hit the line that Coco was doing in that last point.
While they're changing ends, a deuce game in set number 2. Musetti up the set and the break over Cabali right now. 6-3, 5-2, deuce game as well. So we'll get to that. Updates over on Grandstand from Prim a little bit later too. Third round men's and singles matches taking place. Spots to the 4th round, or you could say the round of 16 on the line here at the U.S. Open. And as we often like to do, tip of the cap to all the doubles players out there. I encourage everybody listening who's coming on site to go out and see the doubles, first and second round doubles taking place, Patricia, on the outer courts.
Absolutely.
Venus Williams in action, Leylah Fernandez in their second round, amongst others. If there's a doubles match you're keeping your eye on, let me know after this point, Patricia. Forehand up the line from Coco. Backhand skies in off the back of the line on the baseline closer to the deuce wing by Frech. Coco there, inside out forehand. Frech on the run. Coco, forehand slice, drop shot. Frech, a long run with the backhand slice, pass, no. The point to Gauff at 15-love. Any doubles matches you're going to be keeping your eye on closely?
I believe Dr. Prim had her eye on the Leylah Fernandez and Venus Williams, doesn't she? I'm gonna have to roam the grounds and take a look and try to relearn my double skills, Dave.
Well, you're a terrific first coach, former player, Olympian. You're my coach, as I affectionately call you a lot. And we will be watching out for those doubles matches. There are a couple doubles matches, though, that are in the books. Gonzalez-Molteni of Argentina won 1-4 over Gonzalez and Austin Kralchek. Wow, they beat a really good team. The 10-seeded Argentinian duo did prevail 1-4. As on court 5, they go to the second round in men's doubles. Granollers and Ceballos also won 3-6 in their matchup against the all-Serbian team of Kekmatovic and Menjinovic in that one. 3-6 for another doubles team into the second round as well.
And I tell you what, Taylor Townsend is in doubles today with Siniakova on court 12. And you know what? My anticipation is that there's not going to be any seedings. It's going to be just all standing. She's becoming quite a star throughout the tournament here, Taylor is.
Into the round of 16 at the U.S. Open. First time in 6 years for Taylor in singles, world number 1 doubles. And I'm right there with you, Patricia. I might meander out there after our shift
you
as
love
well.
Doubles, don't you?
I love doubles. And you know I play a
Yes.
lot of doubles back at home. Learn a lot. I encourage folks, go out there, watch the positioning of the players. You know, whether in their I formation, both coming up to the net, both, standing back, returning. Gauff with a love hold, by the way, just serving 1-all second set. If you didn't hear the first set, Gauff did prevail 6-3 in set number 1. Spot to the round of 16 on the line. The winner will face a tough matchup, and I want to get your thoughts on this that we detailed in our Breakfast Club show with Prim. Kasatkina and Osaka coming up a little bit later. What do you think of that one?
Oh, you mean the one that he's picked? You're just
I'm
putting me on the...
setting
You
up.
are
Can you tell
setting
everybody
me
what
up.
you thought? Again?
Oh, yes, I'm just putting myself on the line. Kasatkina is my pick to win over Osaka, and mainly because of her creativity on the court to break the rhythm of Osaka, and also her court movement, her unpredictability on the court. So I am still sticking with my pick.
Okay, so Kasatkina vying for her third U.S. Open round of 16 appearance. It would be her first if she gets past Osaka since 2023. I like it. All right, Patricia, we pick up the play-by-play of Freck and Gauff. We're at 1-all on serve. Gauff wins the first point of this third game of the second set. So Gauff returning. Freck the server, love 15. Gauff took the first set 6-3. We're on Ash to start out our coverage on day 7. Coming up next, Jannik Sinner, Denis Shapovalov. That's to follow on Ash on the men's side. Love 15 into the backhand, shoulder high. Good for Gauff. Backhand slice, drop shot. Freck Coco comes in with a backhand pass, skirting inside the service box on the ad side and kills that point off cross court for love 30.
Oh, she just took off so quickly, Gauff did. After that return, saw it really quickly, first step explosive, and had plenty of time to get up to the short ball and put it away.
Had a lot of firepower. You speak of the explosiveness of Gauff there with that approach on the run. 1-all second set, love 30. Here for Gauff returning. Freck, good toss, trophy pose, booms into the ball, and long on the first serve. Opted for a T-serve at 91. Left hand's on top of the right of Gauff, staring confidently at Freck. She swings side to side, her shoulders moving up and down. Here's Freck, and it's a double. Oh, no, for Freck, that's her first double of the match, and chances to break at love for Coco.
That's a confidence builder for Gauff. She's so far, but I wonder if this, we saw this in that first set, the first third of the set. Excuse me, Gauff was all business, very good focus, a very good footwork.
8th break chance for Gauff. She's 2 of 7, Patricia. Trying to break at love. Freck with a backhand right down the middle in the no man's land. Gauff fights it off to her left. She shifts to her left with a backhand low part of the net. Freck's there, ad side of the court. Backhand slice, little variety, open the hips. Taking it on the rise is Gauff. She's got it. Flicks it over to Freck, coming inside the court. Gauff bats it back defensively. Freck dictating on the baseline. Gauff has it on the left side, missing the backhand. Freck, Coco breaks it, love. What a defensive showcase by Gauff. Up the break 2-1.
And just call Coco Gauff the wall. She was relentless in these points in this game. She open stands, back foot, explosive forward. She is locked in, Dave.
She is, and she was a wall in that point. A matador, Coco Gauff, up the break and the set over Frecht. I want to get an update around the grounds while we have a changeover here on Ash. Let's check back in with the talented voice of Prim Siripipat.
The talented. That's a strong choice of words. I like it, though, Dave Leno. I appreciate you. Yes, we're live over here at Grandstand. I'm courtside in the Whispers section, and we've got a good one between the 21st seed, Linda Noskova, who's got a commanding lead over here. At least she pulled out the opening set in a tiebreak. She was down 4-1, mustered a comeback, close it out 7-5 in the tiebreak. Right now, we're 2-all as Noskova comes into the net and hits a beautiful backhand volley cross court to take a 3-2 lead here in the second set against the 11th seed Karolina Muchova. And guys, if you just look at the stat sheet, Noskova, she's known for her power. She has significantly more winners versus Muchova, but she also has more unforced errors. So we'll keep you updated on this, and we'll pay attention for a potential upset alert over here at Grandstand. You're listening to U.S. Open Radio presented by American Express. It's day 7 here at the 2025 U.S. Open. We'll be right back after this break.
Welcome back to day 7 of the 2025 U.S. Open Tennis Championships. Dave Leno, Patricia He, Prim Siripipat. We're on this beautiful Saturday beginning Labor Day weekend. Here at the U.S. Open Tennis Championships, we're picking up the 4th game of the second set, and it's right now 30-all. Gauff up the set and the break over the Polish player Frecht. Hit the 1-hour mark in this one. We just saw, as we were coming back from break, a 27-shot rally. And that's been a theme today, Patricia. There's been a ton of these lengthy rallies, almost approaching 30 shots.
And I see that Frecht is actually moving a little slower. I think her legs are getting tired. Injury alert on Musetti's match.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh, that's right.
Did Cabali just retire?
Yep.
Oh, no.
He called for a trainer at the end, or towards the end of the second set for his elbow.
Wow. So the matchup that we started our Day 7 coverage ends on a retirement. And congrats to Musetti. That's two countrymen that know each other very well. It's two from Italy, both at 23. And the 10-seed Musetti is in to the round of 16 for the first time at the U.S. Open, wins 6-3, 6-2. And Cabali retires 2 games in at 2-love Musetti in the third. Wow.
Another injury.
Yeah. Hate to see that. Well, thanks, Patricia, for bringing that to everybody's attention. Again, Musetti, the story there, into the round of 16. All right, we continue the play-by-play here of Gauff and Frecht in the midst of a 40-30 point as Gauff is trying to consolidate after breaking Frecht with the backhand cross-court, booming it over the left side on the backhand wing as Frecht. Gauff sees the forehand miss. She does consolidate. She gets the hold. She's up 3-1, Coco, off of Frecht here in the second.
We see a steady of confidence from Coco Gauff, not just her ground strokes. Her footwork has always been spectacular, her athleticism, but also her entire game. Yeah, she's at ease with what she can do on the court. She's comfortable versus her opponent, who is stretching completely off balance and just a tad late getting to balls now.
Well said. Accurate depiction there, Patricia's. Frecht won the first game here of the second. 3 consecutive points into the pocket of Coco Gauff here in set number 2. Took the opening set 6-3. She's up 1-3 over Frecht. Again, Gauff up the set and the break against Frecht. As the second serve into the forehand of Gauff, takes it on the rise. Coco with a backhand, transitions with a backhand slice volley. Good into the open court to the right of Frecht. Good volley, beautiful transition going to the backhand. I love that pattern of Coco to come in from behind for the point.
Coming behind on the backhand, put herself a good position at the volley. Nice, strong racket on the backhand at impact point. Drove through that backhand winner.
Coco has won 9 of 10 net points. We touched on that in the preview of this, Patricia, how well you and I have both liked Coco transitioning into the forecourt. There's Frecht at love 15. She misses off the baseline exchange yet again. I agree with you. She looks uneasy from the baseline off her back foot. Footwork waning a little bit from the Polish player. Now at love 30 with Coco returning.
And Dave, to your point about Coco being successful at the net, because she has the ability to take the ball early when she transitions and places herself very close to the net to put away volley. She doesn't hit more than 2 volleys, if not put away right away.
Frecht comes in with a forehand approach, skies it into the net yet again. Open stance. The left arm was extended, but late getting the racket head speed around.
Yep.
Wow.
And after that miss, Frecht just was like putting a little hammer using a racket on her legs. You do that is when your legs are tired or when they're tight or you're about to cramp, whichever it is, she's not getting behind the ball. And also you need your legs to jump into your serve. And she is hardly jumping.
Yeah. So it was a approach miss by Frecht. Chances to break at love for Coco. Try to take the commanding 4-1 lead here in the second. A forehand miss on the serve +1 by Frecht. 4 consecutive games won by Coco Gauff, up the double break 4-1 over Frecht, and everything going wrong for Magdalena Frecht right now.
Yes, and everything going right for Coco Gauff. And with Frecht, it was just those 3 games in the middle of that first set where she felt like she could stay with Coco, but then when Coco took it to another level, it's all Coco.
So it is Coco up the set and the double break. We continue on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express.
And we welcome you back to U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. It's a beautiful day 7 here at the 2025 U.S. Open. I'm Prim Sripapat, live here at Grandstand in the Whispers section as we are watching Linda Noskova play an unbelievable match versus the 11th seed Karolina Muchova. Noskova is up 7-6, 4-3 at the moment. She won the opening set in a tiebreak after coming back from a 4-1 deficit. And the storyline on this, Dave Leno and Patricia He, who are in the studio, it's all about Noskova's power, just completely overpowering Muchova. She has 29 winners and 14 on the forehand side, guys. So just keep an eye out on that. I'll keep you posted on this one.
And Prim, did you notice, because Muchova, when she plays her best, is when she does all the, the varieties on the court, because that is how you want to disrupt the pattern or disrupt the rhythm of your opponent. Is Muchova having a hard time handling the pace?
That is absolutely correct. Yeah, she's having a lot of difficulty a lot of times we notice her trying to mix things up, throw in a slice, and she's just getting overpowered by Noskova. It kind of reminds me of your comment during our preview show when we were talking about Naomi Osaka taking on Dari Kasatkina. Can Osaka overpower that creativity by Kasatkina? But that's what's happening over here on Grandstand. Great question, Patricia.
Prim, thank you very much. Patricia, you as well. Noskova would be her first round of 16 appearance at a U.S. Open if she can get past Muchova, a quality opponent, back-to-back semifinals in the last 2 years here. We're inside Ash, Dave Leonard, Patricia He, Prim Sripapat. It is Gauff up the set in the double break. It's now 4-1 in the second, meaning Coco is 2 games away from marching back into the round of 16. She would get there for the 4th straight time. She's up 30-15 on her serve. Here against Freck returning outside of the court, left hand on top of the right on the white handle of the racket. First one booms out wide, missing a little bit Coco off the first serve. Second serve on the way here for Gauff. She rocks back, brings both feet together, powers into the court. It's a double for Coco. It's another double, Patricia, her 4th of the match. It's 30 all.
But if it's only 4 double faults, it's really not that many. But I'm just a little bit disturbed. This is her 4th, but she made a big deal. Her gesture, is you got to let go and not get fixated. And she did a great job getting the first ball in.
Gauff up the double break, 4-1, 30 all point. A big one here for Freck to hang in. A backhand miss that sails well long from Coco Gauff. And now a chance to break for Freck right now. Just her 2nd break chance of the match. Perfect 1 of 1. Remember, that was early on in the first set. At 30-40 for Freck would be a huge one to get a break back. Coco with the backhand. And the backhand of Freck to outside of the court. She has it about waist high. Backhand skids off the line. Freck with the moon ball. Forehand slice. Follow the open court. Good for Coco Gauff. Beautiful recognition. As soon as she gets Freck out wide on the move outside, she comes in really nicely.
And she's been so successful coming forward, hasn't taking her time. The ball went up, and you could see she was about to do a swing volley, but very quickly changed it to a volley grip that she just went behind Freck.
Yeah, she changed that handshake grip and then kind of went on the underside of that white handle, Patricia. Good stuff. Deuce game here. Backhand inside out. Freck has it right foot in front of her left. That means it was an open stance and carries the ball well long past the baseline. And it's a chance to hold for Coco to go up 5-1.
First serve in, toss on the right, and then you return back to the middle. Chooses to take backhand to respond to that. Nothing wrong with that. Goes in her favor.
Tilts back, she jousts forward, gets it in on the serve here. On a game point, Freck into the side of the net. 5 consecutive games won by the 2023 U.S. Open champ Coco Gauff, up 5-1 in the second. She is 1 game away from advancing to the round of 16.
Oh my, that mistake was really uncalled for. Got a ball in the middle that Coco just spun it up. And Freck just did not move her feet, completely misjudged it, and just dumped it at the bottom of the net.
So the story with Freck, everybody, is that it's the lack of footwork. I agree with Patricia. Plenty of unforced errors, 26. When Coco gets Frecked on the run, that seems to be helping out Coco, who's kind of dictating at times, even when she's defensive, in the middle of the court beyond the baseline. Forehand miss, as I just say that, by Freck, and now Coco is 3 points away.
And I just think mentally, she, even in the beginning of this set, just mentally, Freck did not believe she could hang in there with Coco. You know, that is about her game. It's like she waits for her opponents to give her free points and free games and so forth. But Coco, we knew, was not going to do that. She was going to play this match on her own terms with a new serve that she's getting accustomed to and dictating points, finishing at the net that we've seen a few times.
All right, Patricia, you're at love 15. The forehand goes to the right. It's on the run as Freck. She gets it back off of the slice, missing on the run thanks to that precision off the return by Coco. High part of the net, deuce side. She's 2 points away at love 30.
She really looked to punish that weak second serve from Freck, where she did a great job, lots of margin, and tried to come behind it, but didn't have to hit it because it sailed long.
At love 30, 2 points away. T serve a little bit wide and long from Freck. And for Freck, it's the first time she's in the third round at the U.S. Open. Tough moment for her. First one on Ash against the 2023 champ, Gauff. Up right now, 1-5, trying to close this out. Freck forehand missing in the next exchange. Several match points here for Coco Gauff now. Listen to the crowd on Ash.
A much better performance that we see from Coco so far, starting with her serve. And, you know, it's so good to see her staying calm and not panic.
Match point for Coco Gauff with the forehand, chips it back long. On the deuce side, frames it a little bit. Another match point here for Coco at 15-40 off of the Freck serve. She swings side to side. Match point number 2 for the 2023 U.S. Open champ, Coco Gauff, with Freck serving to the right of the chair. Freck back, trophy pose, collides into the ball, into the forehand of Coco on match point forehand. Missing by Freck, and Coco Gauff cruises in the second set. She wins 6 consecutive games, and she's into the round of 16 at the U.S. Open for the 4th consecutive year. She blitzes past Freck 6-3, 6-1.
And Coco has to be very pleased with her performance today. The serve was there. She's getting more comfortable with it. And from the ground stroke, she looks good. Great footwork. And we saw her transition to the net, finishing those volleys. And she has to be very pleased with her performance today compared to the last 2 rounds.
I don't even want to make so much about the serve because I don't care if she's spinning it in at 80, 90. She's going over 100 at times. She had 4 double faults. I mentioned the 18 doubles coming in. That wasn't the story in the match, but how she played those long points, because I said a big theme for me coming in was who would play the longer rallies better. And we talked about that in our preview show. Those rallies were 20 to 30 shots. Got to favor Coco Gauff.
And absolutely, because that is typical. You know, Freck made a lot more errors than what she normally does, but that's really a big part due to Coco putting pressure on her. You know, a lot of times throughout the match, Coco wants to play on her terms. She was the aggressor when she needed to. She was a defender when she needed to, which is she constructed the points beautifully today.
Coco Gauff into the round of 16 at the U.S. Open, standing by with Michelle Yu.
Coco, congratulations. You seem super locked in and composed. How happy are you with your performance today?
Yeah, I thought today I played well. It was tough playing 2 night matches and then having to play with the shade on that side. It was kind of hard to see the ball, but overall I'm really happy with how I played and to be through to the next round.
It's been an emotional week for you, but the fact of the matter is you are going to the 4th round for the 4th year in a row. How do you reset now and go into week 2?
Yeah, it's been like a emotional week, like you said, but I think, you know, I needed those tough moments to be able to move forward, and I was putting so much pressure on myself, but I'm really out here just trying to enjoy it and, you know, not focus so much on results, but the process, and I think today it showed that I was really having fun out there.
Coco, what does it mean to you to look around you and know there are 23,000 fans that feel like friend and family here, making sure that you're well supported?
Yeah, the support means a lot. It truly, I can't put into words how like privileged I feel to walk on this court and have the support of all of you guys, and also on social media and things like that. So I really appreciate every person, down to even the staff here, janitors, like just having someone say that you're rooting for you like every 5 steps I walk into this place means a lot to me, and I just hope that I repay the feeling for those around me as well.
Well, Coco, congratulations to you. You're moving on to week 2, and we look forward to seeing you. Ladies and gentlemen, Coco Gauff.
Thank you.
Wow. The gratitude that she showed on the court, Dave, mentioning the janitor, the service, the support, the energy from the crowd. And that means so much to her. And you know what? She actually meant it, and she looked like she was having fun on the court, which is a very big part for her. And not to mention this outfit, you know, the bomber jacket is just a fabulous, right? But I'm so happy to see that, you know, she's just really enjoyed every moment, because the crowd, 23,000 people, they're coming here to support you, and she wants to give back. And that's with her energy and victory.
Love the personality. She's a trendsetter, a trailblazer out on the court at just 21 years young for the 2023 U.S. Open champ. As Michelle and I both said on the air, the 4th straight year Coco was into the 2nd week here in New York. She was 5 of 11 on breakpoint conversions. She won 71% of her first service points. On the flip side for Freck, a tough day at the office, 29 unforced. She got off to, I would say, a rocky start to the match. But then after Coco won the first 3 games, Freck then won the middle 3 to get it 3-all. But from then, I just felt like it kind of sailed down for the Polish player, Freck. What was your takeaway?
You know, I'm not really sure they go under unforced errors, because those errors came largely due to the fact that Coco was feeling good on the court and then putting pressure on her. And when you're under pressure, you try to do a little more than what you're normally not used to, and that's what we saw from Freck. You know, she tried to like flatten out her shots, which is not really in her repertoire. She likes the loopy shots, to do those loopy balls, and she likes time. And Coco was not giving her any time.
Agreed. So, well, congrats to Freck from getting to the 3rd round. She's out. Coco the one. The story moving on here at the U.S. Open. Our Prim Siripipat is also around the grounds for updates on 3rd round matchups. Let's check in with Prim.
Hey guys, I'm over here at Grandstand, and we are into a 3rd set between the 21st seed Linda Noskova versus Karolina Muchova. The 11th seed Muchova dropped the opening set after a 4-1 lead. She lost it in a tiebreak. And Patricia and Dave, we were talking about the overwhelming power of Noskova, but some of that started to simmer off midway through the 2nd set as she comes into the net. And she gets an unforced error as Muchova goes for the lob, but misses that here in the 3rd set. But what ended up happening was Muchova picked up her energy, was more dialed into this match, got her feet going, and was just a bit more prepared for some of that Noskova power. And she took a 5-4 lead and was able to hold on double set point to send this one into a 3rd set. So it's some good tennis over here, guys.
Great stuff, Prim. Thank you for the update in the midst of a 5:30 game, as you just alluded to. Muchova with a forehand slice, Noskova with a forehand cross court, inside in. Muchova moves beautifully on court with a forehand, rips it into the net because Muchova saw Noskova get her on the run on the deuce side. It's 30-all. Again, just to recap, if you're just tuning in, it's Dave Leno, Patricia He, Prim Siripipat, Noskova in a tiebreak. Took the opening set 7-6, as Prim just alluded to. Flip of the coin. Muchova split. Took the 2nd set 6-4, 1 set apiece. This is the opening game of the 3rd and final set, 30-all. Noskova backing up the line. Muchova with a slice. Can't get there, Patricia. It is a game point for Noskova, the 21 seed, at 40-30.
Noskova's down the lines are deadly, and that's what big players do. But Muhova, I see that her footwork has picked up, her energy has picked up, and she has to. When she's playing against somebody who's powerful, you want to be alert, depend a lot on your legs. And I'm seeing Muhova, Dave, she's crouching down. Her center of gravity is lower because the shots coming from Noskova is so deep and so powerful. You got to use your lower base to counter those shots.
Agreed. Got to get down closer to the court there. Noskova eyeing her first U.S. Open round of 16 appearance. She misses crouching dead off the back end because Muhova went low on the return and right at the sneakers, the white sneakers of Noskova. A chance to break for Karolina Muhova, two-time U.S. Open semifinalist the last 2 years, by the way. Trying to come back from one set down here in the third. First serve wallops from Noskova to the middle of the net. Ball crew collects. It's a third-round women's singles match on U.S. Open Radio presented by American Express. A double fault Noskova as she skies the ball into the crowd here on Grandstand. A break for Muhova.
And I don't really know what the audience is, oohing or perhaps something's happening on the court. Muhova, a player who is so crafty on the court. She has variety. She can drop shot, slice, and take the ball early that we actually saw in that last game that she broke. She took the return very early. And when you do that, you're taking time away from your opponent, and not to mention the pressure of shots that they feel like they have to hit better with.
38 unforced in the match for Linda Noskova. And it's Muhova who's won 74% of her first serves. And on that theme, serving right now, an hour and 55 minutes into this match on Grandstand. By the way, as you're listening to us call this match of Noskova and Muhova, tons of great action coming up. Don't forget, Kasatkina's Patricia documented against Osaka in a third-round match. That's next on Armstrong in about 5 to 10 minutes time that will start. On the men's side on Ash, Jannik Sinner will tussle with Denis Shapovalov. That's the come. Patricia and I also documented the one following this one. Coleman Wong coming from qualifying against Andrei Rublev. And a lot more. I'm also going to follow that third match on Stadium 17. Daniel Altmaier against Alex de Minaur. That's going to be tasty later on as well. As players are vying to go into the second round here at the U.S. Open. Wherever you're listening to us on the U.S. Open app, U.S. Open website, usopen.org, SiriusXM, TuneIn app, watching us on YouTube, also on usopen.org. We welcome you here to New York, just past 1 p.m. Eastern local time here in the United States. Second game, third set, Noskova colliding with Muhova. Muhova serving to the back end of Noskova, and it's a flat back end return that Muhova cannot handle. Patricia running inside the court, ad side, 15 all.
Noskova was getting very upset with herself of where she was overhitting because Muhova all of a sudden is handling the power from Noskova's ground strokes.
Third point of the second game now of the third set. Muhova taking her time here. Tilts back, left arm extended, trophy stance. Wallops into the ball, a little bit long on that deuce side, just past the service line. Ball crew does collect, stands up to the stanchion to the left of the chair. And a second serve for Muhova. She winces, confident look. A slider, does it paint the line? It does off the short angle.
Wow.
Just over the net.
Oh,
Patricia.
wow.
Wow.
I think
I don't think
Muhova
she could do that if she tried again.
I think Muhova even surprised herself just now. Just something to bring the attention to David. You know, there are a lot of players wearing arm sleeve, the compression sleeves, you know, usually on the playing arm. But do you notice Muhova is on her left arm, not her playing arm?
Interesting. Well, nothing to do, I don't think, and this is just conjecture, Patricia, but, you know, a player that's battled a ton of wrist injuries and others, and it's not really on her wrist, as Patricia alluding to, from the top of her arm all the way down. Kind of has a wristband decked out in her Adidas gear on the left and the right for Muhova at 30-15. Kicks into the back end. Noskova gets into the service box off the short angle, cross court, ad side, and Muhova takes a look at the line. It is a return winner from Noskova at 30 love. Remember, she was the player that got broken to start the third and final set.
And on the ad side, Noskova 2 times now on the backhand. She just swung cross court on Muchova's backhand corner, where Muchova on the open stance, but it is her left wrist that was giving her problem before, and it's a bit of weaker side, countering hard returns cross court.
Slider out wide by Muchova, just misses Patricia. Be a second serve here, 30-all point upcoming. The second serve for Muchova. She tilts back, she trickles forward, and another slider, and an ace out wide, deuce side again.
What?
Well, with a ton of margin of error and just over the tape for another ace on a second serve at 83 miles per hour.
Wait. 1 time is probably by chance, but 2 times?
Yep.
No?
She said, you didn't think we could do it? And she threw it out again. Wow. I mean, this is just over the net, folks, for that ace off the second serve by Muchova. I mean, just getting into the corner of the box, like closer to the chair umpire, not further down in the box. 2 hours in, we have split sets. It's a third-round women's singles match. If you're just tuning in, Noskova against Muchova at 40-30. Muchova into the backhand of Noskova, returning. Flat forehand up the line. Muchova with a backhand slice, middle of the court. Noskova goes long. And Muchova consolidates her break. She does hold. And Muchova up 2-love in the final set.
The defense abilities from Muchova, her athleticism, movement on the court, and now we see Noskova is actually overhitting just because you get another balls back against a power hitter. What do? They go harder.
Yep, and that's what we're seeing. And then we're seeing misses when Noskova trying to generate her own pop. She's in her 13th Grand Slam main draw. Her best result, as I alluded to, maybe 30 minutes ago, was the 2024 Australian Open, where she went to the quarterfinals. She did go into the round of 16 at Wimbledon, where she fell to runner-up Amanda Anisimova. How about the tournament that Anisimova is having also?
And she's playing great tennis, very clean.
Agreed. From no angle, open stance, inside-out forehand missing from Noskova. What's going wrong with Noskova here at love 15 and down the break?
I think she's just getting frustrated that all her hard shots are coming back, and so she's trying to do more and more, and there's only so much you can hit that hard, and she's overhitting.
That's the word that came to mind for me.
Overhitting.
Yeah, overhitting a lot for Noskova.
And you know what? She's a power player. She does not have to ease up on her shots, but perhaps give herself a little more margin for error. You know, she's been missing more long and side. Bring it in.
Yeah, she brings both feet together here off the service, but misses a little bit long as she opted for a T-serve from the left of the chair to the right. 15 on Noskova down the break as we split sets here on grandstand. There's Muchova, backhand slice, that variety. She was a little bit late on the racket. Take back, backhand slice missing. The point to the server. And just to Noskova at 30-15. Slice was missed by Muchova.
And I don't dislike that decision to just throw. She was trying to actually do a drop shot, but then she was so whippy and just dropped the racket head on that slice that the ball just died.
Here in the third game of the third set, Dave Leno, Patricia He, Prim Saripapat, U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. It's another double for Noskova. That is her 14th, get it, Patricia, 14th double fault in the match for Linda Noskova.
And then we talk a lot about, you know, letting the pass go, letting the shots that she missed go, and just deal with the serve. She cannot afford to lose another service game.
Noskova, the 21 seed against the 11 seed Muchova. 30-all point, a big one for Noskova. Down the break of the third, twists the hips, goes inside and forehand. Muchova moving beautifully to her left with a backhand slice. Noskova takes it on the rise with a backhand. Off kilter, she gets the forehand. She's approaching Muchova, trying to lob and pass. Good for Muchova. Deep into the court on the ad side, has another chance to break.
Using her slice so effectively, Muchova went cross-court slice, and then went down the line, brought Noskova to the net, and nice flick of the wrist for a lob winner.
It was an easy flick, open racket face for Muchova, and a chance to break. To have a commanding 3-love lead here in the final set. It's a third-round women's singles match on your airwaves right now. Muchova returning to Noskova at 30-40. Her serve flutters a little bit wide. Second serve upcoming for Noskova. She's only won a pedestrian 39% of her second serve points in the match. Kicks it into the forehand of Muchova. She ran around the backhand and hit the forehand, missing poorly. Muchova up the line. It's a deuce game.
Yeah, that was
It's a tough one.
That was a tough one because the ball, that second serve was coming pretty fast to her. You know, instead of hitting two-handed backhand, and the ball kept jamming into her left hip to choose to hit a forehand. That's a bit too tough.
I know it's hindsight, but the backhand would have been the better choice. There's a tee serve and an ace. Muchova stares at the line, doesn't agree with the call. The technology has, she can't overrule.
Replay of the call on the right service line.
You can hear Chair saying that Muchova wants a replay of that tee serve. And as an ace for Noskova, it is her fifth. It's leading to a game point. We are getting a look at our monitor, and it painted the middle of the line. Noskova trying to get on the board here.
Yeah.
It's another ace. Back-to-back aces for Noskova. She needed that, Patricia, but it's Muchova up the break 2-1 in the third.
To be honest, both players needed that game. Muchova needed that game to get a big leap ahead because Noskova can be very dangerous. She's a power player. You never know. You know, for a little bit, for 2 games, mentally she went away. Almost went away for 3 games, but now I feel like she's back locking in.
That's one that we'll have to keep an eye on, that third game, because Muchova, you rightly said, had a break chance, could have went up 3-love. Instead, it's 2-1. We'll step aside. We'll continue this third round women's singles match on Grandstand and much more on day 7. This is U.S. Open Radio presented by American Express. Welcome back to day 7 of the 2025 U.S. Open Tennis Championships. Dave Leno, Patricia He, Prim Sripapat. Patricia and I are inside Grandstand right now, where Noskova took the opening set in a tiebreak, 7-6. Muchova had the answer in the second, 6-4. That means both players split the first and second sets. Muchova did break Noskova to start the third. Now, Noskova did just hold, but it's 2-1 here in the fourth game. Third set, Noskova on the run, splits at a forehand slice winner, cross court. Majestic work by Noskova to the delight of the crowd.
I cannot believe, first of all, that she actually got to the ball, and I'm dumbfounded that she actually hit it was a squash hit, cross court winner.
Beautifully done by Noskova. As Muchova went up the line, Noskova scurried to her right, she jetted there. And you're right, she zigzagged and pinged that over the low part of the net for the winner. 15 all. Again, Muchova serving up the break 2-1 here on Grandstand. Third round women's singles match, day 7 of the U.S. Open. Feathers in by Muchova as the backhand slice brings in Noskova. Muchova trying to pass with the forehand, no. Deep into the court, into the doubles alley, deuce side. The point to Noskova at 15-30.
Got to be careful for Muchova here, where she is the crafty of the two players, but not do too much of it. She got to be a little bit conventional and keep things a little more simple. But in that shot, I don't know if she actually did on purpose to bring Noskova up to the net, because she was very successful, actually, Dave, for the last few points back, brought Noskova in and then made the lob winners.
Although rocks back, she cradles forward. Patricia has a sitter serve +1. She detonates the point with the approach, splitting both service boxes. As Noskova just batted it back short. It's 30-all with Muhova up the break. Final set, 2-1 in the set.
And Muhova did exactly what I was referring to just now earlier, to keep it simple, get that first serve in, make Noskova stretch, and then look for the short one and just hit a traditional put away or approach shot and put yourself at the net.
Yeah, good call in making Noskova stretch there to lead to the approach for Muhova. 30-all point. And again, every one of these 30-all points, and right now it's Muhova up the break. You know they're magnified even at the early stage of the final set. First one bolts into the side of the net. Ball crew collects off of 2 hops. Shout out to the ball crew, all U.S. Open long, doing a great job. Ball crew of all ages, by the way, at the U.S. Open. 30-all into the forehand. It's battled back there by Noskova. Forehand winner up the line. High part of the net by Muhova. And a big fist pump. She has a game point.
It was a fantastic return from Noskova to the corner of Muhova's forehand. Muhova actually did a split almost, and nice racket control up the line, found the corner winner.
That is the third forehand winner of this third set. Game point for Muhova, about to catapult to a 3-1 advantage. Backhand slice, good by Noskova. Forehand inside in, missing by Muhova. Try to go high part of the net. Missed from the outside of the court. It's a deuce game.
A very routine shot for her. It was the right thing to do. Cross-court return, run around to take the forehand, and with Noskova actually going back the other way, so she had the whole court open to her, but just the higher part of the net, got to find that height.
It is a deuce game with Muhova. Up the break 2-1 in the final set. Third round women's singles match. Her serve wails a little bit long. Opted for a T serve at 107. Second serve upcoming here for Muhova. 2025. She has had a fantastic season for Muhova. Backhand good. Comes in as the 21 seed. Noskova against the 11 seed Muhova. Forehand miss. Noskova.
Advantage, Muhova.
And Muhova has another game point to go up 3-1.
Noskova was a bit late. One of the rare moments that she actually got outpowered. The ball skidded through and she caught the ball a little late and missing it wide.
Muhova trying to take advantage of that. Patricia right here. She won the second set. She's up the break, trying to go up 3-1. She rocks back. She cradles forward, bangs into the ball a little bit long. Opted for a T serve at 98. Her orange Adidas sneakers just behind the baseline ad side of the court. Here for Muhova. Ball to the throat of her racket. She winces. She rocks back, stares at the sun. She collides into the ball with the tension from her strings, and it's a forehand missed return by Noskova. That means Muhova up 3-1 in the final set over Noskova.
Second serve, 74 miles per hour, got away with it, and largely because Muhova's been kicking the serve, second serve, to the backhand of Noskova, and Noskova was not expecting a forehand. And as a result, Muhova got this little gift.
We have a lot of action around the grounds. There are 2 other matches about to start in singles. One of them on Armstrong is Daria Kasatkina against Naomi Osaka, and the other on Ash, now in service warm-ups, Jannik Sinner, world number 1, defending champ against Denis Shapovalov. A lot of action that Patricia and I and the rest of our crews will be following. Coming up, Ryan Clark, Luis Fleming will take you through the rest of the afternoon with Prim Srepapat, Gil Gross a little bit later. Ravi Upa, Gina Garrison, Mike Cation, Sophie Amyak. Gil Gross also in play-by-play later on tonight with Macca, David McPherson. A lot of action here on U.S. Open Radio. Fantastic crews, and we appreciate you following all our coverage as Noskova is tussling with Muhova here. Again, we will update you. Don't forget of those matchups, Sinner, Shapovalov, Kasatkina, Osaka as well. Into the backhand here of Muhova. Will be another second serve first for Noskova. Up 30-love, 5th game, final set. It is an ace, ripped up the tee. How about that?
Oh, it must have just caught the outside line. I have to admit that when I was at tournaments, there were some questionable well, at least from where I was sitting. And I was just like, wow, was that in or was that out?
Yeah. Backhand good by Muchova. Comes with a backhand slice chip. Duskova with a lob on the right side. The ball bounces into the service box on the deuce side. And an easy overhead off of a hop by Muchova, surviving in the game at 40-15.
Love that little slice that Muchova did. Was at an awkward position, but she did well to get up there, placed it beautifully in a corner on the baseline, and got an easy overhead to put away.
40-15 for Nuskova. Muchova on the run, misses the slider out wide, and Nuskova gets on the board, but still down the break. Muchova up 3-2, final set on grandstand. Want to update everybody on the other matches before we go to break. The Shapovalov-Sinner match is underway. Shapovalov took the opening 2 points. He is serving to Jannik Sinner at 30-love. That's on Ash. And also the Kasatkina-Osaka match is about to get going with Osaka serving. So we'll give you the storylines for those two and continue our call of Nuskova and Muchova. All that is next on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. Back to U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. Labor Day weekend on this Saturday here in New York. Dave Leno, Patricia He, Prim Saripapat with you. Right now, Patricia and I are calling the Muchova-Nuskova match. It's a third-round women's singles match. If you're just tuning in, Nuskova took the opening set 7-6. Muchova answered 6-4 in the second. Muchova got the early break here in the third. She is serving Patricia up the break, 3-2, 6-game. Final set serve and volley. Muchova, that's tailor-made and good with the backhand volley for 15-love.
Muchova's been very successful in that second serve wide, where we saw she made 2 aces from that second serve, and this time she opted to come behind it for an easy volley put away.
2 hours and 16 minutes have flown by here over on grandstand. Muchova serving, outside of the court, bounces the ball 8 times, ball to the throat of her head racket. She rocks back, left arm extended in a trophy stance, booms into the ball, forehand. Goodbye by Nuskova, goes off the net, falls on her side. Wow, as if time stood still. The ball bounced up. I thought it was going to go over. Instead, it stayed on her side, Patricia. And the point there to Muchova, it's 30-love.
And actually, Dave, good point. I don't think I've ever saw a ball that hit the net and rolled over yet.
Wow, that was close. Point to the server, Muchova. Again, Muchova's the one who stormed back after falling in a first set breaker. Took the second set 6-3, up the break 3-2, 6-game final set. It's a spot to the round of 16, or you could say the 4th round on the line here at the U.S. Open between these two competitors. In all, check duel right now over on grandstand. The kick serve good. Nuskova, though, misses. That ball bounced ankle high quickly to her left shoulder. Couldn't get the racket face around Patricia. The point to the server, Muchova, looking for the love hold. 40-love right now.
Good racket speed on that second serve, where she was able to generate a lot of kick when it hits ground. Went up and over Nuskova's shoulders, which is very difficult to control.
Ball to the throat of the head racket for Muchova. Rocks back, brings both feet together, powers into the court, serve and volley. Backhand volley, no, because Nuskova rammed right into the service box on the ad side. A tough one to wheel around for Muchova on the reflex volley. Good return, Nuskova, 40-15.
Are we going to be seeing Muchova venturing the net more? Because that's exactly what she's doing this set.
I like it. Saw that a lot the last couple of years in her runs to the semifinals here at the U.S. Open. She's on the doorstep, Patricia, of going up 4-2 here in the third at 40-15. Booms it into the backhand of Noskova's there. Forehand inside in. Backhand lob attempt by Noskova. Backs up Muchova. Twists the hips. Inside out. Forehand is good. And Noskova misses it, trying to generate her own pace on the ad side. The game to Muchova. She's up 4-2, and that means Karolina Muchova is 2 games away from moving on to the round of 16.
Love the way Muchova constructed that point. Served, looked it coming. She hit a great inside out and followed it to the net very quickly. And Noskova did a great job of pushing her back with the lob and had to reset the point. But she continues to transition herself to the net to win points.
Back to Noskova serves. This one bangs into the forehand of Muchova with a backhand slice on the next exchange. Noskova up the high part of the net, missing on the run. Mention a plethora of unforced from Linda Noskova. Today, Patricia, is her 44th unforced to 24 for Muchova.
And I know power player has a lot more unforced errors. However, this is a little bit too many when you're trying to win the match.
I would agree. And from no
And
angle, a
there's another
backhand
one.
missing. Yep. She's in the middle of the court. Her back left foot is tucked inside her right, so she's in a precarious angle and missing. Again, just centrally beyond the baseline. The point to Muchova, the footwork, what I'm getting at, is kind of waning a little bit from Noskova.
It is waning, and she's not adjusting to the ball that Muchova is taking earlier. So when you have Muchova taking it earlier, it's going to come at you faster, and you got to get your feet organized a lot faster accordingly.
We're at 1:30 p.m. local time here in New York, nestled in the United States on this Day 7 of the U.S. Open. You're listening to Dave Leno, Patricia He. Prim Saripapat is inside Armstrong for the Kasatkina Osaka match. Brian Clark, Louise Fleming will take you through that match, along with Sinner Shapovalov, that, by the way, is at 1-1. I'll get your thoughts on that one in a little bit, Patricia. 1-1, first set for Sinner and Shapo. 15:30, Noskova here, down the break, 2-4. Muchova, backhand, good. Into the backhand of Noskova, backhand up the line. Noskova gets there in a hurry. Muchova takes it on the rise, comes in on the chip and charge with a forehand drop shot volley, good. Just over the net, trickles into the service box on the deuce side. Beautiful volley by Muchova, and chances to break for Karolina, 15:40.
And that was such a sweet shot coming from the transitioning from the back to forward. Had a very difficult volley to deal with. Muchova had to bend her knees, racket slightly underneath, and did a great finesse drop shot. Great control of her racket.
All right, chances to break yet again for Muchova. Up 2-4, she's returning. 15:40, first one, flails a little bit long on the tee serve by Noskova. Muchova comes in as the world number 13. It's a double fault for Noskova, her 15th. And that means Muchova will be serving for the match after this changeover.
And that definitely was pressure talking. That serve, that second serve double fault was by miles. And that's what happened when the player is taking the ball early. Really, to me, that's the difference in this set. Muchova is dictating by taking the ball earlier, rushing Noskova. Therefore, that's what we're seeing, the footing not quite there.
Agreed. And while there's a changeover and Muchova on the cusp of serving for the match, like I previewed a moment ago, I want to get your perspective on Jannik Sinner, Australian Open, Wimbledon champ, against Denis Shapovalov. Battled a ton of adversity, injuries, a lot of back injuries and others in his career. What do you think of Shapo, who's been to the quarterfinals here back in 2020 against Jannik Sinner?
It's been a seesaw level for Denis as far as performance goes. You know, he won Dallas earlier this year, and I really thought the difference was that instead of rushing with his shots, going for outright winners on every part of the court that he thought he could do, there was a mixing of patience. You know, mixing up the shot. He was not particularly hitting anything slower, but understanding when can he fire the shots, when can he be the offense and go for his shots. And he lost, and he comes and goes. I know he trains as such that to be hitting inside the blue part of the court, but sometimes you have to give ground enough. Give a little bit ground. Give yourself a little space to hit through the shots. And he is a big hitter. He is a gambler on the court. It goes for nothing, all or nothing type of player.
Yep, I agree. They're on serve in that one. Sinner serving fourth game at 1-2. We'll check in on that one a little bit later. Brian Clark, Louise Fleming will take you through that match in a little bit. Osaka up 3-love over Kasatkina, by the way, over on Armstrong as well. But Patricia, let's call the conclusion, perhaps the conclusion of this matchup over on Grandstand. A double fault by Muchova, serving for the matchup 5-2 to Noskova. Now it's love 15 in the game.
And if I remember correctly, Muchova has been holding her serve quite comfortably this whole set.
Yep, I agree. Well said. Muchova winning 71% of her first serve points, 56 of the second serve points. To that note, into the backhand of Noskova. Muchova backhand up the line, good, high part of the net. A flat one, she slapped it down, very successful. It's 15 all, she's 3 points away.
Definitely used the 38 feet width of the court beautifully on that point. Muchova had a great kick serve out wide and then lined up beautifully behind that backhand down the line winner.
Another winner for Muchova for the backhand wing. That's her 9th backhand winner. She has 16. She just booms an ace on a tee serve. That is her 8th ace. It's now 30-15 for Muchova.
Hitting her spots beautifully with the serve. Really improved on that off serve that we call out wide, where we saw early that she was able to hit 2 aces. Not a lot of pace, but really well placed.
Muchova jets back, trophy pose, collides into the ball, rams it out wide, ad side, second serve. Again, Muchova's the player, up 5-2. Final set, spots the round of 16 on the line. Ball to the edge of that head racket that's decked out in black and white. Into the backhand, Noskova flutters one in. Muchova takes it on the rise, adjacent to her right shoulder. Noskova coming into the net, tries with a backhand drop shot volley, misses. And it leads to match points for Muchova at 40-15 in the third.
A desperation move from Noskova coming behind that shot. Didn't really have space to do a drop shot, but she tried it anyways.
Match points for Karolina Muchova over Linda Noskova here. Up 40-15, 5-2 in the final set. She tilts back, trophy pose, collides into the ball, booms into the backhand, missing from Noskova. Resilient and stout is Karolina Muchova, who wins 6-7, 6-4, 6-2 over Noskova. And the back-to-back U.S. Open semifinalist is into the second week, and they're out of 16 at the U.S. Open.
What a well-earned match for Muchova. Had it in her hand in that first set, but slipped it a little bit. Oh, look at her, so excited on the court, and regrouped. Went off the court, regrouped, reset, and came back and was strong. Her game style is so well-suited when she transitions towards the net, as we saw in this last game over and over again with the volleys. It's not so much that she has great volleys, but it's her ability to take the ball early and venture the net and finish it off.
Really well done by Muchova for the 4th time, Patricia. She's into the round of 16 at the U.S. Open, and done is Noskova. And I thought for Noskova, got that first set breaker in a match that ellipsed 2 hours and 26 minutes. But for Noskova, the power player, when it came to generating her own pace a lot, right? She was plopping those balls, a lot of errant baseline exchanges from her as she tried to go really for power. Go for broke a lot of times.
Broke a lot of times, it was the creativity of the point constructions from Muchova that really set up with, mess up with her rhythm. That's what it is. It really confused her rhythm, disturbing her footwork. And when a power player like Noskova, when the feet are not completely behind the ball, that's where the mistakes come in. And that's what we saw all match.
Yep, so the 21-seeded player, Linda Noskova, out Karolina Muchova into the second week in the round of 16 at the U.S. Open. We're going to take a timeout. When we return, we'll update you on the Kasatkina match, and the same with Sinner Shapovalov. All that is next on this comprehensive Day 7 on Labor Day. This is U.S. Open Radio on Labor Day weekend, presented by American Express. Well, developing story inside Arthur Ashe Stadium with Patricia He, Prim Saripapat, our entire crew. I'm Dave Leno, U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. And the story is this. Denis Shapovalov is up on world number 1 Jannik Sinner 4-1 as we're about to begin the 6th game of this opening set, Patricia. How about this?
When Denis is hot, he's unstoppable, and it looks like everything he touches is turning to gold.
Well, Sinner with a forehand here into the one-handed backhand by Shapovalov, who hits the forehand to the left of Sinner, outside flat backhand, and the forehand missed by the lefty Shapovalov. A point to Sinner serving at 15 love. Jannik with 3 unforced in this one. Shapo winning the last 3 games, came up with the break to go up 3-1, consolidated for this 1-4 lead. He's returning to Jannik Sinner. Tilts back, clocks forward, booms into the ball. Goes into the forehand of Shapo. Remember, he's a lefty with a one-handed backhand. He misses the backhand here. And Sinner now up 30 love.
And a very streaky player, Denis, is when he is behind the ball and he just let his racket rip. He can do all sorts of magic on the court. He's all about power, all about taking the ball early and dictating points.
Sinner playing Shapovalov, that we mentioned, the big storyline with him and his resurrection on tour, dealing with the back and the elbow and knee issues. He misses the baseline exchange as Sinner looking for the love hold and seeing very comfortable on his service right now to Shapovalov. With Sinner again down 1-4 if you're just tuning in. We have blitzed through this opening set with Sinner having some trouble against Shapovalov. Was won the last 3 games. It's 40 love for world number 1 Sinner. And Australian Open and Wimbledon champ. Backhand slice good by Shapovalov. And the backhand cross-court short angle executed by Sinner with the love hold. And it's Shapovalov up the break 4-2 first set.
And I have to assume that in Denis's game strategy is now that he's broken serve, he is now just going to focus on his own service game, really, because, you know, you're looking at a 6-3 if all goes well, but we never know. Sinner has one of the best returns in the game, as we know.
Absolutely. Shapovalov was a 2020 U.S. Open quarterfinalist. He now has climbed back into the top 30 on tour coming into the U.S. Open, 29. He is up the break 4-2, but he bangs the forehand in that exchange into the side of the net, closer to the chair umpire on Ashe. The point to Sinner at love 15. If you're Shapo, this is go time here. You're up the break 4-2 first set against the world number 1. Tough moment for him right now.
Tough moment for him, and he's always on the go anyways. There's no holding back on him, but then the last 5 points was all errors from him.
Yeah, that's what I said, tough moment, because I'm just sensing the change in momentum, even though folks may be saying, hey, Dave, look, Sinner's the one that's down the break. But, Patricia, you and I are saying that Jannik's coming back right now. It's a second serve at love 15 where a point slider out wide, handled beautifully by Sinner. Inside out forehand, shank backhand by Sinner, even though Shapo apologizes, he'll take it. It's that cradled off the net. It's 15 all in the game.
And Sinner is not one to be intimidated by power. But what Denis does at his best is what he's able to take the ball early as well as generate power behind it. And that's what makes it so difficult to counter.
15 all point. Great stuff, Patricia. First serve whistle a little bit long. T-serve attempted by Shapovalov. As Patricia alluded to, 4 career titles, 2 this year, Los Cabos and Dallas. Into the backhand here of Sinner. Forehand drop up by Shapo. Here comes Sinner coming in. Shapo trying to lob. He's got it. Flicks the one-handed backhand off that Jannik's racket over Sinner coming to the net. The point to Shapovalov. Got enough height there at 30-15.
Did a great job after the serve, saw that Sinner was way behind the baseline, threw in a drop shot that I thought, oh, he's not going to get away with it, but then came up with a lob winner.
Good stuff. And the first title that he won, Cabos and Dallas since Belgrade last year. His first title was in Stockholm back in 2019. It's been around a long time here for Shapovalov. With an inside-in forehand, Sinner fights it off middle of the court, skids off the line there for Shapo. Sinner there on the backhand. That jets into the side of the net. Sinner was on the run there and hopped up hitting that backhand. And it's game points for Shapovalov at 40-15.
We're just not accustomed to seeing Sinners making mistimed ground strokes that early.
Yeah, he hopped up there, Patricia. That right foot was in front of the left. That back left foot in the air. Moves into the backhand of Sinner off the line. The flick by Shapo, no. Bottom of the net. Good deep ball in the return from Sinner. Deep deuce side of the court. Still a game point for Shapo, up 4-2, and it's 40-30, seventh game, first set for Shapovalov.
And it's so funny you see some doubles, singles players with like Sinner with his double backhand where he actually jump on one leg to hit it. And you see Denis does that as well in his backhand, sometimes like air Denis, where he gets up there, he's a lefty, and he like hang in the air so long on his left leg to be able to hit a one-handed backhand. Very difficult to do. It's a signature shot.
Yeah. Comes a second serve for Shapo. It's a slider out wide, handled by Sinner. Flutters off the tape, falls to the side of Shapovalov. Sinner will take it. It's a deuce game. Shapovalov still up this break, 4-2, but here we go, a deuce game. Right now between Shapovalov and Jannik Sinner, Australian Open and Wimbledon champ. Had that 3 championship points. It's widely documented. That was wasted to Carlos Alcaraz at Roland Garros. Last year's U.S. Open champ over Fritz, winning 3, 4, and 5 in straight sets. The first Italian man to win the U.S. Open a year ago. Trying to defend for the first time since Roger Federer won 3 consecutive. Scissors kick overhead, good by Shapovalov on a deuce point, and it's too cumbersome there for Sinner. Game point for Shapovalov, up 4-2.
I'm just watching Sinner. He's standing like a good 10 feet behind the baseline, which he's standing a lot further than he used to. So I'm just wondering if he's still trying to get used to the speed on this quick court, because we've been talking about, we've been talking about the speed of the court, which of course favors the hard-hitting players like Denis.
Shapovalov rocks back, slider out wide. Sinner on the stretch, off the pole and onto his side. Good slider out wide by Shapovalov. So he does hold, and it's 5-2 Shapovalov over world number 1 defending champ Jannik Sinner.
Denis got to have to feel good with his this game that he can capitalize on, because it would be very interesting. He needs to stay ahead of Sinner.
Want to get an update on the matchup in Armstrong? Kasakina dueling with Osaka. Here's Print.
Hey guys, what an unbelievable performance. Naomi Osaka just drilled a down-the-line return on double set point, and she has jumped out to a 6-love lead here in this opening set in just 23 minutes. Guys, I don't know if she's got a date or an appointment, but she's running through this match very, very quickly. Solid performance by her so far, but yeah, a lot of the fans are packing in here into Louis Armstrong Stadium, ready to watch the 4-time Grand Slam champion and 2-time U.S. Open champion Naomi Osaka as she takes on Daria Kasatkina. So Patricia, we'll see if the Patricia pick,
she's gonna mess up.
comes through. No. Listen, Patricia, not everybody can remain perfect for the rest of the time. This might be like, what is it, your one and only pick in the last 10 years that you might potentially get wrong. But listen, there's plenty of tennis to be played.
Absolutely, I'm hoping for that, and she's going to mess up with my streaks.
This is vintage Naomi Osaka that we're seeing. A player that won here, 4-time Grand Slam champ, won here in 18 and 2020. Wow. Gets the bagel to start off that match against Kasakina for Osaka. Playing really well. She hit through Haley Baptiste the other day. Let's pick up the edge of this first set on Ash. Sinner with the backhand in the midst of a 2-5 opening set. Slice backhand by Shapovalov. One-handed backhand using the other. Sinner on the run. Has it off the deuce side with the backhand missing. How much Shapovalov looks very comfortable from the baseline, handling the power and pace of Jannik Sinner. Seemingly can out-hit and through anybody, and the point to Shapovalov.
Denis slice down the line is really effective right now. He slices down the line off that forehand from Sinner, and then when he gets another backhand, he opens up with that cross court. This is what I'm seeing. Slice down the line, cross court hit over, and then take over from the forehand side.
Shapovalov picked that break up in the middle of this first set if you're just tuning in. Dave Leno, Patricia He, Prim Saripapat with you. We're 10 minutes from the top of the hour. Brian Clark, Luis Fleming will take you through the rest of this match. And, of course, with Prim for the Kasatkina Osaka match to come as well. Plenty of action on this day 7. A double by Jannik Sinner. Wow, it is now love 30. And that means Denis Shapovalov is 2 points away from surprising everybody and capturing set number 1.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. This is just a very clean set so far for Denis. And it's been a while since the set is not over yet. So, but so far, though, he has every response to everything that Sinner is throwing at him.
He tilts back, trophy pose, booms into the ball. First serve misses, opted for a T-serve. Sinner. He's the one serving. Shapovalov spinning his blue Jannik's racket, blowing on his left finger, has tape on his left index finger to be exact, steps in, takes it on the rise, has it left shoulder high. Sinner goes right down the middle. Shapo fights it back defensively. His back heel was pointed towards the back digital backdrop. What I mean, he was off balance, misses as a result off of the baseline exchange. The point to Sinner. 15-30, but again, Sinner down 2-5, opening set.
I have noticed that Sinner is hitting a lot harder from his serve and from his ground strokes. And I'm just wondering at times if he needs to go that hard. And perhaps that's the level that he wants to be untouched from.
He whisks back, trophy pose here, booms into the ball with the tension of his strings, and it's a forehand miss by Shapovalov ad side. Another point for Sinner. I agree with you. This guy hits very, very hard, but I feel like he's going for even more. To illustrate that, how Shapo's hanging in these points, on shots that are rallies that are 9 shots or more, there's been a couple of them. Shapovalov's won all of those lengthy rallies so far. That's been a difference in the first set. And a 30-all point, big one here. Shapovalov blocks it back, but first goes a little bit long. Welcome our listening audience on U.S. Open Radio, U.S. Open app, usopen.org, Sirius XM, channel 392 in your cars. 892 on the Sirius XM app, TuneIn Radio as well, usopen.org, and YouTube. You can see us behind the scenes and our fantastic crew. First ball to last on this Saturday as we march into Labor Day weekend here at the U.S. Open. 30-all point. Sinner down 2-5. Shapovalov flicks it back with the forehand on the rise. Sinner with a lob. Shapo nearly falls and he misses the overhead because he lost his footwork there. Oh, no. In the middle of the service boxes. It wasn't a great lob by Sinner and one that Shapovalov would want back. It's 40-30.
He did stumble. He did. Yeah, he constructed the
fall.
point beautifully.
He didn't
and then
fall,
there was
but his
this
feet seemed to come
lob.
together.
That's right, and he just stumbled backwards.
I didn't know if he was indecisive with maybe a scissors kick overhead or just a traditional overhead, like extending from a lefty, from the left shoulder rolling over the right instead of flicking the feet up like a dolphin kick. In the end, Sinner gets the point. Look, he'll take it. It's 40-30.
And it could be the height of the lob, Dave. Sometimes you come in.
Shapo telling some fans behind Sinner, I think, Patricia, to just sit down beyond the baseline. That's why we have a little lull right now.
Yeah, sometimes the lob is, you go in, you set up to hit the lob, but then when it's too low, then you have to quickly adjust.
Blocks the ball into the body, handled by Shapovalov. A game point for Sinner. Backhand skids the line. Sinner gets it. Shapovalov backs up. He's on the deuce side of the court. Taking the moon ball there is Sinner. Forehand inside out. Shapovalov on the split. He gets there in a hurry. He flashes to his left. Sinner skids it off the line. Shapovalov one-handed backhand. Deuce side of the court. Sinner using the depth into the backhand slice. Ad side here for Shapo. Sinner tries to go behind Shapovalov and does with a cross-court banger off the forehand, which had too much steam on it. Sinner hangs in. Shapovalov now serving for the opening set. 5-3. That was just a hold for the world number 1 Sinner.
Every shot in that rally was just steamrolling each other. It was the battle of power, but it was Sinner that prevailed in that last hit. So now Denis is going to have to regroup and get his service game in tip-top shape, because I believe that if Denis does not keep his serve here, it's going to be a swinging to the other way.
This is a huge moment here for Shapo. I know it's only early, folks, but playing world number 1, a guy that's coming with a ton of momentum that we've seen in the first 2 rounds. You know, coming from the retirement in Cincinnati when he was down love 5 to Carlos Alcaraz off the top of the tape. Oh no, out of play into the doubles alley. Deuce side, a double for Shapovalov. So You also are a mental performance coach. You played on the tour, Canadian Olympian Patricia. What's going through the mind, you think, here of Denis Shapovalov having a chance to take this set over Sinner, but just doubled?
I think that in his mind in that last game, he was 30 love up. Don't forget, on Sinner's serve. I think he just was a little upset that he didn't convert that. And that stumble we saw at 30 had a little bit to do with that. That perhaps you're thinking of you getting ahead of yourself and thinking about the outcome. Don't miss, versus just to play. Play to win, not play not to lose.
Yeah, I agree. Getting too far ahead. Well said, Patricia. In the midst of a love 15 points. Sinner got the first one. One-handed backhand. Good by Shapovalov. Up the line. It just misses. Feathers into the doubles alley. Ad side. Back-to-back points for Sinner. Trying to break and get it back on serve at the peak of the first set. It's love 30 with Shapovalov serving up 5-3.
And that's he had a poor start of this game with a double fault, and in that during those rallies he was on his back foot a lot. And Denis typically on his forehand he does hit from his back foot, but not from the backhand. Usually he steps in on the backhand, but on that one he was on his back foot.
32 minutes have flown by. Dave Leno, Patricia here, our entire crew on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express, approaching the top of the hour, 5 minutes before 2 p.m. in the East. Brian Clark, Louise Fleming will take you through the rest of the way of this one in a matter of moments. Backhand slice missing by Sinner. Good T-serve slider by the lefty Shapovalov to get on the board in the game, Patricia, at 15:30.
Nice racket speed on the ball. When it hit ground, you could see Sinner's reaching on his backhand past the middle line on the baseline. Very good serve, racket swing.
15:30 here. Sinner has it on this point. It's a critical one, Patricia. Here at 5-3. Shapo gets it outside Sinner up the line. Shapo, the long run, flashes to his right. He has it off the one-handed backhand. Sinner, backhand up the line. Shapo, backhand slice Sinner, twists the hips, goes inside out of the forehand. Shapo gets there, plunges on the outside of the court, goes with the forehand into the backhand of Sinner, right down Broadway. Shapo fights it off ankle high on the right. Sinner, flat backhand, good. Shapo is there to his left as well. Twist the hips, forehand. Sinner on the run. He's got it to the outside, and we're still going. Sinner backhand, low part of the net. Here comes the righty. Forehand drop shot by Shapo. Sinner tracking it down with the drop shot. Shapo with the split. He's getting there. Sinner trying to lob over Shapo. He does. Jannik Sinner gets the lengthy point, and the crowd erupts on ash.
Oh my goodness, what a fantastic $1 million point that was. Scrambling on both sides of the net, left and right and center and forward. And it is the lob that wins once again.
15-14.
Shapo gave a great try. He flicked the racket head above his white hat going to the ad side, but that was a beautiful lob, and credit to both players on that lengthy rally. Beautiful balls.
It could, either way.
Yeah.
Either side could have won that point.
That was a 30-shot rally, Patricia, the longest of the match.
That's a wind sprint of 30 times.
And how about this? Great chances for Sinner to get it back on serve. A foot fault is called, by the way. Again, the live electronic line scoring is calling that foot fault, not the chair. So 34 minutes in, the situation is this. Shapovalov up 5-3. However, Sinner, a couple break chances to get it back on serve. Sinner returning very deep past the backhand. Booms it right down the middle. Shapovalov there, flutters off the net, and it goes out of play into the doubles alley. The break for Jannik Sinner. Defending champ hanging in the latter stages of set number one. Back on serve at 4-5.
A poor start from Denis for sure, but then it was Sinner who locked in and played the best points.
All right, while there's a changeover here at 4-5, Sinner's about to serve after the changeover. I want to get an update over on Armstrong. Kasatkina dueling with Osaka. Let's check in with Prem.
Yeah, hey guys, over here at Louis Armstrong Stadium, Kasatkina was able to finally get on the board for the first time all match. But this has really been all about Naomi Osaka, the two-time U.S. Open champion. She's playing with a lot of confidence. You know, as all of the three of us have discussed, and we've gotten the chance to interview her after her matches, nerves have kind of been a thing for her. I've asked her about after those first two rounds, and she admitted she was nervous, but as she pounds that forehand winner cross-court, as Patricia kind of mentioned, you mentioned earlier that sometimes in these tournaments, it's all about kind of working your way through the tournament and gaining some of that confidence. And that's exactly what it looks like for Osaka. She's just building that momentum. And listen, for players, as the both of you know, it's all about staying in the present moment, not thinking about the future. But for us commentators, we get to look into the future. And up next for her, who's waiting? Coco Gauff. Can we say that will be a marquee matchup if this does, in fact, go the way we're thinking it's going, with a Naomi Osaka and Coco Gauff matchup, guys?
I am sorry. I'm in denial. I am not conceding in this match, because I've seen a lot, many times, what happened to somebody that wins a 6-love set. I have seen that turns around. So I'm not conceding in my player yet. So I'm not going to predict the future.
Hey, let's see what happens. 1-all second set, Kasatkina against Osaka. Osaka did win 6-love in set number 1. Got that bagel. We'll continue with Prim updates a little bit later. Thank you so much, Prim. Dave Leno, Patricia He. At the top of the hour, U.S. Open Radio presented by American Express. However you're listening to us on the U.S. Open app, U.S. Open website, that's usopen.org, on Sirius XM, channel 392 in your cars. Also on TuneIn worldwide, watching us on usopen.org and YouTube behind the scenes. We welcome you here to the United States in day 7 of the U.S. Open. Here's the story. Shapovalov was up early with the break in this first set. Sinner just broke in the 9th game of this first set. We're now in the 10th game. Back to the Sinner service, 15-all, picking up 4-5 here.
And when Denis was serving for the set, he started the game with the double fault and a careless second point. That really put him on the defense, too much of a defense. He is an offense player. However, in the midst of that game, best points we've seen in the match so far. Has the momentum shifted? I think a little bit. When you can't close out the set, that tells a lot.
Remember, we were documenting that right around 4-2. At that point, we sensed a little shift in momentum, right, for Jannik, even though he was down the break. Got off to a slow start in this one. He was down 4-1 if you didn't hear the early going of the first set on U.S. Open Radio. Flat backhand, good for Sinner. Fought off with a one-handed forehand side of Denis Shapovalov. Has the patented one-handed backhand here. Flutters that in, forehand up the line, good from Jannik Sinner. Now you get the sense of the baseline exchanges. When he starts to come into the court, it's vintage Sinner at 30-15.
You definitely cannot give Sinner 4 looks where the ball lands on the service line. He is not going to let you get away with that.
Came in early, big whip on the Western grip there. 38 minutes in, 30-15 for Sinner. You're listening to a 4-5 on serve opening set here on Ash. Capacity crowd on hand of the world's largest tennis stadium. From the ad side, he tilts into the ball. Forehand stretch miss from the lefty Shapovalov. It's 40-15 for Sinner.
Great use of his height and full extension Sinner with his first serve. You can see it very clearly.
At 40-15, first serve rockets into the forehand of Shapovalov, and it flutters side of the net. Easy hold for Jannik Sinner, and it's now 5-all at the edge of set number 1 on Ash.
He's locking in. He is seeing the ball better. He's striking the ball cleaner. And this is not good news for Denis.
I would agree. Just some updates as we're going to change the servers here back to Shapovalov. Coco Gauff won 3-1 over Freck that Patricia and I called to start our day on this very court. Musetti won due to Caboli retiring in the 3rd set when Musetti was up 2-0. Muhova 1-3 that we called on U.S. Open Radio live over Noskova, and 3 doubles matches in the books as well. Congratulations to all the players, especially in singles, getting to the round of 16. There's first and second round doubles action around the outer courts as well. Shapovalov gets the first point here at 5-all and 15-love on his service over Sinner.
He not only have a signature one-handed hop air Denis backhand, but his inside-out forehand is just so deadly when he lines it up. The angle that he's able to generate.
Blocked back here by Sinner here, Patricia. I agree with all those angles and the hopping from Denis Shapovalov with the forehand to the left of Sinner. Has it outside, short part of the net. Here comes the drop shot by Shapovalov. Sinner at the net. Lob attempt, Shapovalov outside, turning it at 360. Sinner using the angle. Shapo's there with the reflex volley. Sinner trying to go up the line. Shapo falls to his right, can't get it off the reflex volley, and Sinner survives again defensively. Off of the lengthy exchanges, Sinner's moving beautifully onto the court. It's 15 all.
And a little bit of cat and mouse. Dennis started with that drop shot where Sinner had to track forward. And for a while there, I thought it was going to be another lob winner from Dennis. Sinner did a great job dipping the ball and to make Dennis bend and came up with a very weak volley.
I like the variety in the drop shots. We've seen it several times from Shapovalov, but Sinner is not being fooled by any of them.
He's too fast.
Yeah,
He's way too fast.
I agree. Those wheels are churning out there, Patricia. 5 all, first set. It's a third round men's singles match on your airwaves right now. Sinner against Shapovalov, who was up, by the way, 4-1 early in this set. Has the forehand inside in. He opts to come in with the backhand slice volley. Too easy off the backhand pass by Sinner. The volley wasn't good. It split both service boxes and an easy pass consequently for Sinner at 15-30.
Dennis trying to put pressure on Sinner by coming behind his powerful ground stroke. Just did not do anything with that high volley. Too easy a pass for Sinner.
Volleys have looked good from Shapovalov. I mentioned the drop shots have been questionable because, got to give credit to Jannik Sinner. We mentioned the great footwork from him. 15-30, Sinner, a couple steps beyond the baseline, outside. Big split step, but first serve blasts a little bit long into no man's land. Second serve here for Shapovalov in his Nike kit. He rocks back, tilts forward, goes into the ball, and a good slider out wide for the lefty's serve and missing. The stretch backhand Sinner, the point to Shapovalov, the server. 30 all, 5 all, opening set.
And serving to the Sinner backhand, second serve return is really dangerous. But this placement of Dennis' serve with that lefty, you got to put some speed. You cannot kick it out wide because Sinner likes it up. But when it comes fast to his left hip, it's a little harder to fire from.
Shapovalov has only dropped 5 points off his first serve. He gets another one here right on cue, but misses the next ball after one came back from Jannik Sinner with an inside-out forehand, Patricia, off balance, and the point to Sinner. And now Jannik has another chance to break at 5 all.
Trying to put too much pressure when he does not have the space to work with. He's off balance, like you noted, Dave, but that's typically how Dennis plays anyways. But what was the difference? That he didn't hit through the shot, and he needs to do that.
First serve rattles into the side of the net. Second serve here for Shapovalov to Jannik Sinner. Sinner trying to break here. Sinner floats it in the bottom of the net. Second serve spun in, Patricia, there from Shapovalov at 111. A T serve that Sinner just missed. It's deuce.
Wow, he did take away the kick serve, Dennis, and went for a hard slice, and that risk paid off. And just like the other break point that he faced was the flatter second serve.
Yeah. Well done by Shapovalov there at 5 all. A deuce game, 11th game, opening set on Ash. First one flutters, middle of the net. Ball crew in the Ralph Lauren gear will collect. Serve came in at 117. Shapo rocks back, brings both white Nike sneakers together, kicks it in, running around the backhand. Forehand return, good from Sinner. Shapovalov twists the hips, big unit turn, inside forehand to the backhand, missing from Sinner. That side of the court, doubles alley, floated wide. The point to Shapovalov, a break point down. Now he has a game point.
Now he has a game point, and this is where we thought, just as when we thought like Sinner is locked in, Dennis comes up with a little extra, that's what's so fun to watch, and you just never know what comes out of his racket.
Credit Shapovalov handling these nerves. There have been some nervy moments, especially when he was up the break serving. Sinner bats it back off the backhand. Shapo goes up the line. It is a game point here for Shapovalov. Sinner forehand up the low part of the net. Shapo gets it back off the forehand slice. Sinner comes up with a backhand drop shot volley. Shapovalov gets it overhead. Good for Jannik Sinner. Gets into a deuce game. Hops into the third row of seats, and the fan will love that souvenir. Again, deuce game.
You can just see Sinner on the train going from the baseline left and right, and he was just like the way he moves beautifully transitioning to the net. I think they call not up on Denis on that point.
Yep. Chapo tried to get it off of the overhead from Jannik Sinner, but I think it took a couple of hops before. Roar, the crowd didn't see that. Patricia, you and I spot on there, and it's a deuce game. 5-all opening set. Shapovalov against Sinner here on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. Shapo nearly falls again on an overhead. Sinner has it on the outside of the court. Shapo gets it on the second overhead. And I don't know if he's falling off the lines of the two service boxes. Anyhow, he gets the overhead on the second attempt, and a game point for the Canadian.
Denis continues to put pressure on Sinner coming forward, recognizing that was a very good serve. Almost hit Sinner on that first overhead. No mistake on the second one.
And a game point here for Shapovalov. 5-all, first set, third round men's singles match. He tilts back, he jousts forward with a slider. Ace out wide by Shapovalov. Nicely done there from Denis, up 6-5 over Jannik Sinner on Ash. But we are on serve. Sinner to serve when we return on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express.
And we welcome you back to U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. I'm Prim Saripapat. It's a beautiful day 7 here at the 2025 U.S. Open, and we are live here at Louis Armstrong Stadium, where Naomi Osaka, the two-time U.S. Open champ, is taking on the 15th seed Daria Kasatkina. Osaka came out firing on all cylinders, bageled Kasatkina in the opening set in 23 minutes. It's almost as if Kasatkina hadn't turned on her engine yet, but she has in this second set, perhaps even hitting the second and third gears here, as she's jumped out to a 4-1 lead here in the second set. Dave Leno, Patricia He in the studio. Guys, it's almost as if Kasatkina, what she's doing really well is just engaging in the rallies a bit more. Looks like she's warmed up, but also employing some really good patterns out there, pulling Osaka out wide with a serve, followed by a winner in the other direction. And so we will see where this goes. But Patricia, good job staying true to those He's hits and not retracting back on your decision there.
And you know, Kasatkina was thinking, nobody beats me or nobody bagels me. So she turns up the volume on the court.
Love that. And Patricia, you were the one, for those that don't know, in our preview show, she called Kasatkina to pull that out. Right now she's storming back in the second. Thank you so much, Prim, for that beautiful update. We are inside Ash. Dave Leto, Patricia He. We are 13 minutes past the top of the hour and calling the edge. But this first set, a really good one if you didn't hear it right now. We're at 5-6. Sinner serving to Shapovalov. Sinner trying to take this to the distance at a first set tiebreak. If it's Shapovalov on your airwaves to break, that will culminate set number 1 to the Canadian, who was up 4-1, by the way, in this set. Jannik Sinner with 10 unforced errors to his 8 winners in set number 1. 15 all point. Booms a serve out wide, unable to handle that is Chapo on the stretch. It's 30-15.
Well, Denis was up 4-1, 5-2 serving for the set at 5-4 and did not convert that set. You know, and then we saw the momentum shifted a little bit where we thought Sinner was having the grass and locked in the mat in the set anyways, and then Denis fired back out. He's finding his grounds. His backhand is working for him, and that I believe what's making the difference though is it's a tenacity of the shots that Denis is putting on Sinner, but it's the backhand that is setting the stage.
Yeah, backhand here gets Shapo out wide with a slice forehand inside out by Jannik Sinner. Burns Shapovalov, but then it's a forehand miss by Jannik on the run, and Shapo does well to get Sinner going from the outside of the court all the way trickling to the deuce side. It's an error for the world number one, and it's 30-all.
And not a lot of people can make Sinner miss shots like that when they're off the court. But Denis, with his lefty, is giving Sinner a bit of a problem.
A lot of sliding serves from sliders out wide from Shapovalov. 30-all. Sinner is serving, if you're not aware, 5-6. Edge of the first set again. 5-6 here. 12th game, first set. Big 30-all point right now. This bangs into the side of the net from Sinner serving on Ash. Second serve for Jannik Sinner. Tilts back, powers forward, rams into the ball, flat backhand, good by Shapo. Sinner forehand into the Shapovalov forehand, and he's got it! With his back towards the digital backdrop, his right foot in the air, gets the winner. He's got a set point.
And it's the backhand that set it up for the entire point. Where Sinner, I think he thought he had a winner on the second serve, but Denis did a great job with the backhand return and got a middle shot that off leg, back leg, that forehand inside out time and time again that we see from his racket.
Set point for Denis Shapovalov returning. 5-6, 30, 40. Sinner powers it into the side of the net. Shapovalov returning on a set point. We'll see a second serve from Sinner. Sinner's only won 46% of his second serve points. It does kick into the net, a double fault, and Shapovalov takes the opening set 7-5 over world number one and defending champ Jannik Sinner. How about this development on Ash?
It's a big sigh of relief from Denis having been ahead the entire set. He really should have closed it at 5-4, but Sinner hung around for a little longer. But Denis, to his credit, stayed in there, kept putting the pressure.
Wow. Denis Shapovalov, credit the Canadian, has battled so much adversity in his career, and he takes that opening set over world number one Jannik Sinner. And as you rightly said, had moments to close it out, but does in the end, thanks to that double from Jannik. I want to bring in Prim Siripipat, who's inside Armstrong. Prim, just your overall thoughts. How about Shapovalov over Sinner in set number one?
Wow. Didn't have that one on my list of potential things to happen today on day 7, but you know what? This is where dreams come true and anything is possible, right? And we've talked about just momentums and all sorts of factors coming into play here. Speaking of momentum, the momentum has shifted and swayed a little bit back towards Naomi Osaka. She was down 4-1 here in the second set after bageling Daria Kasatkina in the opening set. She's cut that lead, rattled off a couple of games, so right now she's down a break here in the second set. Which way will the pendulum swing now? Remains to be seen. That's what makes tennis so exciting, guys.
Absolutely, Prim, but I stick with my horse. I stick with Kasatkina. She will prevail. Trust and faith.
Trust the process, right?
Believe.
Believe.
The process.
Listen, we say that a lot in Philadelphia, and it's not boding well for us. That's a little NBA tidbit with our 76ers. Hey, Prim, great stuff with you on our first shift today, kicking off U.S. Open Radio as we're ramming in the Labor Day weekend. Keep killing it out there, Prim.
I'm waiting for you, by the way,
guys.
at the American Express.
Yes, we got to stop there as well. So for one final time, for Patricia He, Prim Siripipat, and our entire crew, I'm Dave Leno, but please do not go anywhere. The second set of Shapovalov and Sinner coming up next with Ryan Clark and Luis Blender. More to come on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express.
You're listening to coverage of the 2025 U.S. Open on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. here's a recap of yesterday's action.
From the beautiful USTA Billie Jean King National Tennis Center, welcome to Day 6 of the 2025 U.S. Open.
Second serve from Novak Djokovic, kicker to the forehand to Cam Norrie, return down the middle. Norrie now with a backhand again, and it's long. It's long, and for the first time since 1991, a 38-year-old man is into the 4th round of the U.S. Open. Back then, it was James Scott Connors. Today, it is Novak Djokovic.
How is your body feeling through 3 tough matches here in New York?
Yeah, it's all right. You don't want to reveal too much to the rivals listening. One of the most famous rappers is in the house tonight, and when they played his song, I was tempted. I was tempted to stand up and start dancing.
Jerry goes to the right of Alcaraz, chips it back to Jerry on the run, misses, fluttering long. Alcaraz wins 8 games in a row to move to the round of 16 at the U.S. Open. Flops out wide, another ace ripped by Shelton. His 4th at 140. Fastest serve of the tournament from Ben Shelton.
Forehand Mannarino, it's set point for Shelton. It's looped up, forehand Mannarino with Thompson. Ben gets it back with a lob. Mannarino waits for it. It was good, and the backhand misses into the net. Somehow, Shelton steals the set.
Shelton dove for that ball, guys. That is unbelievable. He is on the back fence, 13 feet behind the baseline. He dove for that slice forehand.
His dad was talking about this yesterday. He said, basically, this is my son. This is who he is. He is a showman, but it's genuine. It's not like he can help it. And he said, anyone who doesn't like it, who thinks he's too exuberant, forget about it.
Here's back. First serve. Down the middle, Jaffo nets the return. And Jan Leonard Struff has made the 4th round at the U.S. Open for the first time after coming through the qualifying. It's a terrific win for Jan Leonard Struff. 6-4, 6-3, 7-6.
Second serve, good. Andreeva, backhand is going to be missed wide, and Taylor Townsend, for the first time in 6 years, into the 4th round of the 2025 U.S. Open.
I also want to say thank you to everyone who supported me over these last 48 hours. It's bigger than me. It's about the message. It's about the representation. It's about being bold and being able to show up as yourself, and I did that tonight. You guys saw the real Taylor Townsend tonight.
Okay, the crowd is reacting, folks. There has been a proposal inside Louis Armstrong Stadium. We've got a proposal.
Did she say yes? That's what I want to know. Did she say yes? All right.
She did.
She said yes.
Damn, this feels good. All I'm going to say is welcome to the show.
And we welcome you back to a very busy day here at the 2025 U.S. Open Tennis Championships. I'm Prim Saripapat, and I'm live over here at Louis Armstrong Stadium. A packed house it is over here as everybody watches on to see what transpires in the second set. We're tied up 4-all between Naomi Osaka, the 2-time U.S. Open champion, versus the 15th seed, Daria Kasatkina. Osaka, who just hit a double fault there. And so we're back to 30-all here as it is 4-all. She was down 4-1 in the second set after bageling Kasatkina in the opening set, but she's mustered a comeback, and so we'll see how this plays out, guys.
Yeah, Prim, that's 2 double faults for Osaka in this game. We bid everybody a good afternoon as Osaka from the near baseline serves out wide into the Kasatkina forehand. Osaka nets the short backhand, and she's down a break point. It's 30-40. We welcome you, and for the first time in this fortnight, we welcome Louise Plemming. Hi, Louise.
Hi, how are you, Brian? This is awesome. Love being here at US Radio. It's so much fun. You can really feel what's happening around the courts, and so many phenomenal things happening today. It's very exciting. I mean, what a weekend we have here, and love seeing the Australian that we're watching here now, the new Australian, Kasatkina, of course. But yeah, it's been wonderful to have her come along. She's obviously doing it for the right reasons, right?
Absolutely. As Osaka misses the forehand long and Kasatkina pumps the right fist, she heads to the chair. And of course, Kasatkina, she's born in Russia, represented Russia, but because she is open, she is gay and does not feel that being a Russian represents that. Exactly.
Yeah, she just really didn't feel safe and needed to go somewhere where she's going to be accepted. And, you know, of course, we're going to accept anyone. We're very very much about inclusion, and I think that's great that she feels comfortable, wants to be there. And Tennis Australia and the Australians have really welcomed her with open arms.
And certainly with good reason, a good reflection, of course, on the fantastic Australian people. On court today, she had a rough start against Naomi Osaka, who blitzed her way through the first set 6-love. But Kasatkina has really turned things around in this second set, and now she'll be serving for the set at 5-4. It seems like part of that was just about weathering the storm. Osaka is playing her best tennis perhaps since her maternity leave, but she's still not the Osaka of 3 or 4 years ago. So you have to think, if you're Kasatkina, this level is not going to last the entire match.
No, that's right. And I think Daria had a tough one just a couple of days ago against Rumakova, and I think that kind of gave her a little bit of confidence. She did not play well in that match and somehow fought through it. She obviously was feeling a little bit, you know, nervous. Very good friend that she was playing, and to get through a match like that really does take the pressure off, because then you're playing against Naomi Osaka. The expectation is kind of gone. It's very much an equal playing ground now, and if she comes out and she can stick to her game plan, keep Naomi moving, and keep changing the rhythm up. I think if you play fast and hard, Naomi likes that, and that's what the gift is of Dasha, that she really can change that pace up. And that's one thing that a lot of the players on the tour do not do. They like to play hard and fast, very linear tennis. And, you know, Daria just doesn't do that. She likes to slice, like to hit the heavier ball, draw the short ball. So if she just sticks to her game plan here and gets this second set, this is really positive.
That sounds like the traits of another famous Australian player, and Ash Barty. That's what made her so effective, just using that difference compared to everybody else, just playing that kind of one-speed, big-hitting tennis.
Absolutely, and that's what a lot of our coaches are very much traditional kind of players in terms of using that ball to come forward. So you see a lot of the coaches from Russia and countries where the players in the past didn't have that transitional game, and that's a big difference. So when you have that influence, it makes a big difference. And obviously Kasatkina, she's a smart girl. She's figuring things out. I mean, it's great that she just does something just a little bit different to take that rhythm away from her opponent.
She's got 30-15 right there. A beautiful inside-out forehand defensive lob from Osaka's long, and Kasatkina has a chance to win a set off Naomi Osaka for the first time in now 3 meetings. Lost in straight sets in their 2 prior meetings, but now Kasatkina, who ate a first set bagel, is now serving for the second set, 40-15, up 5-4. There's the toss, and there's the serve. It's out wide. Osaka with a deep forehand return, flicked off the baseline from Kasatkina, who wheels to her left for a backhand middle. Forehand middle Osaka. Kasatkina takes off the back foot. Naomi keeping up plenty of depth on these ground strokes. Now goes line with a backhand. Kasatkina was there with a forehand. Some shape under that ball. Angled forehand Osaka. Big hitting from Osaka to fight off that set point.
Yeah, it's interesting just to see what the shot tolerance here is of both players. The problem is Daria's got to be a little bit careful, not to be too passive. You can just see the ball speed from Osaka is not quite where it used to be, and it does give time for Kasatkina to stay in these rallies, but she's got to keep some depth.
And at 40-30, it's another set point. Backhand return from Osaka. Kasatkina waits, and she injected her own depth and missed it just long, and then looked frustrated after that miss. 2 set points saved Osaka.
Yeah, but you could just see quickly that she was trying to amend that. She was trying to keep that depth, because the last shot, the last rally, was way too short, and that's where Naomi is going to be able to dictate from. So it's just finding that balance of depth and speed, height, and shape. Wow.
Ace as she goes T.
Well, throw one of them in as well. There's nothing wrong with that. That'll get the quick point. Don't see a lot of aces from Daria, generally speaking. Doesn't have a big serve. Just likes to mix it up and use that variation.
Just her second ace. They both come in this second set. It's a 3rd set point. She tried that same spot, but that time she missed the center line on the slice by about a yard. 28-year-old back to the line. From the near court, under the open roof, and Armstrong serves deep into the body of Osaka, who nets the backhand, and we are going 3 on Armstrong. What a fight back from Daria Kasatkina. Did not win a game in the opening set against Naomi Osaka, but has now pushed the two-time U.S. Open champion to a third. We're heading to a third on Armstrong on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express.
And we welcome you back to U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. It's a fantastic day here, day 7 at the 2025 U.S. Open Tennis Championships. I'm Prim Siripipat. I've been roaming the grounds right now, and over the past hour or so, I have been staked out over at Louis Armstrong Stadium, where we are headed into the third and final set between Naomi Osaka and Daria Kasatkina. It's been such a good one. Osaka jumped out to a commanding lead. She bageled Kasatkina in the opening set and then was down 4-1 in the second set. She mustered a comeback, but Kasatkina on the second set point was able to close things out on a Osaka backhand return into the net. So right now both players have decided to step off the court in between the second and third sets, most likely perhaps to use the facilities and get a change of clothes. Actually, Kasatkina, my apologies, she actually went over to our players box to speak with her coaches, kind of re-engage as she takes a swig of water over there. Osaka has walked off the court, though, perhaps to kind of reset. She walked off looking very frustrated, a look of exasperation. Brian Clark, Louise Fleming, a good afternoon to both of you here this wonderful afternoon. We've got some good tennis.
That's absolutely right, Prim, and you hear that crowd cheering behind Prim, and that's because of the announcement that just went out in Armstrong. This packed house in Armstrong is going to see more tennis because the doubles match that was scheduled for the grandstand between Eri Hozumi and Ulrika Akeri against Venus Williams and Leylah Fernandez, that's been moved here into Armstrong. That will follow this third set in Armstrong after a short opening match. Lorenzo Musetti got the best over a compromised Flavio Caboli, who had to retire down 2-0 in the third set of that all-Italian encounter on Armstrong. Italian player on ash right now is the man who hoisted the trophy here a year ago. That's Jannik Sinner, who's riding a 23-match winning streak at the Grand Slam level on hard courts. Well, problem is he is down a set to Denis Shapovalov. Shapovalov won that first set 7-5. Sinner is on serve at 1-2. We're waiting for Naomi Osaka to come back to Armstrong. Just a few other scores from around the grounds. Coleman Wong, the qualifier from Hong Kong, first ever man from Hong Kong to win a main draw match at a major, through to the third round of the U.S. Open, one of 3 qualifiers. He's on serve with Andrei Rublev. They're on the grandstand right now. Rublev seated 15th. On the women's side, Marta Kostyuk, Diane Parry, they are in the same position we're in right here on Armstrong. They're heading to a third set. That's Kostyuk who forced the third. After parity took the first 6-3. Another singles match, Jaume Munar finally had his breakthrough at the major level, got to the third round at Wimbledon. Well, he could be doing one better here at the U.S. Open. He is serving to go up 2-0 on Zizou Bergs of Belgium. Somebody like Coleman Wong, though, Louise,
Yeah.
I mean, that story is so cool. A guy from a country that does not have the tennis history, the heritage of other countries in this tournament, and just to make that breakthrough at Grand Slam level and all that comes with it, the attention, the opportunities, the money, it could be career-changing for somebody like that.
No, it's phenomenal. I actually went out and watched that match just 2 days ago against the Australian Adam Walton, and I was absolutely surprised. This young man, he's 6'3", and he has a massive serve, and I tell you what, the Chinese community here in New York really are getting behind this young man. It was a packed court out there and so much support. They're really like chanting Coleman, Coleman. So he's just thriving off all of this new territory that he's been thrown into. It's really a lot of fun to see.
And new is almost an understatement, because so often when you see players come through qualifying, yes, they handle the pressure of qualifying, but you're thinking, okay, they've won tournaments at maybe the challenger level. He's never won a challenger title. He's 0-4 in challenger finals and hasn't been to one in almost 2 years. And here he is playing Andre Rublev in the third round of the U.S. Open.
Yeah, and you never know. Andre could just, you know, have one of those little days where he's just not feeling it and gets upset. And I mean, if Coleman can just stay with him and keep using his serve, keep holding serve, stretch it to a tiebreak, anything could happen, because he is very, very aggressive, and he's got some mental toughness too. He was really hand pumping and getting a lot of energy from the crowd, but and really what I was pretty impressed with as well, he was neutralizing a lot of balls from Walton, and I thought, okay, he's tall, he looks a little bit kind of, you know, muscly in a way, but he moves around the court incredibly well. He gets around and he hits that off forehand. He's got power. So let's see how he handles that over time. He's had a 3-set match, he's had a 4-set match. If this is to extend, that could be a little bit of a problem, but maybe for Rublev as well.
That's a good point. And it's not like with Rublev, you're going to be engaged in the longest rallies. I mean, his points are usually short, so maybe that's a relief right there. Here's Naomi Osaka serving first to begin this third set. She left the court and then stripes a forehand into the left sideline for a winner, and it's 40-love for Osaka.
Yeah, she just wanted Daria just to cool down a little bit. She was playing a great second set, and well, we'll see whether that's just affected the momentum here.
Osaka was red hot out of the gates, took the first 6 games of the match. She bageled Kazatkina in the opening set, and then Dasha just came back to win that second 6-4. A love hold for Osaka to begin the first game of the final set. We talked about Coleman Wong as one of 3 qualifiers into the third round. We'll see another one later. Leandro Reedy of Switzerland, who is the world number 435. His ranking is going to climb by about 200 places just based on this third round trip. He'll play Kamil Majchak, and that's certainly a winnable match. Reedy, somebody who's struggled with injuries, had to have 2 knee surgeries over the last year, but he's here, and he plays Majchak. That's the last match on the grandstand today.
Yeah, sometimes these matches, they just become physical battles, don't they? And it's the one that's got the resilience and toughness. Some days, you know, you walk out here, there's so many influences here in New York City. Even felt that myself. You know, some days you just feel burnout. There's just so much energy here. You go into the city, people everywhere, and you've got a lot to deal with. You come out here, you're playing a match. So much excitement around these players that qualify. So they're already into their 6th match now. That's a lot of juice that they've squeezed out of their body, and it's really cool just to see, because obviously they're just burning off the flames. I mean, there's so much adrenaline pumping through their bodies, getting through to the third round of the US Open. I mean, it's remarkable, isn't it? Some of these stories, and this is where they can happen here in New York.
And that is one of the coolest things. But you always tell people, go to qualifying at a major. Yeah. It's free to get in, so that's a great value. But just the emotion and what it means to these players and those stories. Like you mentioned, you've got somebody like Reedy, a young player who's dealt with injury, but now coming through. Tomorrow night, the third qualifier is Jan-Lennard Struff, a 35-year-old player who's been not at his best over the last few years. Well, he beat Tiafoe yesterday. He plays Novak Djokovic tomorrow night in Ash. So you get all of those stories through qualifying.
I mean, I even tried to get into that match with Tiafoe. I went up to the very top of the grandstand stadium there, It was like a photograph that I looked at the Australian Open back in 1957 when they didn't have TV, they only had radio, and there were thousands of people cramming around the top to get a view in because there was just no extra seats. It was exactly like that. It was amazing. It was like 10 deep at the very top trying to look into the Coliseum. It was amazing.
That is a great analogy with that old photo as Kasatkina misses long. It's 30-all here on this Kasatkina service game, her first of this third set. I wasn't even as brave as you. We have our passes, so there's some areas where we can maybe get into that people can't. So I thought, oh, let me see if I can get in. Nowhere close. I just turned around and thought, oh, I'll watch on the screen. And even the plaza, the plaza with all the fountains and everybody, it was a beautiful night. People are watching on the screens. They're having a drink, having something to eat. It was packed out there just for the
was
atmosphere.
Me. I was meeting some friends. At the end of the day, it was some Aussies had sent me a text. They grabbed some beers. They're sitting out there watching. It was the most stunning evening. I mean, this is when everyone gets to share something fun at the US Open when you come, because if you can't get in that stadium, you go to the Fountain Square, you go somewhere, it's comfortable, and particularly on a beautiful night. I don't know what about this Labor weekend, but the coolness, the breeze, the sunshine. I was just going for a walk this morning, and the blue skies here in New York, and there's blue courts. It's really a stunning time of the year.
Also stunning was that Naomi Osaka backhand drive up the left sideline off a good cross court to stretch out Kasatkina. 1-2 from Osaka to bring up a break point here in the second game of this third set. An hour, 16 minutes on court. That's because that first set took just 23 minutes for Osaka to pitch a shutout. 6-love, forehand middle into a short backhand from Kasatkina. Backhand cross Osaka. On break point, to her left goes Osaka. She injected pace. Kasatkina matches it, though, with a backhand cross for now. Kasatkina down the line with a backhand drive to save the break point.
Yeah, it's cat and mouse, isn't it, at this stage in the match? It's like, who is going to be the one that opens up the court the quickest? Both players have stepped up a little bit closer to the baseline. I think that was the one thing. I had a chat with Nicole Pratt after her last match against Rakimova. I said she's got to be able to move forwards in the court. If you hit that building shot, the ball comes back shorter. You've got to be able to take the time away from your opponents. And she really struggled with hitting a drive volley and a volley just a couple of days ago. So it'll be interesting to see. It's harder to get those opportunities. You see Osaka missing that one, so it's back to advantage to Kasatkina. But when you have that heavier ball and you push your opponent back, you have to be able to come in and hit a drive volley. Not so easy against Osaka. It's easier against other players, but Osaka's come out with a different mindset here. She's going to be the aggressor in this third set.
Advantage Kasatkina from the far baseline. Serve out wide, and it ate up Osaka. That is a gutsy hold from Daria Kasatkina to stay on serve in this third set. She fights off the break point. And we stay on serve. Of course, we're not overlooking what's going on in Arthur Ashe Stadium, where Denis Shapovalov took the first set from Jannik Sinner. And it's Sinner now serving at 2-3 in the second to keep that on serve. We'll be over there in a bit, but right now it's Osaka's second service game of this third set after a very straightforward hold to begin the third set. Two bounces for the two-time U.S. Open champion. There's her toss, and the serve's up deep into the center of the box, and that return was long from Kasatkina. It's 15-love Osaka.
Yeah, that's where those basic shots Daria just has to take care of. I mean, just missing returns at this stage. You can understand if it's off a first serve and there's something special, but off that second serve, she's got to really get the deal in.
Went long down the center and missed it. Osaka hops up and down in her purple dress. Crowd enjoyed the catch off the deflection from the ball crew member. And here's Osaka, 15-love. Waited for the crowd to subside and serves out wide. Now the backhand middle from Kasatkina. Osaka tried to pull this trigger up the line, but pulled it into the net strings. It's 15-all.
That's the backhand that's really letting her down at the moment. She's a little static on that. She's not making those little adjustment steps and getting really active into the shot. Very flat-footed.
And missed that serve out wide. Osaka's got 22 unforced errors in this match. 13 of them have come off the backhand. Forehand from Kasatkina down the left sideline. Now backhand cross Kasatkina. Osaka backhand middle. Kasatkina forehand deep and past Osaka, who looks flat-footed for a moment or two. And it's 15-30. Kasatkina with a chance developing.
Yeah, this is a little bit of a nervy reaction. I think she's just a little unsure of what to do. I think on that point, off that forehand, and Daria likes to go inside in, so she was just stuck, didn't know where she was going. Gosh, it's just quite surprising to see Naomi just fall apart like this at this stage, in particular at different moments in this match. She was just so good in that first set. How someone can just be rattled.
Big serve, Osaka at a big moment. She went out wide, blocked back. Kasatkina did well to get it. Taken out of the air, Osaka with a powerful forehand, blocked back Kasatkina. Osaka backs up to the baseline, takes out of the air with a forehand, and then Kasatkina nets. Osaka able to withstand some heavy striking and generate some power of her own for 30 all.
A little bit more sure of herself there off the forehand, just using her feet better and just keeping a little bit more safety in her shot, not going for that big, hard, flat one straight away that she's been missing. She's got to work the play a little bit more, Naomi.
30 all. Deep serve from Osaka. The return comes back long. Kasatkina. Good serve, Osaka. It's 40-30.
That serve, not that big. The serve's one. A bit of a change up there. 106 was that last serve.
She says sorry as she let that toss get away from her. And now ready at 40-30, trying to keep this third set on serve. Misses that serve well wide. There's the toss. And deep into the backhand, bunted back by Kasatkina. Now a forehand from Osaka. Kasatkina swings through a forehand. Osaka goes right back up the line for the backhand. Again, Osaka able to strike when she has the opening. And Osaka holds for 2-1. We are on serve in the third set on US Open Radio, presented by American Express. Big result on the grandstand for the qualifier, Coleman Wong, in that first set. He took it 6-2 over the 15th seed Andrei Rublev. We'll keep an eye on that. We're keeping an eye on Ash, where Denis Shapovalov up a set on Jannik Sinner. And Shapovalov trying to keep the second set on serve at 3-all. But we are here in Louis Armstrong Stadium, where Daria Kasatkina is trying to keep the final set on serve against the two-time US Open champion Naomi Osaka. Some ways it's a victory for Kasatkina just to be at this point after she lost that first set 6-love in 23 minutes. Won the second 6-4 in 41 minutes. And now at 15-love, plays a soft second serve that Osaka beats back with a forehand, and then Kasatkina netted her own forehand. It's 15-all.
Yeah, she's just got to keep those simple shots without risk. Just keep that ball up a little bit higher. She's just kind of poking that. Maybe the feet is getting a little tight. Maybe she's feeling a little tight as well.
Tossing that serve deep and long. Jaume Munar up 2-0 on Zizou Bergs. That's on Stadium 17. Munar on his way to recording his best ever result at a major. And Kasatkina rainbows a double fault. She missed that by feet, and it's 15-30.
Yeah, that has been a little bit of an Achilles heel throughout the last little while here for Daria. Look at that, 12 double faults. That starts getting in the mind, doesn't it, under pressure.
Right down the center, a middle forehand from Osaka here, trying to give herself a break chance. She had one in the last service game, but Kasatkina was able to save it, and she'll have at least 2 more here as Kasatkina nets the cross-court forehand.
That's a shame. That was the right shot. Just went a little bit too finely to that angle, but she was pushed deep, and she's got to just keep the pressure on here somehow. A couple of good serves, and just too tough if she's to lose the serve here.
Double break point, the serve out wide, has the open right sideline, sends it there. Osaka runs it down with the cross-court backhand cross from Kasatkina, who now gets pulled right into a forehand that's long. And Naomi Osaka noses in front in this third set.
Pretty amazing, though. Naomi went off the court after a little bit of a disappointing couple of games in that second set, and she's just come back out, reset, and being a lot more consistent. She's throwing the balls up a little bit heavier, not going for risk. She was trying to, I think, rush a little bit too much in that second set. She has really become just a little bit more patient here.
And as the break came in Armstrong, it also happened simultaneously in Arthur Ashe Stadium, where Jannik Sinner has broken Denis Shapovalov in the second and will serve at 4-3 as Sinner looks to level the match at a set all. Shapovalov took the opening set 7-5. Here it's Naomi Osaka up 3-1 in this final set against Daria Kasatkina. Forehand cross court into a running forehand from Kasatkina. Osaka mishits it off the baseline, maybe some skid from that paint. It's love 15.
Yeah, different look from Naomi at the moment. She's really using her feet, trying to keep that energy high. She looks a different Naomi from just 10-15 minutes ago.
Love 15. She goes down the center. That's vintage Naomi, an ace twisting away from Kasatkina for 15 all.
Yeah, that has so much spin on it, just drifting away from Kasatkina there. There's just no chance when she hits it that well with that much spin. Just 100 miles per hour, but it's the placement that just catches her opponent.
It's Osaka's 8th ace of the match. And she says sorry. She lets the toss drop. Gorgeous day, as Louise and I have been talking about. The roof is open, but shadows are a factor right now. The shadows cast by the roof structure here in Armstrong as the backhand middle, and Osaka tried to attack that inside out, but netted her backhand. It's 15-30.
Yeah, that's the one that she was struggling with at the back end of that second set. Just the one that's a little bit deep, comes in a bit flutter, just kind of flicks that. She does not look completely comfortable when she doesn't have time on that wing, Naomi.
Serve down the center, an ace for Naomi. She looks very comfortable with that middle serve in the ad court.
Yeah, that's carbon copy, isn't it? She's just produced that. I'll just flick that one down there again. Beautiful action as well. Has really good extension up that. The back leg, the arabesque, nearly hits herself in the back of the head. She can produce a lot of spin, a lot of power. She's not really going for power at the moment. It's much more disciplined and placement.
Osaka looks up at the sky just to check where the sun is before she begins her toss. And now at 30 all, 3-1 here in the final set. She serves deep down the center. She missed it for another double fault. And here's a break chance for Kasatkina.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't she? She's just not completely owning her serve at the moment. It's a little bit unpredictable. Just first serves 47% in this set. That's well below her average.
Toss from Osaka. She goes flat and out wide. We'd seen back-to-back aces down the middle. The result the same for Osaka. Backhand down the right sideline. Deuce, and then she looks across the court towards her team and sort of mimics a serve toss. And
yeah, she asks Thomas, her coach, what am I doing here? And then she kind of jumps up and he nods. So it's just, she's not using her leg drive to get up. So when the legs drive, that's when the acceleration happens.
Blacks a serve down the center, now replies with a backhand cross from Kasatkina, short backhand Osaka, big forehand Kasatkina, pushes Osaka back for a cross-court backhand inside out, Osaka stretched out, running forehand Kasatkina, it's there for Osaka to play a forehand, she's got Kasatkina on the move, Naomi comes in now and caught that line with the backhand, she ripped it from a step inside the baseline, and you heard her roar after that shot, advantage Osaka.
Yeah, her team are up off their feet. I think this is a little bit vintage. Naomi, she can't produce this all the time, but the more often she starts hitting this, she's going to build a lot of confidence out there. Yeah, I like that reaction from her. That's a roar.
It's her 30th winner of the afternoon. That serve right down the center. It's blocked back Kasatkina. Osaka comes in now. She looks for 4-1 in this final set. Kasatkina to her left with a cross-court backhand. Down the line, Osaka with the backhand. Stretched forehand, loop from Kasatkina. Flattened out forehand, winner 31. And Naomi Osaka, 2 games from her first trip to the 4th round at a major in nearly 5 years. Australia 2021. She won that tournament. Ways to go here, but she is looking good in this 3rd set against Daria Kasatkina on US Open Radio, presented by American Express. Blue skies, soft white puffy clouds, and dazzling sunshine here on this Saturday at the USTA Billie Jean King National Tennis Center. Brian Clark back here with Louise Fleming, and we are back in Louis Armstrong Stadium, where Daria Kasatkina is serving just to stay within striking distance of Naomi Osaka in this final set, 92 minutes into this match. Also trying to stay in a set is Denis Shapovalov and Ash, up a set on the world #1 Jannik Sinner. But having been broken in his last service game, it's Shapovalov serving at 3-5 in the second. Keep you posted on that match and a few more that are taking place, including an interesting development on the grandstand where qualifier Coleman Wong from Hong Kong took the first set from Andrei Rublev. Backhand netted Osaka as she tried to go cross-court from the left sideline. 30 love for Kasatkina.
Well, for Kasatkina, she's just got to keep a very high percentage of first serves. She doesn't serve with a lot of pace. Her fastest is 109, 114 for Naomi. But when that second deal goes in, she's only winning 1 of 5 shots, 20%. That's where she's really being hurt.
Ace down the center. She goes flat, takes a page from the Osaka playbook, except that was in the deuce score. We've seen Osaka do that in the ad on back-to-back points. Ace-3 from Kasatkina.
Yeah, that's huge.
Huge because, as we said earlier, it's not a usual foundation of her game.
Not at all.
So if you can get 3, take those 3 free points all day. She goes out wide there. It's blocked with a backhand from Osaka. Well long. That was an impressive service game. An impressive service hold at love from Daria Kasatkina.
So it'll be interesting just to see where Naomi's at under pressure as we go further in this 3rd set. That's going to be the interesting key, because at the end of that 2nd set, she kind of fell apart a bit and just the feet stopped moving. I felt the nerves kind of started bubbling back, and this is not the norm for Naomi. As you just said, she's not been going deep into Grand Slams lately. This is something you can tell she really wants this.
Of course, positive signs over the summer with that Montreal final.
Yeah.
losing to Victoria Mboko, but now 2 games away from a return to the 4th round of the U.S. Open. Hasn't been that far here since she won the event in 2020. 15 love for Osaka. Serve down the center, chipped back by Kasatkina. Now forehand middle from Osaka, who moves to her left and got handcuffed and netted a backhand. 15 all.
Yeah, big difference when Naomi is standing over her backhand and she has time to hit that and get her body weight in. It's when she's rushed and she's not stable on that backhand that she's producing those errors.
Serve down the center, blocked back by Kasatkina. Inside out forehand, Osaka unleashes from the center of the baseline.
Yeah. She could create enough pace there to get through the court and really just left Dasha just standing there. Just a little bit too short and passive on that return from Dasha.
Serve right down the center, chipped back by Kasatkina. Now a forehand from Osaka, cross court on the ad side. Stretch backhand Kasatkina. Here comes Osaka and puts it away with a forehand. She's moving with so much confidence, like the body language between points. It's an aggressive confidence from Osaka.
Yeah, she is really trying to manufacture that. There's no question her team and everyone is like, come on, you've got to keep that energy high. You have to keep moving. Try to hit to the corners. She knows that that backhand side of Kasatkina, if you can get her end range, you're going to get something a little bit shorter back.
Right down the center she goes. Kasatkina blocks it back long, and Osaka 1 game away. It's 5-2 here in this 3rd set. We'll keep it right here because we also want to peek on what's going on at Ash. We'll try to hopscotch between these 2 massive courts because Jannik Sinner is about to get out of the chair and serve for the 2nd set against Denis Shapovalov. Brian Clark here with Louise Fleming. Last year, Louise, Sinner lost just 2 sets en route to the title. One of them was early, his 1st round match against Mackie McDonald. So it's not totally out of the ordinary for him to lose a set, and against an explosive player like Shapovalov, it's certainly a possibility. But now this is where a champion begins to show his class and shine, just to grab that break late in this set, and now he's got a chance to put this set away.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, take nothing away from Denis Shapovalov because he's been a top 10 player. He's got so much talent. He's just had so many injuries and different things he's been battling with. So not out of the norm that he can come out and play a flashy, unbelievable 1st set. He's done that, but you'd think slowly Sinner is just going to wind him down.
And it is Sinner serving for the 2nd set from the near baseline here at Ash. 2nd match of the day session. Backhand middle from Shapovalov. That's that one-hander for the left-hander from Canada. Backhand from Sinner, and Shapovalov winds up going into net.
15 love.
15 love.
That's where Sinner can get that pace quickly into the forehand side of Shapovalov, and if he can get it in fast, hard and fast, Denis has got some big swings on that forehand, and that's where he can just produce a few of these late balls. That's going to produce the error there. Smart play from Sinner.
15 love for Sinner, an hour 38 minutes on court. He lost the 1st set. Shapovalov took it 7-5. Blocked back with the backhand Shapovalov. Now Sinner comes in at net. Backhand volley deep. Shapovalov tries the lob, and it's long.
You know, there's not many players that can transition from deep in behind the baseline and then quickly get in for a volley. Like, he just creates so much pressure out of nothing. The penetration from 2 meters behind to get that ball to hit heavy into these guys' corners, it's unbelievable what Sinner can do.
30 love for Sinner, who's wearing that clay-colored outfit we've seen him in throughout this tournament, in the white baseball cap. The toss and the serve, it's flattened up the center. It's blocked back by Shapovalov. Now forehand Sinner down the line into net. Shapovalov, triple set point for the defending champion.
Yeah, I must say, I like the rust color better than the lime green or the greens sometimes he wears, or the yellows. This looks great on him, this rust. It's really nice. So an opportunity here now to make this back on even terms for Sinner. He'll enjoy this.
Triple set point for Sinner, who goes a little bit too big, flatten out wide. Sinner celebrated his 24th birthday a week or 2 before the tournament began, right when he was in Cincinnati. Showed no ill effects of that virus that kept him out of the Cincinnati final. Off the back foot, Sinner with a forehand on set point. And Shapovalov's backhand into net. That is the 2nd set for Sinner. And we are even 1 set all here in Ash. We'll jump back into Armstrong where Daria Kasatkina is trying to hold serve and make Naomi Osaka serve out this match. 13th double fault just allowed Osaka to get on the board, and now Kasatkina will have to worry about another second serve. Osaka took the first set 6-love. Kasatkina responded 6-4 in the second, but Osaka was able to grab a break in Kasatkina's second service game and has not given up that lead. And now back-to-back double faults bring Osaka 2 points from the finish line.
That's just under pressure. It just keeps peeping up, doesn't it? That double fault, and it's a disappointing situation there for Kasatkina. She can get a couple of first serves in here. Salvage something the back end of this match now. Oh, she really slowed that one down, just trying to get a first serve in.
And she was not close. Missed it into the center of the net. 61-mile-an-hour serve. Second serve here, 30-all. You don't want what's been an entertaining fight back from Kasatkina to end in this kind of fashion, and it doesn't, as a good serve from Kasatkina sets up a baseline exchange, and then Kasatkina finds the opening. That's a perfect example of what we talked about. She doesn't have the power or use the power other players do, but she found that opening, and it was wide open.
Yeah, as soon as you can get Naomi wide end range on that backhand side, you can produce something that you can control, and that ball was just nice and short in the slot there for Dasha to hit down the line.
Serve down the center. Osaka misses the return. Kasatkina holds, but now it is Naomi Osaka, two-time champion here in 2018 and 2020, serving for a spot in the 4th round for the first time since 2020.
Yeah, this is where it's the heat of this match could get very interesting right here for Naomi. How much self-belief does she really have? She's just trying to do her warm-ups, use her feet, get into this. Big moment for her.
And here is Osaka with that purple dress, the sequined front, and the toss, the serve, it's out wide. Kasatkina angled forehand return, but Osaka was there, but missed it down the line. Great return from Kasatkina.
Yeah, I mean, I think she's in the mindset of just going for it. She looks really pumped up as well, Daria.
Marta Kostyuk is also a game away from the 4th round. 5-2 in the 3rd against Diane Parry of France. Osaka nets that first serve. Winner of this match would take on Coco Gauff, who won the first match of the day on Ash. And what a matchup that would be, Gauff and Osaka. But Kasatkina's got other ideas as Osaka hits a forehand right behind her, though. It's 15-all.
Yeah, great peripheral awareness there from Naomi. Just sensing that Dasha goes back into the center of the court. It's very hard with this pace, the way the ball is going through the court so quickly, to prop and get back.
Another first serve coming here for Osaka. Osaka's been straightforward through this tournament. This is the first time she's dropped a set. Beat Harit Minin in straight sets. And then Haley Baptiste 6-3, 6-1. Now she's deep in the 3rd against Daria Kasatkina, but she's 2 points from the finish line as she hits a backhand past the Australian player, and it's 30-15.
Have we had a moment for the kind of flower-looking dress that Naomi is wearing? It's very unusual, and I would think it's a little bit uncomfortable. It's hard to explain.
Well, I think I'll try to explain as Osaka comes in with the forehand. We talked about the purple dress, the sequin front. She goes inside in to bring up double match point. The bottom is almost curled into itself, like the cuff of like a pair of track pants.
Yep.
Like how it sort of comes up like that. If it is uncomfortable, it's not affecting her play because she's got double match point here, 40-15, and a chance to return to the 4th round of the U.S. Open. 40-15, the toss, the serve. It's flattened into Kasatkina's body. Short forehand reply, deep backhand. Osaka stretching out Kasatkina. Here comes Naomi. Takes with a forehand, hits the net cord. That's good enough. And Naomi Osaka exhales as she returns to the last 16 at the U.S. Open for the first time in 5 years. She won this tournament in 2020. We know what she's been through since, but what she is right now is a player into the 4th round of the U.S. Open and soaking it up from this crowd in Louis Armstrong Stadium. got off to a flying start with the opening set bagel in 23 minutes. Dasha Kasatkina came back to win the second, but Osaka too good in the third. And based on her body of work this summer, we know her success on hard courts, Louise. She's a threat in this tournament.
She absolutely is. As we kind of move through each match on the draw, I mean, she's getting better and better as the crowd just say goodbye to Daria Kasatkina. A great couple of matches that she played here. Great effort today. Just Naomi, oh my goodness. I love to see the smile, her reaction, how she felt after that match. There's a true willingness to want to do really well again. And I think you've said it. She's got the numbers back on the hard court. She's playing some very positive tennis, and she's got her bag all packed up and ready to leave. She doesn't realize she's got to do an interview here. But yeah, it's great to see her smiling and enjoying being on the court. I think that's a big part of what her team and everyone is focusing on for Naomi, because when everything's good inside and when everything's good off the court, that's when things can really, flourish and everything can really happen on the court. And I feel she's in a really good place at the moment for that to happen.
An impressive win, and what a firecracker fourth-round match that sets up. Osaka and Gauff, two past U.S. Open champions. We'll hear from Osaka a bit later, but right now we're going to take a break and then head into Arthur Ashe Stadium. Early part of the third set between the world number one Jannik Sinner and Denis Shapovalov. We've got more third-round action. It's all happening here on this Saturday on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express.
Side to side, match point number 2 for the 2023 U.S. Open champ Coco Gauff, with Freck serving to the right of the chair. Freck back, trophy pose, collides into the ball, into the forehand of Coco on match point forehand, missing by Freck, and Coco Gauff cruises in the second set. She wins 6 consecutive games, and she's into the round of 16 at the U.S. Open for the 4th consecutive year. She blitzes past Freck 6-3, 6-1. Match points for Karolina Muchova over Linda Noskova here. Up 40-15, 5-2 in the final set. She tilts back, trophy pose, collides into the ball, booms into the backhand, missing from Noskova. Resilient and stout is Karolina Muchova, who wins 6-7, 6-4, 6-2 over Noskova. And the back-to-back U.S. Open semifinalist is into the second week and the round of 16 at the U.S. Open.
from the near court, under the open roof, and Armstrong serves deep into the body of Osaka, who nets the backhand, and we are going 3 on Armstrong. What a fight back from Daria Kasatkina. Did not win a game in the opening set against Naomi Osaka, but has now pushed the two-time U.S. Open champion to a third. 40-15, the toss, the serve, it's flattened into Kasatkina's body. Short forehand reply, deep backhand, Osaka stretching out Kasatkina. Here comes Naomi, takes with a forehand, hits the net cord. That's good enough. And Naomi Osaka exhales as she returns to the last 16 at the U.S. Open for the first time in 5 years.
Get ready for the next star to shine. This is US Open Radio, presented by American Express.
Denis Shapovalov is not going away. He has broken Jannik Sinner in the Italian's first service game of the third set. We're in Arthur Ashe Stadium as Shapovalov, who won the first set 7-5. Sinner took the second 6-4, and now Shapovalov works at 2-love off the near baseline. I'm Brian Clark, along with Louise Plemming. We just finished up an exciting win for Naomi Osaka in Armstrong over Daria Kasatkina in 3 sets. So Osaka sets up what should be a popcorn match against Coco Gauff. We've got a third match of the day in Armstrong. They have moved the doubles match for the second straight time, involving Venus Williams and Leylah Fernandez. They're now in Armstrong against Ulrika Aikari and Eri Hozumi, the Norwegian-Japanese team. That is coming up in Armstrong. We'll keep you posted on that match. But right now, the attention certainly here in Ashe as Sinner's return is long. Also, the attention on these qualifiers on the men's side that are doing well, like Coleman Wong, who took the first set from Andrei Rublev, 6-2, and Rublev is up a break, 4-3 in the second. That's on the grandstand. The other qualifier is just taking the court, or will be shortly. That's on court 5 for Leandro Riti of Switzerland against Kamil Majchak of Poland. It's after Marta Kostyuk came back from a set down to beat Diane Parry. Here's Shapovalov. What a second serve right down the center on the backhand. Then an inside-out forehand from the lefty. Now off the back foot. Shapovalov injects some pace, laces a forehand, and it's 40-love.
Well, the upside for Shapovalov's game, the way he plays, is incredible. His heights are huge. My question, can he stay there?
Well, that's the biggest question. That's the question that's going to determine the outcome of this match as he serves out wide and then follows it up with a forehand up the line. Stretched out Sinner, who concedes the point. Shapovalov tucks that forehand away, and Denis Shapovalov storms out of the gates in this third set. He's taken the first 3 games. You look at the head-to-head between these two, there's one match, and it was Australia 2021, and that was a 5-set win for Shapovalov. Now, given everything that's happened since January of 2021 or February, whenever that particular tournament was, you think, okay, I'm throwing that one out. That was a long time ago. These players' careers have really gone in pretty opposite directions. But there is something about that Shapovalov game, and we've seen signs of resurgence this year. The Dallas title, now a bigger event. It's a 500-level event. So the ability and the explosiveness is still there, especially on hard courts.
Yeah, well, the thing is, when Denis is hitting that forehand heavy, it takes Sinner out of being the dictator. He can't do what he needs to do, which is he likes to step in and brutalize people off the court. The guy is so good. I mean, you know, you would think, you listen to Andy Roddick, you listen to everyone talking out there, and it's like it's almost a given it's going to be Carlos and Jannik, unless something happens. And who are the outliers that can lift and maintain that level? Now, Denis Shapovalov, we know his heights and his level. Has he done enough to keep producing this level throughout the course of this match? That is the question. Can he absolutely play incredible tennis and really, you know, push Sinner around, maybe for a set or 2? Can he do it for 5? Well, that's going to be a tough ask.
So far, he has answered all the questions. As Sinner in that, I called it clay-colored outfit, but I think I like your rust-colored description a little bit more. So I'm going to borrow that. By borrow, I mean use for the rest of the tournament. And Jannik Sinner hopes...
That's not just borrowing, that's stealing.
Stealing,
yeah,
yes.
Fair enough.
And Sinner hopes that the rest of his tournament has 8 more days in it. He wants to be playing in the final a week from tomorrow, but right now he's got to worry about Denis Shapovalov as he double faults. Sinner just needs to get on the board in this third set.
Yeah, well, apparently they both bought 4 more outfits for the rest of the tournament. Just not sure who's going to get to use them, right? Yeah, it's this is great for tennis, though, isn't it? I mean, these people in here are unsure. We're unsure because you just don't know if this is the day when he has that huge upset. You know, we know that Denis Shapovalov has had great wins over the course of his career. We know he's had injuries, though, which halted him. You know, he's lost a little bit of desire here and there. There's been things that have affected him. Has Sinner ever lost desire? There's no chance. But he's young.
Right.
And Shapovalov, I mean, I like seeing this, though. He's clever with his lefty and what he can do.
And we see that lefty forehand coming off a body backhand. Now Shapovalov laces that cross-court backhand, stretches out Sinner. Here comes Shapovalov down the line. Sinner on the run. Almost pulled off a pass, but not quite. Shapovalov's got a chance here. Love 30. Now we're impartial. We are commentators.
Yep.
We don't favor players.
No.
But I will tell you that one of my favorite players over the last few years to watch is Denis Shapovalov.
Right.
And it's because of all the reasons you just said.
Yeah.
And he's the kind of player that on a day like today, based on his style, if this crowd is sensing that the upset is possible, they're going to be behind him.
Yeah,
it's not a guy
so.
just standing at the line bombing serves past Sinner. He is going to play his brand of tennis that's going to engender support.
Well, and clearly it's affecting Sinner at the moment too. He's really swinging. I mean, Sinner just serving some good serves, but he's not serving well. He's only serving 1 of 3 first serves. That's not good enough for Sinner. That's very unusual. You see in the second set, I think his service percentage went up to nearly 60, 57%. That's a big difference from 33. 1 of 3 first serves for Sinner. That's not normal. That's really unusual. So there's something just not quite clicking at the moment for Jannik.
And he's got a second serve coming, and this is, you talk about numbers that aren't clicking. These second serve points, he's won barely 40% for the match, and now he loops a forehand on this second serve point, and maybe gets a break as Shapovalov nets his own forehand. It's 30-all.
And the other thing, I think Sinner likes guys that come at him. He loves standing on that baseline and neutralizing points. Shapovalov is hitting that heavier ball, pushing him back, stretching the corners, giving him some difficult shot-making positions. And I think he's not enjoying that. He likes to be up on that baseline, and he likes to be dictating. At the moment, he's doing a fair amount of running and retrieving.
Remember, the big breakthrough for Shapovalov came against a player who enjoyed that similar style when he beat Rafael Nadal in Toronto, his home tournament. He was 18 years of age and stunned Nadal, who was #1 in the world at the time. Wayne Gretzky was sitting in the front row. It was like Canadian royalty.
Wow. Imagine doing that. That's almost like Taylor Townsend having a phenomenal week in her kind of home country Grand Slam. I mean, the people are loving watching her play, and you know, this crowd is interesting. They'll jump on to what's exciting, and I think if they jump on the Shapovalov train here, it could just impact Sinner a little. He's not used to this. This is unusual territory.
Very unusual because he's down a break point for a second time. He was already broken once, and he missed that first serve by several feet wide of the center. He was not close. Sinner's second serve points won percentage, 42% for this match. He's got to get this one here. He'll be down 4-love in this third set. Soft serve, he plays it safe into the Shapovalov forehand, inside in forehand from Sinner. Now a forehand from the world #1. Shapovalov nets the backhand. That's the break point saved for deuce.
It's really interesting just to see the way Sinner is approaching these balls that are coming from Denis. Denis's ball is heavier, and it jumps up. Most of the time, Sinner is hitting a ball that's coming through pretty flat and hard, but he is staying up on that baseline and trying to hit the same shot. You're not able to produce something as good. It's like fire on fire. You need to just step back a little, work it a little bit more. He can hit and produce power from a meter behind.
Serve out wide, blocked back Shapovalov, deep forehand from Sinner, who backs up to hit a forehand even bigger. Catches the sideline. Now Sinner comes in, hits an overhead, and Shapovalov tried the running forehand, but was just a step behind it. Sinner was in control there and has a way to get through this game and get on the board.
Yeah, case in point. I just feel he backed up there a good meter because he can still, if he's got a little extra time, he's wind up. He can really penetrate that ball deep. Once he sees that Shapovalov's on the defense, he is sneaking in and hitting that volley. He must continue to do that. I think he understands that's the pressure. If he doesn't shorten up these rallies, he's not enjoying what's happening.
Advantage Sinner. He caught the outside of the line as he went tee. Now takes out of the air, but right at Shapovalov, who then plays it right back to Sinner, who was parked at the net for the overhead volley winner. Sinner fights off the break point. He holds to stay just one break down in this third set. Now it's Shapovalov at 3-1. João Munar is serving for the spot in the fourth round of the U.S. Open. 5-4 to Zizou Bergs of Belgium. That's Stadium 17. So Munar, third round at Wimbledon. That was the best he had ever done at a major. Now he can go one step further here in New York.
Yeah, it's just great to see what these guys are doing. Right now, it's Rublev and Wong as well. Rublev is just fighting hard to take this second set, so that's going to be interesting to watch that one unfold.
A lot of interest here in Ash as Denis Shapovalov misses that forehand wide. Yeah, Coleman Wong, the qualifier from Hong Kong, he won the first set 6-2, but it's Rublev with a couple of set points at 5-4 in the second. That's on grandstand. Kamil Majchak and Leandro Reedy, another qualifier. Reedy from Switzerland, they're warming up on court 5. Shapovalov here, love 15. He stands on the far baseline at Ash. We're 1 minute past the 2-hour mark. The day in Ash began with Coco Gauff beating Magdalena Frech of Poland. Gauff will play Naomi Osaka in a match of former U.S. Open champions after Osaka just beat Daria Kasatkina in 3 and Armstrong off the net court. Then it drops for Shapovalov. Sinner somehow gets there. Dennis has him in, so he plays the topspin lob and missed it long. What hustle from Jannik Sinner.
Unbelievable foot speed. I mean, for a tall guy, he just tracks around the court so incredibly well. And to be able to control that, disappointing for Shapovalov because he had time to really get this lob up over his head, but just goes for a little too much. Unbelievable shot making out here on Ash, though.
Sinner twirls the racket. He's got a chance here. Love 30, but a big serve from Shapovalov. He went deep into the Sinner body at 118, 15-30.
It'd just be so great just to see Dennis just to hold here and keep this pressure on. I really want to see what is going to transpire at the end of this third set. This is good to see Jannik just have a little bit of pressure. I mean, he's normally on the fast train to success every time he walks on the court, and it's great just to see him think about how he manages these situations. There's no one better than him.
Second serve from Shapovalov, backhand return from Sinner, who moves to his right and missed the forehand wide cross court, 30-all. Go back to this tournament 2 years ago for the last time Sinner lost a hard court match at a major. 23 straight match wins at Grand Slam level. He was beaten by Zverev in the fourth round. Since then, he's won the Australian Open twice and won this tournament last year. And he has won 2 matches so far here in 2025. But Denis Shapovalov has some other ideas in mind here in his third round matchup.
Yeah, there's no question. He's bulletproof on hard court, isn't he, Sinner? He loves it. Has grown up playing on the faster hard courts in Italy. And they play a lot indoors as well in the north part of Italy. So he's very comfortable playing on fast courts and indoors and hard.
Serve into the forehand that missed long from Sinner, who then smacks the ball to the other side of the net in frustration. 40-30 for Shapovalov.
He's just not comfortable hitting his forehand today. It's a rare sight just to see him look a little frazzled, but it doesn't usually last too long. That's the thing. He's a guy a little bit like Novak Djokovic. He can just manage situations so well. He'll just stretch out what he's doing, stay patient, and he thinks. He just starts to bring up situations that his opponent does not like.
40-30 for Shapovalov and a chance for 4-1. He goes out wide on the second serve. Great backhand return from Sinner. Shapovalov squash shot forehand. Now an off forehand from Dennis. Forehand cross from Sinner. Shapovalov misses long with the forehand. It's deuce, and Sinner walks right to the chair. Did he break a string, or is there something more serious? I think I heard him say string.
String.
He headed to the far bench. He's actually, his bench, oh, it was a string of his shoelace is what he meant.
Oh.
So he's sitting down to tie his shoe?
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Sinner has broken a shoelace. He's allowed extra time to replace it.
Look at that. He's got his own name on his shoes as well. He's not going to lose them in the locker room. Hang on a minute, mate. That's got my name on those shoes. What are you doing?
That was always the joke in the NBA where, guys would talk trash to Michael Jordan, who's the greatest trash talker ever, and he would say, "You're wearing my shoes."
I love that. Well, tomorrow, if I see you walking around with a pair of bright red Nikes, just with a little Sinner label, I'm going to know, Brian, where you got them from.
That
could be the pair that he's going to just toss the side of the court here at Arthur Ashe. I mean, can you imagine how many pairs of shoes he must have? I mean, they literally, some of these players leave boxes and boxes of shoes in their hotel rooms. And, well, it's great. The cleaners or the people that are in there, they get to have these very polished, very cool edition of these shoes that you just can't buy.
It's fantastic just to think about the resources that are available to these players. Sinner's got the new shoe. And he holds the hand up just to apologize across the net to Shapovalov. And don't forget, this is a pressure point. We had that little delay because of the broken Sinner shoelace. Shapovalov comes down the center at deuce. He's up a break here in this third set. We're even on sets. Forehand from Sinner across court. Slice backhand from Denis. Haven't seen him do that. And there he missed it into net. And it's a break point for Sinner.
Yeah, clearly you can see the game plan from Sinner. He is really trying to get into that backhand side of Denis. So trying to get it up high. Doesn't like that high kind of backhand, but also is being a little challenged with that slice as well. So an interesting situation here for Sinner. Can he break?
Break point for Shapovalov, or for Sinner, and Shapovalov saves it with an ace down the center.
Well, you gotta love that. It's 11 for the match so far. 11 aces, only 5 for Sinner. Sorry, 2 for Sinner. That's a big difference, isn't it? 9 difference there in terms of just owning that first serve. And again, the numbers are pretty even at this point as well on first serves.
That serves into net from Denis Shapovalov. And you think about the momentum and how it swings. Shapovalov had a chance for a 2-break lead 1 game ago. Could not convert. Now he is down a break point again after that double fault. And Sinner has a chance to break Shapovalov.
Yeah, we'll just want to monopolize in this moment just here where Denis is obviously a little bit disappointed with himself. These are the moments that these absolute outliers, these characters like Novak, like Rafa, like Jannik, like Carlos, they know exactly when to strike.
First serve.
Another first serve coming here for Shapovalov.
Notice he goes out wide on that one. The last one was T. Let's see what he's going to do here.
Shapovalov down a break point. He's up 3-1, though, in this third set. What does he do? He goes T and missed it just long. 130.
Tight.
So second serve here. What does he do on this one? It's a break chance here for Sinner. He goes out wide. Sinner reaches and goes backhand. Forehand down the line. Shapovalov. Sinner stretched. It just doesn't clear the net. And Shapovalov scratches his way through another break point.
Unbelievable how quick he can get across the court, Sinner. I mean, you look at Sinner and you think he's a wiry, athletic dude. You don't think he's got this powerhouse of the gate to get across the court, but unbelievable how he pushes off the left leg. He has about 4 strides and then he has an open stance, slide into the Roger Federer slap and can't quite control it, but incredible movement from this young man.
Shapovalov could use some easy points here. He won't get one there as that first serve hits the net. We've had Stevie Johnson in throughout this tournament, and that, as a former pro, has been the one thing consistently he has raved about, just the lateral speed of Sinner. And it's not just the acceleration. The first step is always important, but just the whole thing, just how fast he can get side to side on the court. And now he's got a 3rd break point in this game.
Yeah, one thing is movement. Another is propping and being able to push out of that corner and pick up speed. So from a running start, fine, but from a dead still start, he's phenomenal.
Game about to hit the 9-minute mark. It's a third break point for Sinner. Shapovalov out wide. Backhand return middle from Sinner. Backhand middle from Shapovalov, who now goes forehand inside in. Backhand middle Sinner. Forehand lifted from Denis. Backhand to his left Sinner. Cross court. Forehand middle from Shapovalov. It's a backhand that Shapovalov missed wide, and Sinner's got the break. What a swing of momentum. Jannik Sinner, who a few minutes ago was in danger of going down 2 breaks to love, or 2 breaks in this third set, and he would have been down 4 games to love. Well, he held serve there. That broken shoelace, maybe that was all the difference, because ever since that delay when Sinner broke his shoelace, he has been able to play on top of these points. We've seen Shapovalov struggle with his serves, and now Sinner, it will serve at 3-all. We also want to pause and take a look at tomorrow's schedule, because it's a good one. If you're coming here on the Sunday of Labor Day weekend, that's fantastic. If not, we will have ball-by-ball coverage, first ball to last. Actually, even more than that. We go on at 10:30 a.m. local time. Do the math for what that is wherever you are in the world. 10:30 a.m. for the pre-show, and then the play starts everywhere except Ash at 11 a.m. local time. We'll start in Ash, though, the 11:30 start. It's Jess Pegula and Ann Lee in the All-American 4th-round matchup. And then Carlos Alcaraz and Arthur Rinderknecht. And then tomorrow night in Ash, Novak Djokovic and Jan-Lennard Struff, the 2 oldest men left in the tournament. Actually, no, I forgot about Adrian Mannarino, who's older than Struff. We'll see Mannarino tomorrow. And then Elena Rybakina and Marketa Vondrousova. Tomorrow in Armstrong, it is the aforementioned Adrian Mannarino off against Yuri Lehechka. And then Taylor Townsend, Barbora Krejcikova, Tomas Mahach and Taylor Fritz. And then Aryna Sabalenka and Kristina Buksha. Those are the singles matches tomorrow at the U.S. Open. But right now, the singles match we're watching is here in Ash, where Jannik Sinner is serving at 2-3 to Denis Shapovalov and goes out wide. Denis slides off the court, blocks it back, now plays a middle forehand. Sinner off his back foot, hangs a forehand. Middle forehand from Shapovalov. Backhand, Shapovalov back pedals, wants to stay on the forehand. It's good. Now he goes inside in with the forehand. And that entire point, Louise, was Denis Shapovalov saying, I am not going to hit a backhand.
Yeah, that's exactly where he is dangerous. And you can see Sinner just absolutely trying his hardest to get into that forehand quarter. But for a righty, I should say, the right-hand side. But, of course, that's his backhand for Shapovalov. But his foot speed and the way he gets around so he can hit that off forehand, it just creates so many options, and that's dangerous for Sinner.
Sinner running down that serve clock. He gets it off with 1 second left and nets the first serve. A couple of scratchy service games from these two over the last 2. Sinner had to save break points in his last service game. He would have been 2 breaks down otherwise, and he just broke Shapovalov right back in a 9-minute game. Now a forehand from Shapovalov, forehand from Sinner. They trade. Now Shapovalov goes with the backhand, forehand middle from Sinner. Forehand Shapovalov, who moves to his left with a forehand middle, and Sinner produces the error. He flies his forehand into the bottom of the net. And here's a chance developing for Shapovalov. It's love 30.
It's interesting just to see Sinner just walking over slowly to his towel, so he's thinking about what he needs to do here. Darren is up. Darren Cahill, the second or the first coach, or both, just up off his feet. He's sitting there just very propensively, just kind of watching. He's very, very quiet through this match. Arms folded, just wondering what is going to happen off the back of Shapovalov here.
You heard some instruction in Italian from Simone Vagnozzi, and they'll like what they see. Sinner is on that side of the court where his team is located, and he heads to the towel box right below. And you hear some more Italian from Simone.
Yeah, Forza, come on. You need plenty of that. Forza against Shapovalov, because he's got plenty of that in buckets at the moment.
15-30 for Sinner. 2-3 in the third set. We're even on sets. Great forehand return from Shapovalov, and now runs it down, slices over a backhand, forehand cross Sinner, forehand up the line, long from Shapovalov. What a return from Shapovalov, but Sinner was just able to neutralize that point, and eventually the error came.
Yeah, this is where the challenge is very interesting here for Shapovalov, and he needs to get one of those big returns back in, deep into the backhand side, get Sinner moving. If he plays too much through the middle of the court, that's where Sinner can just open, spread, and dictate. Let's see if he can get a good look at one of these returns here.
At 30 off, flatten out wide, blocked back on the back.
Prim Shapovalov alongside Naomi Osaka. Naomi, congratulations. What a fight. What was key in terms of just...
Who puts it away for 40-30. Sorry about that preview of what we've got. That's Prim Shapovalov. She was speaking with Naomi Osaka after her win. Accidentally snuck out over the air. Andrei Rublev is up a break in the third set over Coleman Wong, who won the first set 6-2. Rublev, the 15th seed, took the second 6-4 from the qualifier from Hong Kong. Flat serve down the center. Sinner, now he comes in, takes with a swinging forehand drive volley. Wasn't even a volley, he just drove that ball. And Sinner holds for 3-all here in the third.
Well, that was amazing work from Jannik. He just took Denis completely out of those 2 points. Set up by a good first serve out wide, just unbelievable. Get that ball to move so much. Shapovalov was way off the court. That makes an easy second shot for Jannik, and he does the same again, but in the opposite side of the court and creating width on the other angle as well. But backs it up so well when he moves forwards and hits to the open court. Just very solid, taking his time, making sure everything is 100% at the moment under pressure.
Serving to the center of the box from Shapovalov. Now a forehand inside in Sinner. Backhand from Shapovalov. That's the one-hander, but Sinner's able to eat it up with an inside-out forehand winner for love 15.
See, that's what happens when Sinner can force that ball into the backhand side. He knows if that ball's coming through, Shapovalov is quite often then dropping that shorter ball, and that's when Jannik is in the driving seat. It's exactly how he wants to set up these passage of plays here. Fast into Shapovalov's backhand, producing that shorter ball, and then he's in control in the rest of the rally. Beautiful.
You heard that ooh because they put on the video boards and the boards at court level just a closer look at where Sinner's ball landed, and it grazed the outside of the sideline. Crowd enjoyed that precision. João Munar is into the fourth round of the U.S. Open. He has beaten Zizou Bergs in straight sets, 6-1, 6-4, 6-4 on Stadium 17. And Denis Shapovalov struggling here in Ash, maybe rushing that second serve. He double faults. It's love 30, double fault 6 for Shapovalov.
Little low. Come on.
Well, his coach is saying it was a little low. I mean, he's a tall guy, but he needs to get up and get the height on the first serve. And again, both of these players not serving a really great number of first serves, but 39% at the moment for Denis is not great.
And he nets that first serve. João Munar will play Lorenzo Musetti, who won when his countryman Flavio Caboli had to retire, down 2-0 and 2-love in the third. And Shapovalov double faults again, and then has some words for his team courtside. He's down triple break point, love 40.
Yeah, I kind of turned around at his coach and just gave him the thumbs up, but I don't think that was a bad message. Get the ball toss higher. And then threw in the double fault.
First serve.
That's easy to blame your coach anyway. It's never the player's fault. It's either the racket, the shoes, the coach.
Well, the shoe's a key subplot here in this third set because ever since Sinner broke his shoelace and had to stop mid-game, Shapovalov has not had an answer, but that was a good serve from Shapovalov to set up a point that he controlled and won to save the first of 3 break points.
14.
Yeah, I tell you what, if I look around and I see you with some new shoes, Brian, I'm going to be worried. The level is just going to go up through the roof.
So you're telling me if I buy those shoes, I will play tennis like Jannik Sinner? Sounds.
Well, you might commentate unbelievably like Sinner. I don't know. Everything could just change in your world.
Serve comes down the center, the return middle from Sinner, inside out forehand, a big one from Shapovalov, who sets up a bigger one inside in, follows it, and then watches Sinner miss wide. Different tactic from Shapovalov. It worked, and he saved the second break point.
And the question is the consistency of Shapovalov, and that's what Sinner knows. He's here for the consistency of this match. He's happy to stay out here for as long as it takes. He's going to be testing the shot tolerance of Shapovalov as much as he can.
2 hours, 19 minutes on court for these two. Break point number 3 for Sinner. Shapovalov was love 40 down, but he's fixed his serve. He's gotten them in and got that first serve in at 127, but Sinner hit a good return, and it sets up a baseline exchange that ends when Sinner nets his forehand, and Shapovalov pumps his right fist. After that double fault, where it seemed like this could get really ugly, Shapovalov has played 3 really big serves.
Yeah. That's just what he's capable of, isn't he? It's a little bit, that's why it's hard for Sinner, because you're just not sure where he's at and what he's going to produce. Some of it is so good, and then just these little lapses in concentration.
First serve missed from Shapovalov. Denis won the first set 7-5. Sinner the second 6-4. And now 3-all here in the third. Shapovalov had the lead. He tucks that forehand up the line. Sinner reacted to it. Now a forehand cross court. Forehand drop shot from Shapovalov, but he telegraphed it, so Sinner got a read on it. Gets an assist from the net court. Shapovalov spins around. Backhand volley. Shapovalov slides into a lob. Overhead Sinner cross court. Can Denis run it down? No! Dramatic point as Sinner holds up the hand to apologize just because of all the twists and turns of that point. Crowd loves it. Shapovalov does not. And it's a 4th break point for Sinner.
Well, they're getting plenty of value today, aren't they? With their day pass matches that are going to be on Ash, and this one at the moment, it's just terrific. I mean, the speed, the shots that are being played. That was a crazy point, finished by a massive smash by Sinner. He had to suck some air in at the end of that as well. Just turned around just to get some energy back.
And we just saw that replay. What was maybe most impressive about that smash, he was moving backwards. It's not like he was stepping into that ball to crush it. He had to retreat, backpedal, as he hit what you called a very powerful smash. He gets a look at a second serve here. It's another break point for Sinner, and he gets a double fault. And Shapovalov again with that thumbs up. And he does not look happy with his team right now, but the problem is on the court. Another double fault from Denis Shapovalov puts Jannik Sinner in the third set driver's seat. He's in front 4-3 as he looks for a 2-1 lead on US Open Radio, presented by American Express.
Prince Rupert alongside Naomi Osaka. Naomi, congratulations. What a fight. What was key in terms of just turning it around and closing it out in the third set?
Honestly, I'm not really sure. I just tried to be as intense as I could. Granted, I was really shaky throughout the entire match, but I'm glad I was able to win against such a good player.
Despite the shakiness, the crowd was absolutely behind you. I know you've called it busy and loud, but also very unique and special. How does it feel to have the New York crowd behind you?
I mean, it feels amazing. You know, for me, when I play here, it feels like home, and I'm just really grateful.
Amazing. Congrats, and good luck in the next round.
Thank you.
All right, Naomi Osaka, as she punches her ticket into the next round, and will face Coco Gauff next. Back to you guys.
And what a match that will be, presumably in Arthur Ashe Stadium. We've got a very entertaining match right now in Arthur Ashe Stadium to close out our day session. Jannik Sinner, the world #1, the defending champion, and Denis Shapovalov. Shapovalov won the first set 7-5. Sinner took the second 6-4, was down a break and faced break points to go down 4-love, but he saved those break points. Then he broke Shapovalov, then broke him a second time. So now it's Sinner serving at 4-3. I'm Brian Clark here with Louise Plemming. on this Saturday afternoon, a beautiful Saturday afternoon on the 7th day of the U.S. Open. Wide serve from Sinner. Something else that's changed for Sinner, we've talked about how he really struggled with those double faults. The serve had not been good. It's been much better over the last handful of service points.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a worry, isn't it, for a player when it just gets inside their head about that second serve, and then you're not sure what exactly it is.
Lob comes back from Shapovalov. Sinner attacks it from the service line, plays an overhead right at Shapovalov, then comes into net to drop the volley cross court. Did not go right at Denis, but instead put it on the other side of the court, so he couldn't get it. It's 30-15.
Yeah, I think there's two things that really have to stick and go well for Denis throughout the course of this match. And it's got to be that first serve percentage, and then he's got to be able to back it up with hitting winners and using the forehand to really hurt Sinner. It's interesting because Sinner is trying to handcuff him right into that backhand side. So it's these two push and pull of tactics here from these guys, which is just so interesting to watch, how they want to manufacture and really manipulate their opponents out here.
Second serve from Sinner, rather, comes down the center. It's blocked back by Shapovalov. Inside in with the forehand. Backhand cross from Sinner off the near baseline. Steps into a drive backhand. Slice backhand Shapovalov. Sinner drifts to his right. Cross court with a forehand. Now he goes off forehand. A lifted forehand Shapovalov. Another leaping backhand Sinner. And Shapovalov, the shot tolerance went away as he missed that cross court into net. 40-15 for Sinner.
We know that Sinner can play 5 sets. We know he'll stay there. He can, keep working his magic for, the course of the match. We know that Shapovalov running side to side and really using a lot of his energy, whether we just saw a little bit of a loose forehand. I would say a little bit lazy on the legs as well. You just wonder, as this extends, what will be the physical impact of this match. I think Sinner could just finish this match and run back into New York City and just have a drink at the hotel. But
40-15 for Sinner. Up the center he goes, and Shapovalov rips a forehand off the top of the tape. It drops back onto his side. Love hold, or it's not a love hold, but an easy hold for Jannik Sinner, and almost felt that way. And he is one game away from a 2-1 lead.
You never really read the game face, though, of Jannik Sinner. It's funny. Quite often he just walks very timidly, just takes his time. He's not one of those guys that always looks like he's really pumped up like a Carlos Alcaraz. He just slowly goes about his business. He just knows what he's capable of, and he can just reproduce it all day, all week, all year.
3-5 body serve. It eats up Sinner, but he gets it back. Now he goes forehand into the Shapovalov backhand that missed long. Love 15.
Love 15.
Yeah, we talked about that Dallas title for Shapovalov, and then he went to Canada, or Mexico rather, right after that semifinal in Acapulco. And you're thinking, okay, the breakout's coming, but lost to Alcaraz and Fritz in Indian Wells in Miami, in his second matches. So obviously top 5 opposition, but just not able to build anything on clay. It was disappointing on grass, where he went just 2-2, second round loss at Wimbledon. And then he comes out, wins Los Cabos in Mexico, but then he loses to Lerner Tien and Luca Nardi in Canada and Cincinnati, respectively. So it's been
a roller coaster.
Yeah. Marton Fucsovics in the first round, who looked severely physically compromised in that third set that he lost 6-love. And then Shapovalov needed 4 to beat Valentin Royer. And, of course, a different story against the world #1 here, Jannik Sinner.
Oh, remember Fucsovics on that very hot day?
Yeah.
Against Novak?
Yep.
Wow. That was amazing. Novak getting through on that occasion.
Forehand.
That was when Federer went down as well, right?
Yes.
That year?
That was all sort of the same. I remember Federer, that was the John Millman. I just remember I had friends here. That was 2018, I think. And I had friends who were here, and I'd finished work for the day, and they were sitting up in the upper reaches of Arthur Ashe. And this was 9 o'clock at night. I go up there to say hi, and you're sweating.
Sweating.
And you remember how much, that was always the joke, Federer never sweats. And in that match, it's pouring off of him.
Yeah. Wow.
Running forehand from Sinner. Now the backhand down the line. The backhand middle from Sinner. Inside in. Forehand Shapovalov. Backhand from Sinner. Sinner's 2 points away from 2-1 lead. Now backhand. He runs it down and goes line. as Shapovalov not moving the feet too often, and Sinner sensed that and was able to tuck the backhand into a drive winner and bring up double set point.
Yeah, this is where the quality just comes to town, doesn't it? Sinner just really locking in some solid play here. I mean, he's just all over this court.
15-40 double set point. The big turning point was when Sinner saved those break points. He was in danger of going down. A second break in this third set. Broke his shoelace in the middle of a Shapovalov service game. Since then, he has been playing one-way traffic. Forehand middle from Shapovalov, who's down a set point, and plays it back long. And a dejected-looking Denis Shapovalov gives way in this third set. Jannik Sinner at 2.5 hours takes a 2-1 lead. The defending champion 1 set away from a return to the last 16 on US Open Radio, presented by American Express. Denis Shapovalov back on the court. You wonder if that off-court break served as a mental reset. Hopefully it was just that and nothing more serious physically for Shapovalov, who looked to suffer a mental setback midway through that second set. I'm Brian Clark back with Louise Fleming. Shapovalov was up a break, and then he had break points and a chance to break Sinner for a second time. Sinner held, And from that point on, Shapovalov just looked frustrated. He was chirping towards his own box as some double faults crept in. Just did not look like he was focused and locked into where he needed to be.
Yeah, that first serve just disappeared, didn't it? And what he was trying to do with that forehand, all of a sudden, Jannik Sinner just changed his game plan, started going through the middle of the court a little bit more hard and fast. Denis just couldn't really impact like he was trying to do in the first couple of sets with the forehand, hitting heavy. That's what he's got to do. He's got to go a little bit more risk. He's got to play big. He's got to dictate. And he's got to try to take Sinner out of the match. But at the moment, Sinner's doing a really good job of neutralizing and getting him moving.
That was a really good forehand from Shapovalov. It caught the baseline, and Sinner's backhand clipped the net. It's love 15. First match of the day here on Ash, it was Coco Gauff over Magdalena Frech in straight sets, 6-3, 6-1. And that sets up a blockbuster fourth-round encounter between Gauff and Naomi Osaka, who beat Daria Kasatkina in 3 on Armstrong. Right now on Armstrong, little bonus action. They've moved a women's doubles match into Armstrong for the second straight time. It's the Venus Williams-Leylah Fernandez team moving into Armstrong, and they are down a break at 2-4, and actually down break points to the Japanese-Norwegian duo of Eri Hozumi and Ulrika Akeri. Here is Jannik Sinner in that rust-colored kit with a white baseball cap, that white compression sleeve on his right arm. He serves out wide. Nice backhand return from Denis, who then tried to get back into the center of the court. Forehand from Sinner pumping right at Shapovalov. Forehand from Sinner into the forehand down the left sideline. Now a forehand short ball from Denis. Sinner's there with an inside-out backhand. And Shapovalov, who didn't look comfortable with his footing, slid the backhand into the bottom of the net.
30-15.
Well, Denis keeps looking around at his team and just going, well, what's going on here? What's going on is Jannik Sinner is just pounding balls to his backhand side, waiting patiently to get the right ball to then open up the court. And if Denis gets it again, then it goes back to the backhand, reset. He's just doing such a great job, Sinner, here.
30-15 from Sinner. Up the near baseline. Shapovalov playing a little bit deeper on these return points. And now he moves in as Sinner misses that first serve. Oh, we've got a retirement on court 5, and that means we've got a qualifier into the 4th round of the U.S. Open. Leandro Reedy, as Kamil Majchak had to retire at 5-3 in the opening set. We'll get more information about what happened out there. We weren't watching that, but Leandro Reedy from qualifying into the last 16 of the U.S. Open. Hopefully nothing too serious for Majchak, but to retire down 5-3 in the opening set. That's
got to be something devastating there.
Yeah, we will.
You know, walking out of the 3rd round of the U.S. Open for no really heavy reason. That's very sad for his team.
First game, 4th set.
And Sinner holds to begin the 4th set. So Reedy will play either Alex de Minaur or Daniel Altmaier.
Oh, that's going to be phenomenal, isn't it?
A lot of running in that match.
Yeah. Altmaier, he played a phenomenal match with Tsitsipas just a couple of nights ago. I watched a lot of that. Oh my goodness, what a match. That went to 5 sets. I wonder what's left in his tank, because he's not used to that.
For a few reasons. It not only to go to 5 sets, it was a 7-5 5th set, but it went to 5 sets well after midnight.
Oh.
So it was a very late night. And then it's one thing, you've got to come back and you're playing Alex de Minaur. There's no such thing as I'm going to take this point off. Here's an easy point against Alex de Minaur. So it's the physical cards might be working against Daniel Altmaier.
Yeah, I mean, Alex is playing incredible tennis at the moment. He looks really positive. He's won more matches on the hard court than any other player coming into the U.S. Open, and I think it's been 12 months since he had that hip injury. He said last year he was moving around like a truck. This year he's moving around like a gazelle. Yeah, he's great to watch as well. He just brings such a positive character. Every single time he walks on the court, he just bleeds. He gives everything, that young man.
At 15 all. Serves into the net. Yeah, we talk about what these players have left in the tank, but one thing that was interesting, and we might have gotten an answer, is the backhand's blocked back by Sinner. Shapovalov with a forehand. He parks himself at net, plays a backhand volley. Sinner runs it down with a topspin lob over the head of Shapovalov. Beautiful from Sinner for 15-30. But talking about what's left in the tank, the opposite of that, I was curious about Zizou Bergs and what he had taking the court today against Zhao Munar. He lost in straight sets. But remember, Bergs won his first-round match, and then Jack Draper had to withdraw from the tournament. So he got a walkover. He knew on, I think, Wednesday that he was through to the third round without having to take the court, a full day before he was set to play his match. So you wonder if that affected his sharpness coming into today.
Yeah, and sometimes it does. I mean, some of these players want to play, have that one day off, and then back on the court again. And if you have 3-4 days off, you kind of lose a little bit of that momentum. But the other thing, what it does is it makes you think too much as well. You have that extra day, you're watching everyone else play, everyone's competing, and you're getting a little bit more inside your head.
But Leandro Reedy, the qualifier, through to the fourth round of the U.S. Open. And how about some food for thought in terms of prize money and what this means for Leandro Reedy in terms of his tennis career? You look at a 23-year-old player. He's had success at the junior level. He won the Australian Open boys doubles. He was a finalist at Roland Garros in the boys doubles. Shapovalov double faults. But here's a guy for his career has won $644,653. That's across singles and doubles. Just by getting to the fourth round of the U.S. Open, he'll walk out of here with $400,000. That's almost quadruple what he's made this year on tour, $124,000 in prize money. We say it time and time again, that can be a career-changing sum of money for a guy who is trying to, still find his way on tour. Talk about that after this point as Sinner at deuce plays the forehand into a big forehand that floats wide from Shapovalov at break point for Sinner.
Yeah, well, that helps you build a team, doesn't it? That's incredible, that amount of money. And we see the entourages here at the U.S. Open, and particularly with the top guys, they have 6 people sitting in that box and all having a title. It's like the technical coach, the tactical coach, the data analyst, the nutritionist, the mindset coach, the psychologist, the best friend, the manager. My goodness, I don't know how they actually can focus on one conversation. There's so much information going into a player, and they have to be very careful because it's just too much sometimes. No wonder these players are feeling stress and not coping sometimes.
And we're seeing that right now because Shapovalov just broken by Sinner, and then he looks across the court and he's chirping again at his box, doing that thumbs up. We saw this reaction midway in that third set when Shapovalov began to double fault, and we heard his coaches say, just go a little higher, thinking that's the toss. And he double faulted after that and just looked enraged and was doing that thumbs up. You had the good player perspective. That's often just anxiety. But in terms of handling this moment, Shapovalov has not handled it well. And that's why he's now down 2-1 and down a break in this fourth set to Sinner.
Yeah, you just can't even imagine Jannik Sinner looking over at Darren Cahill and his team just saying, oh, thanks, guys. Like, you made me lose that shot. I mean, this is what it's all about. These guys that can get on the court, think things through. They're independent thinkers. They're, manage situations so well. Rafa could do that. Roger could do that. Sinner can do that. Carlos can do that. Some guys, Novak struggles a little bit with that. Andy Murray would struggle a little bit with that. They kind of get very upset, but internalizing and cutting out that very quickly and refocusing is what the top players can do so well. It's not about winning every point. It's about how you manage those difficult situations.
Second serve here for Sinner at 15 love, deep into the backhand of Shapovalov. Now Sinner's in at net, backhand volley cross court. Shapovalov a step slow as he flicks that forehand into the net post. And I agree with a point that you raised and alluded to a little while ago. Shapovalov just looks like he doesn't have the legs as this match has gone past the 2.5-hour mark. That seems to have been the cutoff time because the 13 minutes since then, you're just not seeing the freshness you saw over the first handful of sets.
Absolutely. He's not being able to be that forceful hitting guy out of corners. And he was doing that before, particularly wide on the forehand. He was able to get out end range and put a powerful ball back cross court. He's making errors more often off those shots.
Serve comes out into the backhand, forehand up the right sideline from Shapovalov. Now a backhand from Sinner, forehand middle Shapovalov. Denis goes backhand into net. It's 40 love for Sinner.
And you start making some errors, and then you start doubting the contact, the feeling, get a little tight, look down the other end, and Sinner's just looking fresh as a daisy and just pumped up. Not an easy situation to deal with for Shapovalov, particularly when he was playing so incredibly well for the first set and a half. High expectations from the Canadian.
Great return from Shapovalov cross court, but Sinner was straddling that left sideline and able to strike the backhand down the line. And this has the feeling of a runaway train through the first 3 games of this 4th set. Jannik Sinner's taken all 3 of them, and he is 3 games away from the 4th round of the U.S. Open on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. Denis Shapovalov back to the line here in his 2nd service game of this 4th set. It's a must-win set for the 27th seed from Canada, but going by what we've seen over the last few minutes, there's not a lot of optimism in the Shapovalov camp at the moment because he just loses that point. He's down a break already. It's 3-love Jannik Sinner, and again, we just highlight that moment. The turning point of this match was even on sets. Shapovalov up a break, and he had break points to go up 2 breaks, 4-love on Sinner in that 3rd set. He saved, or he could not convert those break points. Sinner saved it. That broken shoelace delay might have helped Sinner. That wasn't intentional, but we've seen just negative body language from Shapovalov. We've seen frustration, and we've seen him look just tired on court.
Yeah, he needs a little refuel here, a reset.
Serve down the center. What a body serve. It handcuffed Sinner.
30-15.
Yeah, Brian, I don't know, but he may need something that I'm drinking. I've got a little English breakfast here with some s'mores creamer in it. I mean, have you ever had one of those? Jim just brought me in one, and I'm telling you, it's sending me kind of rocketing with some energy here.
So, okay, I've got a lot of questions about this as the deep forehand comes from Shapovalov. He tried to cut the net, but netted the backhand volley. Jim runs the show here at Live Sports Radio, and he looks after all of us so well. That's why he just made you this nice...
S'mores.
Do you guys have s'mores in Australia?
No, I don't even know what I'm drinking. So, this is the thing.
So do you know what a s'more is?
Not really. Is it?
So s'more is it's called that because the thinking is you're going to say, can I have s'more, some more?
Some more.
It's something you do at a campfire. You take graham cracker, like make a graham cracker sandwich with marshmallow and chocolate in the middle, and you toast it. So the marshmallow and chocolate gets gooey and soft. It's delicious. So you are drinking a s'more-flavored creamer.
I feel like I'm right next to that campfire. This is good.
Well, Shapovalov just hit a stunning, a good serve that Sinner left into a stunning backhand. And so we're going to need the verdict on this. The verdict on that backhand cross-court winner was great, but I also want the verdict on the s'mores creamer.
But yeah, if anyone's out there has ever tried it before, let us know because it's good. Could be doing it again.
And Sinner misses long with the backhand, and Shapovalov has a chance to get on the board.
Well, this is what he needs. This is the last-ditch effort. There's no more that he can do. If he does not hold here, Sinner has his new shoes on, and he's going to start running away with this. There's no question about it. He has improved and figured Shapovalov out in many ways.
Yeah, those new shoes came midway through the third set when Sinner broke his shoelace, and we got that close-up of Sinner changing into his new shoes, and the label on it, made for Jannik Sinner. Shapovalov nets that first serve, and he is taking no time between these first and second serves. Right back to the line. Second serve gets it into the body, and the return is into net. Shapovalov is on the board in this fourth set, but plenty more to do for Denis.
Well, that's just going to lift his spirits a little bit, isn't it? Because, well, of course. I mean, that's your weapon. Trust it, all right. Use it, and use it effectively. I mean, that's where he's got to open up the court. The problem is that he's not always in a good position to hit that, because it's Sinner now that's taking away that shot from him. It's been an interesting tactical match from Sinner.
Sinner goes out wide, blocked with the backhand from Shapovalov, who now runs into the forehand. Now sliding forehand chip from Sinner, forehand Shapovalov. Well, that's what Mikhail Tillström, his coach, said. Take some risks with your forehand. That was a risk, and it did not pay off.
Yeah, it's not easy to hit that three-quarter ball when you're hitting repetitions of thousands. I mean, you've got to be really careful. It's almost like you got to take a tiny little bit off there to get that angle. But that's the kind of pressure that Sinner makes you play those sort of shots.
15 love off the tape, and it goes. Dimonor and Altmaier warming up on Stadium 17, but on the grandstand, a potential plot twist in the fourth set. We were paying attention to the qualifier from Hong Kong, Coleman Wong, who took the first set off Andrei Rublev. Rublev wins the second and third sets, and you're thinking, okay, Wong's out of gas. He's a qualifier. Andrei Rublev's too good. Well, Wong is up 3-1 in the fourth on the grandstand.
Amazing match. I mean, this young man, he's got some power, though. Like, if he can just turn his energy, because he's got that flamboyance as well on the court. He's getting the crowd behind him. There's a lot of the Chinese community have been really loud. I've been watching his matches. He's playing some great tennis. I love the way he plays. He's got a real strong kind of character on the court as well. He fist pumps, he talks to the crowd, he gets everyone involved, and he might be just upsetting Rublev just a little.
That forehand missed long from Shapovalov. It's 30 love Sinner. Also a big comeback on Armstrong in that doubles match where Venus Williams, Leylah Fernandez were down a break to Hazumi and Akari, and now they've gotten it up to 5-4. They were down 4-2. So they've rattled off 3 games in a row. Keep you posted on that match on Armstrong as well, as Shapovalov slices a backhand. Sinner comes in and nets the forehand. He had the wide open left sideline, but netted.
Shapovalov just trying to stay in this. If he can just keep Sinner just a little off his shots, just a little unstable, just so he's not being able to dictate so quickly and so effectively. Lengthen some of these rallies, hopefully get some of the energy from being out here with a couple of good shots. He just is a little flat in terms of his presence out there.
30-15 right down the center, blocked back long by Shapovalov. Heavy serve from Sinner for 40-15.
Yeah, this is interesting too. This is an area where he's really improved. He's now at 69%, so up around the 70% mark. So his mindset and his energy and his thinking also changes and fluctuates throughout matches. Just remember, last set, 33% is where he was at. He's doubled that. That is incredible. That's a shift. That's where someone that's mentally very tough can make those changes.
Yeah, we have seen that mental toughness on display from Jannik Sinner all season long, as the backhand return from Shapovalov, and then Sinner hits towards it, pulls Shapovalov into his forehand, but he can't quite get there. Sinner holds for 4-1. He's closing in on the fourth round on US Open Radio, presented by American Express. A gorgeous Saturday afternoon here at the USTA Billie Jean King National Tennis Center. It's day 7 of the 2025 U.S. Open. And this still packed house in Arthur Ashe Stadium wants to see how much more Denis Shapovalov has as he works at 1-4 to Jannik Sinner, who has looked in control. And all Sinner needs to do is hold serve 2 more times, and he'll find himself into the 4th round of the U.S. Open. Body serve down the tee, rather, from Shapovalov. That Sinner blocks back into net.
Thank you. If you're leaving, can you go very quickly, please?
And some fans decided to wait until the players were ready to resume play to get out of their seats. And they are now on their way out. That was Robert Balmforth, the chair umpire, doing the ushering. At 15 love right down the center. Now the forehand returns from Sinner, rather. A forehand middle, backing up to go inside in, but long with Shapovalov. He's under those pressure moments, obviously wants to stay with the forehand wing, but he just missed on the execution. It's 15-all.
Yeah, he needs a little bit of time to use his forehand. He's got that big swing, and when he gets up on the baseline, he's rushed a little bit. That's when the errors come from that forehand side of Shapovalov.
Shapovalov, Sinner rather, can get through this. He will have a very interesting 4th round matchup with either Tommy Paul or the in-form Alexander Bublik. They play the 2nd match of the night on Ashe. Paul coming off another marathon finish after 1 o'clock in the morning. This was yesterday morning. It was Thursday night.
Yeah, hope he got some good sleep. That was a cracker, that match. Wow. He had to work so hard. Was he 2 sets to love up? No. I watched that match. And
I watched a lot of it too,
yeah.
And I'll admit I fell asleep on the couch for part of it.
Serve
down the center from Shapovalov. I wasn't working when I fell asleep, don't
worry.
No,
of course. Don't worry, I'll tap you on the shoulder
Yeah.
if you happen to drift off at the moment. I think this is a little too exciting to worry about that, Brian. You'll be fine.
That match was exciting. I was just too late at night.
Yeah.
That was the problem. 30-all here for Shapovalov. Yep, Tommy was 2 sets to love up, and he had chances because the 3rd and 4th sets for Nuno Borges were 7-5, each of them.
That's right. I thought he even had match points in the 3rd set.
At least the 3rd,
yeah.
And then Tommy Paul took the 5th set 7-5. So Sinner has a break point here on Shapovalov, who over the last half hour or so has not produced the kind of tennis that gave him a 1-set lead in this match and then gave him a 1-break lead in the 3rd set. It's been one-way traffic in favor of the world #1, Jannik Sinner. They trade from the baseline. It's a forehand from Sinner that rolls into the base of the net.
It's funny how you watch these players and how they come through. Shapovalov, 4 years ago, he was one of the guys that we were watching on social media. We were tracking all of his girlfriends and what was happening. And it's strange, isn't it, that, now there's new players that are getting all the limelight, the spotlight. One of them is good serve there, but one of them is Francis Tiafoe. And, there's players that just keep coming through, and you can get a little lost. Shapovalov has got to work really hard to get back to the really heights, the elites. But he showed he can do that in this 1st set.
Serve comes down the center. It's blocked back. And the great example there is Shapovalov pulls out a needed hold. Sinner will now go at 4-2. His fellow Canadian, Felix Auger-Aliassime, they won the Junior Davis Cup.
Yep.
And Felix, in the same way, has had his own adversity.
Yeah, I think I'd love to see him just relax and play and just let his body and his mind work together. He just seems to want it so much that it's almost like he hinders his own kind of ability out there on the court. He gets so tight. It'd be great to see him just to have a great run and to relax and let it all come together.
4-2 for Sinner. He goes out wide, follows it in with a forehand. Shapovalov plays a lob. It is in. He hasn't gotten many of those. Back to net. Sinner plays an overhead that somehow lands in. Shapovalov now at net, goes cross-court with the overhead. Sinner somehow reset this drop shot. Shapovalov, backhand pass, shot of the day for Jannik Sinner. Certainly the point of the day, as Sinner covered a whole lot of ground, but did not give up.
Wow. I mean, he went north, south, east, and west in this match, in this point, I should say. Unbelievable. Wow. And then to finish off, look at the foot speed, just watching that again, it's just brilliant. I mean, he is good.
And that point comes as this match hits the 3-hour mark. Jannik Sinner leads 4-2 here in the fourth set. 15-love, the toss, and that serves long. Wong up a break in the fourth set on Rublev at 3-2. That's on grandstand. Out wide goes Sinner with that serve. Shapovalov with a forehand. Now Sinner stretches out Shapovalov, backs up for an overhead that tucks into the right corner. Shapovalov was nowhere near it. It's 30-love for Sinner.
I love watching those patterns of play from Jannik. He just opens up the court so well. And I love how he drives off the right leg when he knows he's going forwards. He just takes that ball a little bit earlier, moves in. It's almost like hitting and moving at the same time with the intention of getting in as quickly as he can to that net. Just when he's at his best. I love watching that.
30-love for Sinner. And he goes right into the body, chipped back Shapovalov. Now a forehand from Sinner, forehand cross-court Shapovalov. Short ball forehand from Sinner, who moves to his left for a backhand cross. Forehand middle from Shapovalov. Deep forehand Sinner. He comes into net. He waits from the service line, hits the overhead, over the head and out of the reach of Shapovalov. Sinner had all the answers.
Well, this is a perfect of an example when and how to produce the opportunity to come forwards. He always goes into that backhand side off, coming off the forehand. So he's getting Shapovalov moving into that backhand side. Soon as he sees that racket face open, you know it's a slice. There's no power on it. You can't pass off that. Sinner's all over the net. Brilliant.
40-love here for Sinner and a chance for 5-2 in this fourth set. 3 hours, 2 minutes on court. And up the center, blocked with the backhand from a spinning Shapovalov, who goes down the line. Sinner had to hit a second volley. He did, taking it out of the air on the backhand. Sinner holds, and he is one game away from the fourth round of the U.S. Open. 5-2, he leads in the fourth set. So this has been an impressive recovery for Jannik Sinner, who looks poised to move on to the fourth round and await the winner of tonight's match between Tommy Paul and Alexander Bublik. That is the second match of the night on Ash. The night session in Ash begins with Iga Swiatek taking on Anna Kalinskaya. And it's the last day of a devoted night session in Armstrong. And that night session tomorrow will be, or tonight rather, will be Alexander Zverev and Felix Auger-Aliassime, followed by Beatrice Haddad-Maia and Maria Sakkari. Right now in Armstrong, exciting stuff in the doubles. Prim is here to tell us about it.
Hey guys, we've got a packed house over here at Louis Armstrong Stadium where we have Venus Williams and Leylah Fernandez taking on Ulrike Ikiri of Norway and Iri Hazumi of Japan. If you recall, Williams and Fernandez are coming off that upset versus the 6-seed Ludmila Kichenok and Ellen Perez. And they were down 4-2 here in the opening set. Were able to come back. We're up 5-4. Couldn't get the break. Right now they're up 6-5 at the moment. But Ikiri and Hazumi going for the I formation at 40-15, seeing if they can send this into a tiebreak. Venus Williams goes for the return, and Leylah Fernandez puts it away. You can probably hear the crowd, guys. Do you think a lot of them are going for Venus Williams and Leylah Fernandez?
Absolutely. I was in that stadium the other night watching against Perez and Kichenok, and
that was awesome the other night. We'll head back there in a bit, but back here in Arthur Ashe Stadium, Denis Shapovalov was in at net and pulls the racket down as Sinner's forehand misses long. 15-love in a must-hold game for Shapovalov. He wants to make Sinner serve out this match.
Let's see what he can do on his serve. First serve percentage has improved at the back end of this match.
Coleman Wong maintaining that break lead on Andrei Rublev, 4-3 in the fourth as he tries to bring the 15th seed to a fifth set on grandstand. Sinner misses long on the backhand. 30-love for Shapovalov here.
I think after this match, Denis has got to go with his coach and everyone and just go, let's have a look at what you did in that first set. It was impressive. And it's like, can we duplicate this more often? How do we have the physicality to complete sets 2, 3, and 4 playing like this? He was phenomenal, and he's got such an upside.
Great serve down the center, blocked back long by Sinner. And the physicality is a great point because we saw the physical toll that took on Shapovalov, who has not moved as well. He's not gotten to as many balls over the last set and a half.
Yeah. And also when your legs get tired, the mind gets tired as well, obviously, and all the numbers seem to drop a little.
Right down the center now from inside the service line. Shapovalov goes inside in with a forehand. A love hold for Denis, but that means Jannik Sinner heads to the line to serve for a spot in the 4th round of the U.S. Open.
I think another area as well that Denis really needs to focus on too. You look at the other side, Jannik Sinner barely gives any energy up. No negativity, just takes his time, goes about business. But we have seen Denis get a little upset and, you know, looking over at the team, and then that just impacted his concentration just a little, and that's when these top players will pounce on you.
Good return from Shapovalov, and it puts Sinner out. You heard from Team Shapovalov there, be ready for the wide serve, and he was ready for that wide serve with a good return back in play. Love 15.
Yeah, he's going to try to get to that backhand side all day, isn't he? But Sinner likes to serve out wide. He likes to mix it up a little bit. Let's see if he goes out wide again, because he's been trying to dissect the court pretty quickly.
Serve right down the center, blocked back with the backhand, well long from Shapovalov. That tee serve from Sinner was picture perfect. 15 all.
That's quite interesting. The Sinner box, it just has the 5 men in white. No one else is entertained in that box. It's just the 5 businessmen that look after Jannik Sinner's tennis.
There were a few more people in the 2nd round.
Yeah.
Sitting behind the men in white. There were men in black in the 2nd round with white hats. There's
True.
A coordinated...
he was wearing black the other day, wasn't he? In the evening.
In the
match.
evening, yes.
Yeah.
Forehand middle. Now the forehand from Shapovalov, middle of the court. Now backhand into the running forehand cross Shapovalov. Backhand cross from Sinner. Forehand middle Shapovalov. Forehand from Shapovalov inside in. He pulls Sinner into the backhand. Forehand middle from Denis. Forehand from Sinner. Big hitting from both from the baseline. A backhand from Shapovalov. Now a forehand middle from Sinner. Slice backhand Shapovalov. Sinner with a middle forehand. Backhand cross court Shapovalov. Steps into the court. Inside in with the forehand. Stretched out backhand from Shapovalov. And he nets the backhand cross court, does Sinner. Most impressive point we've seen in a while from Shapovalov, and the crowd agrees. He's got some daylight here, 15-30.
Wow, what a point. 24 shots, and it was Sinner that pulled out of that one. Just couldn't quite control that backhand. That's a nice little turnaround here for Shapovalov. One more point, and it's danger Will Robinson for Sinner.
Yeah, it looked like Sinner was breezing through this 4th set, and he was for a while. But now he's, as you say, in some danger. He ran that serve clock down to dangerous territory, but gets it off and missed that first serve long. Serve down the center. Shapovalov missed the forehand. He had it lined up. He took a step to his right to stay on the forehand and just mishit it into the center of the net. It's 30 all.
If he can just stick with it a little bit here, Shapovalov. Try to get one of those longer rallies again. Mix it up. Keep using that forehand to be the one, the dominant one. There are a couple of more points here just to try to break. Be great to see.
Serve out wide. Great return from Shapovalov with the backhand. Now a forehand deep from Shapovalov. Sinner missed the forehand, and Shapovalov has a break point.
Well, he's being very obvious, isn't he? Going out wide. Denis is just standing there on that backhand. He knows it's going to the backhand. If he can get something back quality into the forehand side of Sinner, Sinner plays long line, then Shapovalov has got that forehand cross court, and that's the pattern he wants to get into.
(30-40). Break chance here for Shapovalov as Sinner serves for the match, and Sinner goes flat and out wide, but he missed it. Shapovalov will get another look here. What does Sinner do with this serve? He does go flat and out wide again, and that was a good one because Shapovalov's forehand return missed wide. Couple of set points for Williams and Fernandez in that first set tiebreak in the women's doubles on Armstrong. You saw Darren Cahill out of his seat, urging Sinner on. He's 2 points from the finish line here on Ash. Coleman Wong is serving for the fourth set on grandstand against Andrei Rublev. Deuce, now the toss, and that serve flat and out wide to his right, blocked back Shapovalov. Sinner waits at the left sideline, hits the overhead cross, but right at Shapovalov, who punches it back long. And after 3 hours, 10 minutes, Jannik Sinner, who had to come from behind at a few different points in this match, has a match point.
Well, it's been a great match from set number 2 for Sinner. He had to figure a few things out, but he did it incredibly well. You can take nothing away from Denis. He played some terrific play. He just couldn't maintain this high level that Sinner brings.
Thank you. Please stay still at the front of the court here, please.
Very competitive,
stay
though.
Stay still. Sit down on the seats. Thank you.
Last few games, resurgence of Shapovalov.
And now Sinner waits for the crowd to settle. Match point for the world number 1 at 5-3 from the far baseline. He goes out wide. It's blocked with a forehand from Shapovalov, who moves right with a backhand. Forehand middle from Sinner on match point. Forehand Shapovalov. Forehand middle from Sinner. Inside out forehand. More angle Shapovalov. Sinner's there though. Backhand Shapovalov. Big forehand Sinner. Shapovalov slides into it. It's long, and Jannik Sinner thwacks that ball into the stands. He makes it 24 straight wins on hard courts at Grand Slam level. And that will take the defending champion back into the last 16 of the U.S. Open. It was not easy against an explosive player in Denis Shapovalov, but Jannik Sinner showed his class. 5-7, 6-4, 6-3, 6-3 in 3 hours and 12 minutes.
It's all business, isn't it, with Jannik? It's so interesting just watching how he manages his energy, how he manages being out on court. He's so thorough. He just thinks. He's charming, but he doesn't give too much away in terms of what he's feeling, his character. Barely smiled at the end of that match. He just knows he's really having to play some great tennis against some very good quality Shapovalov today.
Another shoe change for Sinner. That was a turning point in this match. What turned in the first set on Armstrong, Prim?
Guys, what a fantastic party we got going over here. Can you believe it? Venus Williams and Leylah Fernandez, they've taken the opening set in a tie break against Ulrike Ikiri of Norway and Iri Hazumi of Japan after coming back from a 4-2 deficit. And after that deficit, they worked their way back into this match. And what they did, especially in the tie break, they were playing just so aggressive, crushing the returns, crossing the net, squeezing the court, and quite frankly, couldn't think of a better description, but just playing some inspired tennis kind of makes sense, right? Leylah Fernandez said, felt like Christmas when she found out that she might have the opportunity to play with Venus Williams, who is making her first doubles appearance here since 2022. What will come of the second set, we will certainly keep you posted.
Thanks, Prim. Let's go back into Ash. Michelle Yu speaking with Jannik Sinner.
Hard-fought battle for you. What did it take you to come out on top today?
Yeah, a very, very tough match today. I know Denis since quite a long time. The last time we played against was some years ago, and I feel like, we both improved so much, and I knew that I had to play at a very, very high level today, so I'm very happy that I managed to win. He started off very well, so I just try to stay there mentally, trying to see what's coming. Obviously, as always, thank you so much for the support. It's been amazing since so many years, and I was very happy.
What type of confidence does this give you going into week 2 now?
Yeah, week 2 it's completely different. You see less people behind the scenes, and it's always a great sign that I'm still here, and just, looking forward for the next match. It's getting tougher and tougher, physically and also mentally. It's all different. So obviously very happy to be again in the next week. And yeah, it's a very special place for me, obviously, since many years. And it was the first time that I played a main draw in a Grand Slam was here, and I won last year. So it's an amazing place to be. And let's see what's coming, but obviously very happy.
Well, you may see less people behind the scenes, but more people are going to be coming here in week 2. How does the energy of the New York City crowd fuel you and your play when it comes to going deeper in the tournament?
I think I don't have nothing to say. You just have to hear the noise, and it's amazing to always, step on the court here. This is the biggest stage we have in our tennis industry, so I'm very happy, that I can play here in this beautiful place, and you guys make it even more beautiful. So thank you so much, and see you all guys in the next round. Thank you.
Jannik, thank you so much. Jannik Sinner, everyone.
Couple of Italian flags on display in Arthur Ashe Stadium. It's now an event when Jannik Sinner is on the court. That's the price that comes with being the world #1, and Sinner has handled it quite well on court and off as he tries to become the first man since Roger Federer almost 20 years ago to win the Australian Open and the US Open in back-to-back seasons. Federer did it 06-07, and Sinner is trying to do the same here in New York City in 2025 to follow his 2024 triumphs. Well, he's 3/4 of the way there, and he is another round through of this tournament. That was just an impressive performance. It's always impressive when you see somebody overcome that adversity. And that's exactly what Sinner did.
Yeah, he absolutely had to bring his A game. There was no question about it. I mean, that's where Sinner, he was just riding it out. You have to ride the wave out when you play against someone like Shapovalov that's just playing out of the world. I mean, he was playing incredibly good. But over time, when you are one of the players that has been around and won as many matches as he has, he's seen this before. He knows that, okay, I'm assessing where he's at, and I'll just hang in here and keep working.
So exciting stuff for Jannik Sinner. So what we're going to do is take a break, and we'll come back, and we've got some doubles action with Venus Williams, Leylah Fernandez up a set. We've got a 5th set about to begin on the grandstand. We've got Alex de Minaur and Daniel Altmaier just beginning. We've got it all going down here on this Saturday on US Open Radio, presented by American Express. We're back on US Open Radio, presented by American Express, after Jannik Sinner closed out the day session in Arthur Ashe Stadium over Denis Shapovalov with a 4-set win. Sinner, the defending champion, moves on to the 4th round, where he will meet either Tommy Paul or Alexander Bublik for a spot in the quarterfinals. Lorenzo Musetti, a winner after Flavio Caboli had to retire down 2-0 in the 3rd set. Musetti will play Jaume Munar, who moves on to his first ever 4th round at a major. Also, the big story into the 4th round at a major, a qualifier. Leandro Riti of Switzerland, after Kamil Majchak had to retire in the 8th game of the opening set of their match. So Reedy is through. He will play either Daniel Altmaier or Alex de Minaur. They're midway through their first set on Stadium 17. We're also about to see if another qualifier can get through to the fourth round of the U.S. Open. That's Coleman Wong on grandstand. We're going to go to grandstand in a moment, but first, let's just quickly check here in Armstrong, where one of the stories of this tournament has certainly been Venus Williams at 45 years of age. She's in doubles here with Leylah Fernandez, and they are enjoying plenty of crowd support, as you can hear in the background, against the Japanese-Norwegian duo of Iri Hozumi from Japan and Ulrika Akeri of Norway. And I think what's most impressive, Louise, you know, we saw from Venus in that first round match over Mahova, and you're thinking, okay, last time we saw Venus in singles on Ashe, it was kind of tough to watch for somebody who's such a great champion of the sport. But to push Mahova to 3, she had her chances. You're thinking, okay, she can handle herself out here. And that sent the message. And now here she is in the doubles. And she and Leylah Fernandez are a couple of games away from moving on to the third round.
Yeah, it's brilliant to see, isn't it? I mean, I think she's won 14 majors in doubles with Serena. So she certainly knows her way around the doubles court. And with her big serve and her big returns, then Leylah can really jump in and do her work with the volley. She's been very good. The other day against Perez and Kitchenok, I thought Leylah was exceptional. I thought she might have been maybe the little bit of the weaker side, but she returned well, and she was really ready to back up these shots from Venus. So they really do make and gel a very good team.
They've got 3 break points here as that serve comes into the Fernandez backhand. She blocks it back long. If Williams and Fernandez can win this match, they would play either the 12th seeded team of Alexandrova and Zhang Shui of China, or the all-British duo of Katie Boulter and Soné Cartel.
Wow, that's going to be interesting. Wow. Well, I love the doubles. I mean, it's just so great to see Venus playing. It may just inspire some other top players to come out and play. I think we definitely saw that in the mixed doubles just a week ago, the top players playing and how much they enjoyed playing doubles. It's a little bit of a stress relief in a way for these players. They love having someone next to them and playing a team event.
Akeri and Hozumi have saved 2 break points on the Akeri serve. Now they'll try to save a third at 30-40 as Akeri missed that serve wide. She's from Norway. She plays primarily doubles. She's played doubles at the highest level. She's teamed up with Casper Ruud, of course, in the United Cup, that season opening event in Australia. And then Fernandez misses the return. It's deuce.
Yeah, trying to go for too much there, Leylah. She didn't really need to do that. You only need to get it back deep. She was trying to hit the outright winner. Akeri and Hozumi, just they're not as consistent from the back. They're going to try to do the damage at the net. That's where they're very handy, particularly Hozumi. She stands in very close to the net, very confident in the net. One of the best doubles players coming out of Japan.
Here's the toss. It floats long on that serve to Venus Williams.
That's where Akeri just does not have a really big serve, so they're not going to get any free points off her serve. But more importantly, she kind of gets a little tight on it. Now it's advantage again on Leylah's racket for the return.
Going to head to the grandstand after this. Coleman Wong, the qualifier, into a 5th set with Alex de Minaur at 1-2. Already got 1 qualifier through to the 4th round. That's Leandro Reedy, who advanced via retirement. Here's Leylah, cross court with a forehand, change direction. Oh, the poach, so good from Venus. Timeless. There's the break for Williams and Fernandez. They lead 3 games to love. A second break in the 2nd set. That was a big-time net play from the ageless Venus Williams, Louise.
Yeah, brilliant, isn't it? She was just there ready. I mean, she's got such a big, impressive stature when she's at the net. You don't feel like you've got any space to hit past Venus, but she does a very good job of holding her own. It was some quick exchanges, and Hazumi just went back right at her. I would imagine that maybe they're trying to pick Venus off a little bit more at the net because Layla has been super. But they combine so well together. Venus has got the big return. She's got the big serve. Flat, hard, deep, and then Layla hits with shape, and she's fast, and she's got great hands. So they're a real tight team, in fact. They make a really good connection.
We'll keep an eye on that match, but right now we are going to head out to the grandstand for some more U.S. Open drama, and that is Coleman Wong, the qualifier from Hong Kong, who has taken Andrei Rublev to a 5th set. And we've been talking about this match all afternoon, Louise. These two have been at it for 2 hours, 47 minutes. Wong took the first set 6-2 from Rublev, and then you're thinking Rublev wins the second and third set 6-4, 6-3, and you think, okay, great story. Coleman Wong, qualifier, 3rd round of the U.S. Open. That's great. Well, he said, I'm not done, and won the 4th set 6-4, and now here we are in the 5th as he nets a forehand. And you just wonder, as we've been talking about all day, what is left in those legs based on the qualifying matches and now entering the 3rd hour against one of the top players in the world.
Yeah, it's amazing. I think it's what's in the inspiration around the court, because there's plenty of it. There's so much support. But when I look at him moving around the court from set number 1 to set now, he's just not moving with that same energy. He's not doing the fist pump. And of course, he's trying to conserve a little bit, but times are getting tough in the 5th. Andre has been here plenty of times. Coleman, it's his first knock on the door.
Rublev, of course, thinking about big things in this tournament. He's got the dubious distinction of being 0-10 in major quarterfinals. He's got to get to the 4th round first, but he took that second serve at 84 miles an hour. It was a meatball that Rublev just crushed cross-court for a winner, and he's got a break point.
He just had to add a little bit of spaghetti to that, and it was a great return. Nice bite.
He's got the break point here. Andre locked in, body serve. He meets it with the backhand middle. Wong off his back foot. Rublev comes in with the forehand. Now forehand from Wong. Backhand cross court. Off the net court, it travels back to Wong. They go cross court, and Rublev missed the backhand and then is still bouncing his racket against the ground. That's the frustration that boils just below the surface so often for Andrei Rublev and so often overflows.
Yeah, and that is the hope that Coleman Wong is going to keep on his side. He's going to keep looking down the end and seeing that Andre is getting upset, throwing his racket down. That just pumps you up. If you're tired and you're looking down there and you see that, you keep going.
At deuce, Wong thumps one down the center. Nice to have that in the bag at a big moment. He goes 120T. And has a chance for 2-all.
Amazing, and there's just absolutely nothing wrong with that serve, I tell you. That's good.
That's very good. Advantage Wong. Chance for 2-all here in the 5th. Serve goes out wide. The backhand cross court now forehand. He hits behind Rublev. Oh, he 1-2'd him. And now he's telling this packed house on the grandstand to get up and make some noise, and they are complying.
Oh, this is brilliant. Wow, and this is what he's doing. He's urging the crowd to kind of keep that energy up for him. He loves bouncing off the crowd. He was out there the other day against Adam Walton. He was doing exactly the same thing. The only problem was it was only court 10. This is grandstand. He's got a multiplication of people out here just inspiring him. And this is absolutely new territory. And he is thriving. He loves this. This is just going to keep the energy just bubbling enough.
2-all, Rublev off the tape and Long. We talk about Wong handling these moments. Remember that big win he had in Miami over Ben Shelton earlier this year. So, again, he looks very comfortable on this big stage, and now he gets an Andrei Rublev double fault. It's love 15.
Yeah, this is dangerous time for Rublev. 8 double faults so far.
And now he's got to figure out another second serve. Second serve from Rublev right into the center of the box, and Wong goes down the line big with a forehand. He comes into net, crushes a forehand, but missed it into the net.
You know, you look at these shots, he hit an unbelievable return to set up a short ball. You'd say it's an 80%, 20 that you own that. You just blink and you don't quite just meet the target. Just flop that into the net.
Now, second serve coming from Rublev into the center of the box. Wang strikes again with a forehand, now moves to his left with a backhand cross-court. Rublev gives him a cross-court backhand. Wang with a forehand middle. Up the line goes Rublev. Back forehand middle from Wang. Again, from the Hong Kong qualifier. Backhand middle from Wang. Inside out forehand Rublev. Backhand middle from Wang. Short ball forehand Rublev, who does not want to come in. He's staying at the baseline. Backhand Wang pulls the trigger. Rublev flicks it back long. Didn't miss by much, but it was just long. But that's Wang in a pretty even point, just able to reflect that.
Just pushed
or he
that
missed
wide.
it wide.
Yeah,
Oh.
he just missed it. He thought he got it.
So did I.
Oh, literally a couple of millimeters. Oh, Rublev is kind of waddling up to the serve.
And here's Rublev at 30-15 up the center, bunted back on the forehand from Wang. Now he plays a forehand drop shot, brings in Rublev, and Rublev can't get there.
Talk about disguise, though. Wow. What a change-up with the way he takes his racket back here. You cannot see this. He holds it up high. Unbelievable to hit such a good shot under pressure. Just gets enough backspin on that is impossible for Rublev to hit that comfortably.
Alex de Minaur 4-5 to serve in the opening set to Daniel Altmaier. That's on 17. Here on the grandstand, it's Andrei Rublev at 2-all in the fifth. And he missed that first serve at 30-all. Toss, and that serve comes into the middle. Now to the left goes Rublev with a backhand cross. Wang stays on the forehand. He ran around to hit the forehand, but he put it into the net. It's 40-15.
Yeah, he just popped up a little bit on that shot, didn't he? Needed to stay down and just drive with his legs a little bit more. Look of disappointment written all over his face there, Coleman.
And Rublev smacks that first serve into net. Here's the toss, and that second serve. Wang, oh, he wants to tee off on the forehand, but he found the net instead. Wang netted the return. Rublev holds, and we are on serve in the fifth. It's Wang at 2-3 on US Open Radio, presented by American Express. Couple of minutes before 5 o'clock here in New York City. Brian Clark, Louise Plemming with you for a few more minutes. We'll have Ravi Uba, Zina Garrison coming by shortly for an exciting conclusion to this Saturday afternoon at the U.S. Open. We've got plenty of excitement here on the grandstand. Coleman Wang, the qualifier from Hong Kong, in a fifth set battle with the 15 seed Andrei Rublev. And Wang loses that first point on serve. We've seen Wang really favor that forehand wing. He's wanted to hit the forehand. He's gone big consistently with the forehand. Now he goes body serve, and Rublev with a good deep backhand return. Rublev grunts through a forehand return, and then Wong missed it long, and here's some immediate daylight for Andrei Rublev.
Yeah, that's the pattern of play that he's looking for, isn't he? The big serve and then looking to get around and generate off that forehand. But it's Rublev that's just sensing he might get the break here. Can he make a return in play?
At love 30, it's Wong. He goes out wide. Rublev makes a good forehand return. Now runs around to a backhand. Wong runs around to hit the forehand cross-court backhand line. Rublev, Wong a few steps slow. Andrei Rublev relentless as he drives that backhand for a winner. And he can break Coleman Wong at love.
Oh, wow. He looks like he is really ready to rip some of these shots here, Rublev. And he's got a nice little handy
body serve. He punches it back with a forehand drop shot from Wong. Did it catch the baseline? Rublev doesn't think so, but no, it did. Wow. Wong looks exhausted. We saw him win a very crafty drop shot point earlier. That looked like a desperation drop shot. It goes his way, but only just.
Yeah, I think you're right. This is not out of just trying to be tactically smart. This is just to preserve.
15-40, Wong nets the first serve. He's down 2 break points here in the 5th set to Andrei Rublev. 2-3, and a second serve coming for Coleman Wong. That second serve into the center, a forehand, deep return from Rublev. Forehand from Wong. Rublev goes forehand cross court. Backhand running just wide from Wong. There's the break for Rublev, and is that enough here in this 5th set? Andrei Rublev will serve with new balls as he's up 4-2 in this final set.
It's impressive, though, isn't it, from Coleman Wong? I love the way he interacts with the crowd. I like the way, he plays. He's got a big ball game. He likes to hit. He's got energy out there, but I think it's just all about left on the court. There's not a lot left in his tank.
Body serve. Wong's got no response for that as the clock strikes 5. Is it going to strike midnight on Coleman Wong's Cinderella run here at this U.S. Open? 15 love as Rublev exhales. The toss and that serve right down the tee, but a little bit wide. Daniel Altmaier serving at 5-all in the opening set to Alex de Minaur. Ravi Uba, Zina Garrison will have that one. We're not done here, though, on the grandstand as Coleman Wong takes that second serve offering and pummels an inside-in forehand winner for 15-all.
Well, anything that's going to sit up in that nice strike zone. He likes it up around the shoulder height. He's tall, he's 6'3". He can create a lot of power off that wing. He is enjoying this when it's sitting right in that slot.
Serve goes out wide. Now the forehand return into the forehand middle. Now forehand inside out from Wong. He just missed it. 30-15 for Rublev.
Just shows his emotions a little bit. Wong, the head drops when he misses that shot. It lifts when he hits a good one, and he gets all excited again. He's riding the wave here. There's a lot riding on this match.
Rublev 2 points from a 5-2 lead in the 5th. Body serve eats up Wong, who punches the backhand. Now Wong, though, plays through it, but missed the backhand long. Wong did a good job of keeping himself in that point, but he drops the head in what could be exhaustion, what could be frustration, what could be a combination. 40-15 for Rublev.
Yeah, it looks a little different down the other end. Andrei looks very serious and businesslike.
40-15 for Rublev. He missed it long. Rublev serving in the sunlight. The shadow is coming onto the court from left to right. The serve down the center. The backhand reply from Wong. Big forehand into net, Rublev. Not done yet. Now the immediate frustration apparent from Andrei Rublev. First meeting between these two players, not a surprise when you consider the level that they've played. Rublev at the top of the ATP game for more than 5 years. Wong is just trying to make his way, turned 21 earlier this summer. Now the toss and that serve wide of the center. Wong got his ranking to a career high after the U.S. Open last year, the end of September. Saying that based on time, not how he played at the U.S. Open, 128. But here it's Andrei Rublev who has let Wong back into this game. Another miss from Rublev. And just that swing, Louise. Remember we saw Rublev a few points ago. He slammed down the towel.
Yeah.
He looked like a racehorse just ready to unload. He was on the bit, chomping. See how many more horse analogies I can spit out here. But he was ready, and now all of a sudden you see that frustration, and you see Coleman Wong, who just looks out on his feet, somehow hanging in this match. Rublev at deuce. Oh, that's a big body serve that Wong's got no answer for. Advantage Rublev, 119 at his shoe tops.
Yeah, he wants it done now, doesn't he, Andre Rublev? He wants out. Wants a first serve, and he's going to smack this next ball wherever it lands.
Breeze has picked up a bit as Rublev, a couple of bounces, looks across the court at 4-2. He thumps one out wide, and Rublev is on the verge. He has gotten a fight from the qualifier, Coleman Wong, but that fight could be coming to an end. Louise Fleming, you did great. This was a lot of fun.
Thank you, Brian. Yeah, absolutely. I loved every minute of it. Just lock me in.
Louise is going to enjoy the rest of her tea with her s'mores creamer. You will enjoy the rest of the tennis with Ravi Uba and Zina Garrison. It's all ahead on US Open Radio, presented by American Express.
Rublev is looking to close it out against Coleman Wong, but Wong wants to try and make him serve this match out. Third round men's singles at the U.S. Open. Welcome, Zina Garrison. Auntie Z, how are you today? Doing very, very well. Doing very, very well, thank you. His serve out wide to the forehand of Rublev. What a return. It was lashed cross court. Wong can get a racket to it, not much more.
Yeah, Rublev did a great job there, just smacking that forehand. I could see his coach there telling him to move forward.
And Murat Safin in the box telling him to go for it, attack on those returns. Wong was going for a big serve down the tee, but he missed it just wide. Second serve for the player from Hong Kong, the trailblazer, first ever player trying to keep on winning at the U.S. Open. Advanced to the second week for the first time in his career.
Wong did a great job there. Didn't matter how close Rublev moved that thing. He caught it up so quickly. It got back so quick on Rublev there.
And Rublev was sliding, trying in desperation to keep that going. Sirens in the distance, alarm bells for Coleman Wong in this situation. He's trying to extend this match against Rublev, whose record in 5 sets, 10-9. Meanwhile, this is the first one he's ever played. Not surprising because it's his first main draw.
Yeah, and you saw it there. It looks like the legs were just a little bit tired. Couldn't quite get up for that second serve.
Trying to refocus here. That last serve, not much on it. 96 miles per hour. Bound to be feeling at Coleman Wong. But then he drills that serve into the corner. 114 miles per hour to stay in this match. 5-3.
Even though he had a beautiful serve there, he still didn't look like he has a lot of energy there going on.
No, you're right, Z. Let's see what the energy level is like in this game for him, but also for Rublev. It's on his racket now. If he can thump down those serves, he'll be into the next round. But his first serve percentage, actually, the entire match has been pretty low, 51% only.
Yeah, that's pretty low.
When it has gone in, he's winning 81% of those points, so it's very important. That's the first serve in play. Block return on the forehand side from Wong, and then Wong with a backhand cross. Here's a forehand inside out. He loves that shot. Rublev, maybe his favorite shot, that inside in. Wong mishits the forehand, but it stays in, touches the line. Here's a backhand cross court by Wong, and then the forehand is shaped middle by Rublev, and the forehand miss comes from Wong, who again looked a little bit jaded.
Rublev did a great job there. He did not want to hit any backhand. He kept running around his forehand, but that's, like you said, his strong shot, especially that inside in. Beautifully done by Rublev.
Rublev all about to win here. And meanwhile, Louis Armstrong, Venus, and Leylah Fernandez, they won again, beating Aikari and Hozumi 7-5, 6-1. So they'll be back, and no doubt on a big court.
Yes, they will. Leylah was playing unbelievable, and Venus was like pumping her up. It was so nice to see those two win.
Great dynamic between those two players. Here's Wong into it with a forehand. He's just made it. Touched the line. It was bold. Had to be maybe at this stage. He pulled it off.
Wong basically said he's not going anywhere soon. He's trying to hang in there. That was an excellent forehand. He got around it, and inside out forehand. Beautifully done.
Like Alex Iala trains at the Rafa Nadal Academy. And congratulations to Rafa, because just welcomed his second child, Rafa.
Oh, wow. Congratulations.
Here's Wong with the forehand down the middle. Rublev not expecting, but a chance to put away this backhand, which he does. That volley from Wong, he left it hanging.
Yeah, Rublev knew exactly what to do. He tried to come in, put a little pressure on Rublev, but was not able to hit a good volley and just kind of set it up there. Nice little softball, and Rublev made him pay for that.
At times, he has shown some frustration in this match, Rublev. However, he's worked a lot on that in the last couple of months, and he seems to be making progress by his own admission as well. Helped by Murat Safin. First serve rocketed, but off the top of the tape, so it's a let first serve once again. (5-3), 30-15. Rublev close to the fourth round, making the second week once again. We know he's able to do that at majors. For him, issue has been getting past the quarterfinal stage at majors. Second serve, toss goes up, didn't like it, catches it. He'll do it again, Rublev. 3 hours, 8 minutes on the clock. Attacks the forehand, does Wong, ran around, connected, 30-all.
Somehow Wong found some energy to get around that second serve and really blast it right back down the line. And then he hit himself on the chest, like pumping his heart up, trying to get him to, come on, keep hanging in there, keep fighting.
That's a statement return. So what will Rublev do here? Will he put a bit extra on this first serve? Double the winner count in this set. He's got 14 winners in this set. 7 for Rublev, but also more errors. Serve out wide. He missed it into the tram lines. Second serve, will he attack this one? Wong. It's a second serve out to that forehand side. Had time to hit it. Maybe too much time because he netted it.
Yeah, that ball just kind of set up there, and Wong's feet did not move anywhere close to where he needed to. You got to move up to that ball. When someone hits a slow ball, you have to move up because you got to go toward the ball rather than just staying there. He was in cement.
He didn't. Yeah, you're right, Z. He didn't move whatsoever. Now it is a match point for Andrei Rublev. But the first serve not cooperating still. Down the middle, but into the net. Second serve, no change in the positioning for Wong here. Second serve to that forehand of Wong. He nets that forehand as well. Back to back. Second serve return misses on that forehand wing. And the number 15, Andrei Rublev, escapes against Coleman Wong. These two practiced together recently. It was a good practice set, which Coleman, I think, won. But on this day, it's Rublev who gets the W.
Yeah, Rublev is really, really happy about getting through that. And, you know, he's always right there, but he still can't make it over that hump. So hopefully he is excited. He's pumping his fist, and he is on to the next round.
He is, indeed. On to the next round. Andrei Rublev shakes his fist skyward. He's such a popular character. He is on TZ. We all know the struggles he's had on court. Ball striker and a very, very Good guy, by all accounts. Meanwhile, we're going to quickly shift our attention to a tiebreak, so it's a key moment in a match between Alex de Minaur, the number 8 seed, and Daniel Altmaier, the German, who beat Stefanos Tsitsipas in 5 sets. So he's trying to back it up against the Demon, his nickname, who is one of the, if not the fastest players on the tour.
He is so fast. Every time I see him, like some of the balls that he gets, I can't even believe that he's even close to them, but he gets to them and then he does something with it.
He does something with it. Here's a serve by de Minaur, inside in forehand. It's a serve +1. He's out in front in this tiebreak, 4-3.
De Minaur did a great job there. We were just talking about his speed. He saw there was going to be a short ball. He ran up there extremely fast, but he holds the ball so long you can't tell which way he's going on that forehand especially.
Very good disguise on the forehand from Alex de Minaur. We had Marat Safin, who was watching in the team of Andre Rublev, where Leighton Hewitt is watching Alex de Minaur, a longtime mentor of de Minaur and a long time at the helm of the Davis Cup. Meanwhile, Rublev is applauding Wong off the court. That's very, very nice to see. More to come for Coleman Wong as that ranking will bump up. He'll head on to the Asian swing now, where he does have some points to defend. Second serve, Altmaier to the backhand. Not a lot on that, but here's a chance to attack. Comes in behind the forehand approach and a chance to put away this overhead, which he does comfortably for 4-all.
Yeah, de Minaur is going to want that ball back. I mean, that was just a powder puff that he put up there. Not a very good lob at all. And Altmaier took advantage of it.
He sure did. In this match where both players so far are winning a lot of points behind the first serve, more so for de Minaur, 90% first serve points won, and off the ground, more winners than unforced for both. So it's been a pretty clean first set in this one. All to play for still in this tiebreak. First serve out wide by Altmaier. No chance for de Minaur. He does get a racket to it, but not much more.
Altmaier's, it's funny. This is like they want, both of them would like to get this first tiebreaker underneath their belt. Altmaier did a great job sliding that ball out wide. I like to say, really, when you're carving that ball, you take the person over there all the way to possibly in the box.
He's looking for a bit of revenge, is the German Altmaier, because he's 0-2 against de Minaur. Lost one earlier in the year.
0-2?
In straight sets, yeah. That was in Rotterdam. Rotterdam, traditionally pretty slow conditions on those hard courts. U.S. Open, a little bit faster. Second serve, de Minaur to the backhand. The one-hander of Altmaier lofted with shape. Here's de Minaur. Didn't try to go for too much with the forehand, and then Altmaier misses forehand inside in the tram lines.
Yeah, Altmaier had a kind of an unusual backhand that he hit. It was, even though it was one hand, it was kind of like a whippy shot, but then the forehand was even more whippier than the backhand, and he missed it way wide.
He's the
big
one
loopy strokes.
Big loopy. That he likes the big swings. He has the big swings on both sides. Team of de Minaur also features his fiancée Katie Bolter, who is a women's
very
pro.
Good player.
Very good player. She lost to Marta Kostyuk in her opener. Another second serve for de Minaur to hit. What will Altmaier do here? He likes to attack. Will he be more conservative here? Forehand down the middle. Here's the forehand by de Minaur. Backhand Altmaier down the middle. Both of them neither with the angle too much to give the other. Here's inside in, and Altmaier now defending, but a loop forehand gets him back into the rally. Forehand middle. And then a forehand middle from de Minaur. They're going down the middle, still down the middle, though this time going with a backhand slice, Altmaier. And then he flattens out big time. Well defended by de Minaur. Once, twice, but not 3 times, because that's an inside-out winner to bring up a set point.
Altmaier did a great job there. I mean, his strokes are so loopy. Sometimes I lose the sight of the ball when he's coming through, but what he does so well is his contact point gets to that ball so quick, even though he has the loopy strokes.
And he now has a set point. Huge moment as the underdog trying to grab a 1-set lead against de Minaur. Some of the fans out of their chairs applauding that great strike by Altmaier. He's taking a little bit extra time wearing his bandana, white bandana as per usual for Altmaier. First serve, missed it. Tried to go out wide. Opportunity knocking here perhaps for de Minaur. although Altmaier is still winning a lot of points behind that second serve. 75% in the set. That's remarkable against de Minaur. Here's a backhand slice to middle. The forehand from de Minaur. Didn't try to go for too much. Backhand by de Minaur. Put into the corner. Comes in behind it. Knifes the volley cross court. What a great point played by de Minaur.
De Minaur did a great job there, seeing that Altmaier was just a little bit off and that ball was going to sit up there. What de Minaur does so well, he gets so close to that ball when he's sneaking in. He's almost about to touch the net.
He's so quick, you see, that he can close down the net quickly. He's cut off that ball. Faced two players much lower down in the rankings. First 2 rounds, de Minaur, he beat his fellow Australian, Chris O'Connell, attacking player, straight sets. And then Shintaro Mochizuki from Japan, that also in straight sets. So he hasn't spent a lot of time on court, which these top players obviously don't want to be doing. They want to build and have the reserves ready for the second week of majors. He's more accustomed to getting there than Altmaier, who did have the set point on his racket, didn't take it. Toss goes up and back into his hand. It is a little bit breezier today than yesterday at the U.S. Open. Sun is out. Here's the first serve, rocketed by Altmaier. That's a good comeback to get to 7-6.
Altmaier did a great job just hitting that serve right to the tee. Very, very, very flat, but it was really nice. I can't see exactly what that pace that was.
It was a fast serve. Up at around, I think, 115, if not more than that from Altmaier.
It sounded very loud.
Popped it hard. Winner of this match will take on the Swiss, Leandro Riedi. The qualifier only had to play 8 games. Got a retirement courtesy of Kamil Aishak, the Pole who went 5 long sets against Karen Khachanov. Altmaier looping forehand return, then the inside-out forehand return. Here's the forehand hit. Again, Altmaier mishit it. Here's the backhand, more middled. De Minaur able to attack with the forehand, then comes in again and knifes it. And that entire rally, Altmaier wasn't catching the ball cleanly.
De Minaur should do a master class on sneaking in when somebody's in trouble and he just sets that ball up. The minute he hits that ball, he literally just starts running in, little quick step, and then he's on top of the net.
He was taking that ball at a nice height, around shoulder height.
He's a master class. I mean, he does it absolutely beautiful every time.
Tiebreak approaching 12 minutes, now past the 12-minute mark. If Altmaier does not win this set after having a set point as the lower-ranked player, could spell trouble for him. Pushes the forehand return back in play, inside-out forehand from de Minaur. Then he goes the off backhand, so it's a forehand hit for Altmaier. Forehand just crossing the net, pardon me, the backhand from de Minaur goes backhand to the inside-out forehand. Injection of pace from Altmaier. Then the backhand one-hander, but it lands quite short. That's deeper and better from Altmaier with a one-handed backhand. He's controlling this rally, but we know de Minaur can defend so well. Cross court, he's missed it long on the forehand. De Minaur, the pressure telling there from Altmaier.
I think de Minaur just ran out of a little energy. Altmaier had him going from side to side to side. De Minaur seems like he just ran out of just a little bit of gas there.
Yeah, that's unusual, but at the same time, he was Altmaier with great work.
That was great work by them. You know, sometimes you can see, you know, in pressure situations, just keep the person moving because that will keep them on the defense rather than them putting you on the offense.
That's a part of his game that he's wanted to infuse more and more. De Minaur get more offensive because he feels like that's how he can move up higher in the rankings, go deeper at Grand Slams. Third set point for Altmaier, but again, there's no first serve. Now where will he go on this second serve? It's a serve that is lofted down the tee. And then de Minaur misses the forehand return long. Finally got the job done in that tiebreaker, Daniel Altmaier. And after that huge upset win over Stefanos Tsitsipas, off to an excellent start against Alex de Minaur. He takes it 7-6 in more than an hour. So will he be able to keep it up? We'll find out. Do stay with us on US Open Radio, presented by American Express.
Prim Sripapat alongside Leylah Fernandez and Venus Williams. You got to celebrate one last time, another twirl. Venus, how does it feel?
Amazing. You know, we got back on Armstrong, which has been a great environment for us. The fans are the real deal. Leylah played amazing. She just like comes up at the right times, and you can feel like confident as a partner to like just do what you need to do because she's there.
Well, speaking of an upset over the 6th seed, down 4-2 today in the first set. How were you able to close things out, especially in that tiebreak in the opening set?
I think we just really wanted to win. We didn't want to end it like today, so we kind of put our foot down and bulldozed our way through them. We wanted to keep going and get to the next round, and we started to lock in.
The two of you look like you've been playing for years. What does it feel like out there?
I think, you know, we know each other a bit. We used to hit together, you know, quite a bit before pandemic. And then I kind of disappeared off of the planet, but I'm back, at least for now. And so I feel like we kind of knew each other a little bit, and I think we have similar personalities. I might be a bit crazier. Maybe she just hasn't shown me her crazy side yet, but
birds of a feather flock together, right?
So it's eventually going to come out.
Well, listen, every once in a while, all of us can be wrong. You mentioned that you're not, in your words, not a good doubles player. That you're, in fact, you said you're a bad doubles player. Leylah, can we have it on the record that she might be wrong?
I think she's wrong. You're an incredible doubles partner, doubles player. I mean, some of the shots, volleys that you've come up with today is truly incredible, but I think the key is that we just played singles. We play singles a lot, so we're ready for the balls coming at us, and we want the balls, so I think that kind of helps a lot.
I think we'll end the interview on that note. She gets the last word on that one. That Venus Williams is a good doubles player. All right, Venus and Leylah, congratulations and best of luck in the next round. All right, guys, back to you.
Jubilant, not surprising, Williams and Fernandez as they go through to the third round. Not sure yet who they're going to face. It's either going to be seeded pair of Zhang and Alexander with number 12 seeds, or Bolter and Cartal, the all-British pair. So far, so good for this new pairing, Z. It looks like they're gelling quite well.
I was watching some of those points. It's absolutely amazing. Leylah's making, she is playing so well. I think it's because Venus said to her that she's the second best doubles player she's ever played with besides Serena, and I think Leylah is running with it. But Venus, who would want to stay out there a little bit longer with Venus?
Well, we've been able to see the energy. Energy levels have been absolutely fantastic for both players, but also they're feeding off the crowd. They were down a break in that first set, looked in a little bit of trouble, but the crowd certainly helped them. And it was nice to see Venus really lapping it up. And at one point, unusual for Venus, she was actually, getting them going.
I was really shocked at one of the points where Venus held the line, and then she all of a sudden just ran and poached across court and hit a backhand volley. Venus has amazing and beautiful volleys, but Leylah's volleys have really improved in the last year, and she's just being aggressive, and her returns, they actually work very well together.
Well, why do they complement each other so well?
For one thing, Leylah's not afraid to set up Venus, and so Venus can kind of stay, but also Leylah will take advantage of the opportunity when she needs to be the controller of the one, and she's not afraid to be the controller.
Well, some numbers on Venus in the doubles, just as a reminder, we heard Prim there say it, doubles majors, 14 of them. 14 doubles majors titles.
And she said
fantastic.
She can't play doubles.
Yeah, she was kind of joking around. We would suspect there are 22 doubles titles in total. First one, 1998, came in Oklahoma. All the doubles titles she's won have come with Serena. Just recently played doubles in Washington, so she had a little bit of match practice. But before that, last played doubles 2022 U.S. Open with Serena, and they lost her opening match to Radetska and Noskova. So that's a bit of the history of Venus when it comes to the doubles, and we know she's done the career Golden Slam in the doubles.
Yeah, well, I would give hats off to Venus's dad and also their mom, but they always, when they first came on, they played a lot of doubles because the dad understood that they learned angles from there. So it was a big part of their game, and also they got to work on their serves, and they got to work on the returns. And when they first were playing, they actually kind of played singles together, but because they're so close, it worked out. They knew where each other was hitting the ball But as it went on, they started becoming very, very good doubles players.
Sound in the background is indeed the Stadium 17, where Altmaier and de Minaur early part of set number 2. It's 1-0 for de Minaur getting the hold, and Altmaier is about to get the hold. He is serving at 40-15. Wouldn't it be something, see, if we have a matchup at some point between Siniakova and Townsend against Venus and Leylah Fernandez?
That
I mean, look
would
at
actually be amazing. And that would be standing room only for sure.
That would be no doubt on a huge court, massive court. And actually, they're in the same section of the draw.
Oh, wow.
Same quarter of the draw. So just looking at it now, Fernandez and Williams, as mentioned, into the third round. In the quarterfinals, next round, they could face Siniakova and Townsend. Still a couple of more wins required to get there for each of the teams, but that would be some
and
matchup.
Leylah used to play with Taylor, and they were very good, so that would be an interesting.
They made a Grand Slam final together at the French Open, also semifinal, I do believe, at the U.S. Open.
And was right there with the French Open. She really should have won it.
And Fernandez, in the Billie Jean King Cup, representing her country, Canada, she has an excellent record with Gabby Dabrowski. Almost unbeatable in the Billie Jean King Cup. Yep, fantastic doubles player is Dabrowski, who has had that long partnership now with her very good friend, Aaron Routliffe. They've also played well at the year-end championships. 1-1 in Altmaier and de Minaur. 15-all as de Minaur tries to get out in front in the second set. Hammers the inside out forehand. Great backhand passing shot, cross court, and de Minaur in the backhand volley going wide.
That was a great one-hand backhand by Altmaier. Really interesting. Once again, I'm talking about those long strokes that he has, but he gets to his contact well. He did something there. He just made sure he dipped the ball, making possibly looking for de Minaur to have to hit up, but he wasn't able to handle that backhand volley.
Well, let's go at the back of the court from Daniel Altmaier. And the German does like his fishing. Tends to fish sometimes with his dad. Also into his boxing a little bit. Here's de Minaur with the forehand inside in. The forehand of Altmaier, who is well behind the baseline, now just moves up, trying to make up that ground on the baseline. And then de Minaur misses unusually the backhand into that. He loves that shot.
Yeah, that's time Altmaier took all the pace off the ball. Kind of hit it like a little bit of a moon ball. There was no pace, and de Minaur did not get up to it and netted the ball in the bottom of the net.
Only played the 2+ games in the set, and de Minaur already has made 5 unforced errors. He's down 2 break points. Altmaier trying to go up by a set and a break. Stadium 17. Riveted by this matchup, and they know what is potentially unfolding. This would be another upset if he's able to pull this one off. Altmaier inside out with a forehand. Great stuff from de Minaur. No chance on that backhand slice to keep the point going from Altmaier.
Yeah, de Minaur hit a very nice flat ball off his hip, but to the open court, causing the area by Altmaier. De Minaur gets to where he wants you to see him possibly coming in, so you're always a little under pressure, not knowing if he's going to come in or if he's not going to come in.
Saw it out of the corner of his eye, so that maybe put him off. Then the big serve into the corner. That's a roar from de Minaur.
De Minaur, you hit an ace like that, you don't have to come in. You don't have to worry about him. Great pronation on that ball, good accuracy, and coming up with that ace.
Earlier in the year, he was in a bit of difficulty, de Minaur. He was upset at the French Open, 2 sets up against Alexander Bublik as he comes in behind his forehand approach. The rocketed backhand from Altmaier down the line for a winner.
And who said people with a one-hand backhand can't hit a powerful shot? That was a beautiful backhand down the line passing shot. One-hand backhand, rotation on the shoulder turn, and beautifully just lay that ball right down the line.
It was a rocket from Altmaier. 3rd break point in this game. Looking for that ace he hit previous time. Down break point into the corner. De Minaur tries to go for the exact same spot. Indeed, missed it off the top of the tape wide. Second serve now, Altmaier. he does have those big swings, so he stays back. He looks to drive the ball in these second serve returns. He drove it just past the service box, doing enough, but the next ball, the forehand, is very, very short. Didn't try to go for a lot there, de Minaur in the backhand. Understandable with these misses. Inside in, acceleration of pace from de Minaur. Net cord. Oh, did he make it? That is incredible. Off the top of the tape, the backhand reflex volley cross court from de Minaur. One of the shots of the tournament.
De Minaur did a great job. I don't know how in the heck did he get that ball that hit the tape, but he was like he was swatting a fly or something, but he made it absolutely beautiful.
Oh my goodness, that was something, and down a break point too. Reminiscent of what Novak did yesterday against Cam Norrie. On a backhand volley, though, he lost that point, did Novak. That was in the second set. Remarkable athleticism from de Minaur, who then wrong foots. Altmaier comes in with a forehand approach. Lob is not a bad one, defensive lob, just landing behind the service box, but then he wrong foots Altmaier again to get the game point off the smash.
That was a great ball there by de Minaur. A nice overhit. He had to, ball was so high, he had to take a moment, but he kept his feet moving, racket head up, and great overhead back off to the backhand side.
A game that's lasted 5 minutes now. These long games can really be so important in terms of who takes it, especially this one. If he's able to get out of it, save the break points, and he will do, because he get an excellent first serve, and then he crushed the smash. No chance for Altmaier. Maybe that will be the start of something good for de Minaur in this second set, who has a 2-1 lead on US Open Radio, presented by American Express.
Andre, listen, that was quite a match, a 5-setter, 3 hours and 10 minutes, lots of emotions, lots of swings in momentum, but ultimately you are a winner. You're through to the fourth round. Sum up the match for us and your feelings, because that was quite an enjoyable match to watch.
Yeah, thank you so much, first of all, for your words that it was enjoyable to watch. Tough match. He played really well. He was playing really aggressive. He was playing with no fear, and was tough in the beginning. I didn't start well, and he was all over me. And then I needed to fight. I needed to really fight for every ball to be able to kind of turn around the match. But he was keep fighting till the end, until last game, where it was too much drama, a lot of chances for both of us. But I'm happy that I was able to win, and I'm in the next round.
Well done, Andre. You managed the game very, very well, my friend. And listen, obviously Coleman is a player you know well. He started the match incredibly well, as you mentioned. But actually, you two had a practice session together in Toronto just a few weeks ago, where you were offering him a little bit of advice, a little bit of support. What did you tell him? Because ultimately, whatever you did tell him, he brought to this match and brought his best game, didn't he?
I mean, I didn't tell him anything on the practice. He just destroyed me on the practice. We played the practice set and he beat me. So I guess that was the key that gave him confidence today to play super good.
Listen, you've had some good runs here in the past. You're playing very well. You're through to another fourth round match. How good are you feeling about this year at the US Open? You seem in a good place. You seem like you're enjoying your tennis, like you're able to adapt to situations well. It seems like everything's going well. How are you sort of feeling about the way you're playing this year?
I feel great. I mean, maybe today didn't enjoy that much, but today was a bit more drama than enjoyable. But of course, now the feeling that I won the match, it's amazing. And in general, I feel great. I'm practicing well, I'm playing well. So now just let's see what's going to happen next.
In your second round match, halfway through, you had to take a little emergency sushi break. And you mentioned before this match you were going to take into account your nutrition. You joked saying you were going to try and break the record for the amount of bananas consumed in a match. How did you fuel up ahead of this match? And do you feel you got the nutrition right this time? It's a part of the game we don't always see spoken about.
Yeah, today I did well. I didn't even eat much during the match. So today I was feeling great.
All right, man. Well, listen, well done. We'll see you in the fourth round. Andre Rublev, folks, give it up for this superstar.
Second serve now, Altmaier. He does have those big swings, so he stays back, looks to drive the ball in these second serve returns. He drove it just past the service box, doing enough, but the next ball, the forehand, is very, very short. Didn't try to go for a lot there, de Minaur in the backhand. Understandable with these misses. Inside in, acceleration of pace from de Minaur. Net court, oh, did he make it? That is incredible. Off the top of the tape, the backhand reflex volley cross court from de Minaur, one of the shots of the tournament.
Get ready for the next star to shine. This is US Open Radio, presented by American Express.
Althea Gibson is a part of us. She didn't just change the game, she made the game possible.
It's incredible people that were able to do certain things for us to be doing certain things now, right? And you always got to pay that forward. You always got to, be educated in that side and understand that, without X, Y, and Z, there is no Randy Evans, there's no Haley Baptiste, there's no Sloane Stephens, Williams, and all these other things, and they opened that for us. And she was a true leader, and her and Arthur, man. So I got hella love for both, and I wish I could be saying that to them personally, but obviously with circumstances. But man, they're over watching us, and I hope they're smiling over.
We step on the court, and we play not just for ourselves, but for everyone who comes next. Thank you, Althea, for 75 years.
Get ready for the next to go down in history. This is US Open Radio, presented by American Express.
Thank you once again, Althea, for everything that you have done. Continued legacy does live on. Zina Garrison is alongside myself, Ravi Uba. Amanda Anisimova, the number 8 seed, has just started on the grandstand against the Romanian Jacqueline Cristian, who is unseeded 1-all in this first set. Anisimova has just made, of course, the Wimbledon final. That was a terrific achievement. And Cristian, a player who's very athletic, having the best season of her career, right? Number 50 in the world, career high number 49. She's going to surpass that no matter what happens in this match. Currently number 41 in the live rankings. And Z, before we really get into this, I want to pick up on something you said. We were watching the Altmaier match and talking about the one-handed backhand pass that he said. You said sometimes it's hard for the one-handers to generate that pace on the one-hander. And I've always thought, if you do have the one-hander on the backhand, generally, don't the one-handers create more pace than the two-handers on the backhand because of the bigger swing?
It depends if you get the shoulder rotation, because it's literally that shot. A lot is in the legs and the rotation of the way you move your shoulders. A lot of people try to just kind of stiff arm it, and you really got to torque and get that rotation of your shoulders around, and then you can kind of whip it.
In terms of the one-handed backhands, give me your top 3 one-handed backhands in history. Your favorite, not necessarily the best, but your favorites, the top 3.
Federer, What's the other the
Stan?
Stan, Wawrinka. And I am in love with Mazzetti's.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my God. I can watch that all day. It's absolutely beautiful.
He does have a beauty. Does
And Tsitsipas is not bad when he's confident. When you can tell when he's a little off, then he's not, it gets a kind of loopy.
He starts to muscle it.
Yeah, muscle it. Yeah. That's exactly what it does. But so those are my top ones.
Oh, great picks. They're great picks. These two players have two-handers, and they're excellent ones, especially Anisimova. I think if you ask all of her fellow pros and those who follow the game, it's got to be in the top 4 or 5 200 backhands in the game.
Well, I've said before, her strokes remind me so much of Lindsay Davenport's. Just nice long strokes, very deep. But she just strikes the ball so well, and I love the sound off of her ball. It's just so, it's that nice pop that you just we all as tennis players would hope to have. You just hitting dead center.
It's a pure sound off her racket. When it comes to off the middle of the racket, she just actually crushed a backhand. It was down the line. I was going to say down the line, but down the line-ish, because it was good margins, probably a yard inside the line, sideline. Then she misses her next shot. It's a return that just goes long on the first of the 2 break points. Christiane, in this situation, as we know, if you're the underdog, so important to just stay with the favorite. Don't let them get out to a break lead, because they can really snowball.
Well, Christiane did a great job right there, hitting off the hip of Anisimova, just making sure those serves. Someone as tall as her, you got to keep her honest.
And she did there. Speaking of backhands, what a beauty offhand, off the back foot there.
I know exactly what you're saying, because literally she did a great job there, just picking that ball and redirecting it right back down the line. Anisimova was actually kind of amazed that she hit it that good as well.
She did. Hit it so terrifically well, did Jacqueline Christiane, who's trying to beat a 3rd straight American at this U.S. Open. Here's the forehand centered, a chance to attack for Anisimova. Great depth, pinning her back, and then a chance to rip on the backhand, and you knew she's not going to miss that cross court.
Anisimova, once again, beautiful stroke. And also, she got on the outside of that ball, which means she used a lot of her left hand, hit a beautiful angle off that ball.
Another break point now, number 3 in this game. As Christiane looks for a first serve, so far not many. It's still early in the match, but under 45%. Rocketed backhand return. And then the backhand from Christiane flies long. A forced error due to the tremendous strike from Anisimova, who leads now 2-1.
Anisimova definitely, she just goes on about her business, and nice strokes, beautiful strokes. Hits the ball and just kind of keeps going.
Keeps going. We'll keep on going, but for the time being, going to take a break on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. Trying now to back up this break of serve is Amanda Anisimova, who cracked the top 10 after making that Wimbledon final, beat Aryna Sabalenka in the semifinals. We know the final didn't go her way. It was a tough one, but Iga can do that to opponents. But she said overall it was such a positive fortnight for Anisimova, who, don't forget, years ago had made a semifinal at the French Open, so it had been coming for her, showing her versatility on the clay and on the grass. First serve ripped out wide. Here's a backhand lofted floater return. Anisimova had so much time to finish on the forehand, took it inside in.
That was great pronation there by Anisimova. making sure that she got on the top part of that ball, but pronated her wrist out to the right side of her. Very deep, well done, good serve. But what she did really well is follow that next shot in. It wasn't a serve and volley, but it was definitely a nice 1-2 punch.
It was an excellent 1-2 punch. She attempts to go out wide with that serve, missing it wide just into the tram lines. Decked out in all blue, sky blue, wearing her visor as usual is Anisimova. Here's the forehand ripped by Christiane, but it was directed right to that backhand of Anisimova, and then slice get from Anisimova. The forehand error comes from Christiane inside in, 40 love.
Yeah, Christiane would want to have that one back, just overhit it. Sometimes you get a little anxious. And then when you play someone that has big, long strokes and can put you in a bad position very quickly, you have a tendency to overhit.
Yeah, that's a great point. I was going to ask you that question because it seems like already she feels a little overawed.
Yeah, definitely. She's trying to do more than what she's capable of doing right now.
3-1 as that return goes long. So, Auntie Z, that run at Wimbledon, you know what it's like to go deep at Wimbledon, making the final yourself. How surprised were you with what she had, given that she took a bit of time off away for the game, so hadn't had a lot of reps playing on the grass coming in, and then makes the final. Were you surprised?
I was not surprised. I mean, because she's, everybody's been waiting for her to get there and to do something great. So I knew that she was probably right there. She has a couple of good matches. I was surprised that, and as well as I'm sure she was, that the way the finals went. And I think she was just so nervous that she just couldn't get herself together on that. Probably started thinking about everything that she had gone through. And sometimes it can take you the other way, and I think it was just a little too much for her.
She's cranked another winner, and that's a good point because that was the big question going in. How was she going to handle the occasion? I think she said after the semifinal she thought she'd be okay, but then it turned out to be a different feeling. The locker room thins out as it's a double fault for love 30. It's a different feeling walking on. She said that. It's a different feeling walking on. Your bags are being carried. You know that, right?
You definitely think that you can, but until you step on that court, you have no idea. Even when people say, oh, I'm just, no, you just never know.
How were you feeling when you made the Wimbledon final, the nerves as you entered the court? Did you sense that as you stepped on the court, you were feeling a bit extra, or were you actually okay?
I actually, and I've said this before, I actually felt fine until Althea Gibson walked in there. Then I was like, what the heck is going on? She came in there talking about where she popped her champagne when she won the match, she's where she sat, the locker room that she was in, and she's going through all that, and she had a very powerful voice. So for me, I was okay until then. And then I realized what I had just done.
Back-to-back double faults, love 40. It spoke to your point you mentioned yesterday, Z, that something off court, something nothing to do with tactics can put you off a little bit. Of course, inadvertent. Back-to-back double faults now for Christiane. And this is turned quickly in favor of Amanda Anisimova in 19 minutes. It is 4-1. But yeah, you were saying that about how this, these sorts of things can affect you on the court. We'll pick up this chatter, but first of all, we're going to take a break on US Open Radio, presented by American Express. Amanda Anisimova has this match well in hand. 4-1 against Jacqueline Christian, trying to get to 5-1 in the first set. Big cut on that return. She stopped playing Christian because she thought the ball wasn't going to come back. It did come back off the top of the tape. Here's the backhand middle by Christian, and then Anisimova unloads once again. 5 forehand winners.
Once again, didn't even hardly see a racket move. You just heard the power that was coming off of it. Just so smooth. There's no hitches. Straight back, straight through, and just leaning, all weight going forward.
The backhand gets so much talk that we sometimes forget about the forehand. Christian needing a big serve, and that lofted return just managed to stay inside the baseline. Has to backtrack, start the point again, Christian. And then she misses the forehand. Pardon me, Anisimova misses the forehand long. Had to backtrack off the Christian lob return.
I'm kind of laughing a little bit because she had this look on her face like she didn't know what would happen. We were just talking about how beautiful her strokes was. That was nowhere close to being beautiful. So I can imagine she felt the same way. It was just kind of, the ball got away from her.
She pulled off on that forehand and missed it well long, looking to recover here, but the first serve is wide by a yard. Bit of frustration after missing that first serve. Maybe going back to that last point. Her arm is outstretched. She was saying how windy it was when she played Maya Joint, part of the night session a couple of days ago. A little bit stiller, although it is slightly windy as Christian misses the backhand into the net. And that match, Z, she was down 5-3. Joint had the chance to serve it out, but after that, from 5-3, end of the set, Joint only won 4 more points as Anisimova clearly picked up her game, and Joint was unable to finish and then ended up winning in straight sets. The first set was so important for Anisimova to take it in the tiebreak. Ripped with that serve out wide. Then the forehand is gently stroked middle for a winner as Christian was running the other way.
Well done. She just basically just saw that. I mean, it's so hard to really just find something wrong with her strokes, that they're so beautiful, that they're just that beautiful.
Here's the first serve to the backhand of Christian. It's left short, and then she goes after it, makes it once more. With play like that, serves +1, you can understand why she did so well. So, flip side of that, Z, is then if you're playing Anisimova and you're a Christian, what are you trying to do against her?
Well, she wouldn't be standing there just hitting the ball. I would actually run her as much as I possibly can. I would hit some short balls because I think she's still a little bit uncomfortable coming in there. I would just I would never allow her to just stand there and hit some balls. If she hits a winner on the run, then she can have it.
Yeah. And so far, I've been unable to get her moving. As Christian, a lot of that down to the fact that her first serve percentage is so low. So it's Anisimova who's able to dictate right away, although she misses that second serve return into the net of the backhand.
Yeah, that was a Christian. It had a nice spin serve there. It was a second serve, right? I think it was a second serve with a lot of spin. There was nothing on it, so that threw the timing off. Maybe also she needs to try that in the ground strokes. Give her some off-pace balls.
And maybe she'll start thinking ahead, trying to do different things now in the second set. If this first set is lost, then it is 5-1, so it's not looking great for Christian, although it is 30-love. Anisimova back in the court. She's talking to herself, just giving herself seemingly some guidance here. Floater return to the backhand side. Nothing floater on the next shot from Anisimova, unloading again, backhand down the line.
I mean, she's just having target practice out there. She's one ball, that ball was way too slow, that she just stepped in and ripped it down the line well inside the court. That just means there's so much power behind that there's nothing you can do.
Yeah, nothing at all. Here's the first serve to the backhand wing, but had enough on it to prompt the miscue long on the backhand.
Christine did a great job there by hitting a nice, strong first serve. She needs a couple more of those to try to get out of this game.
And just ask the question of Anisimova, try and make her serve out the first set. First serve was directed to that forehand with some spin on it, missed it long, 100 miles per hour. Her fastest so far has been 111.
Oh, okay.
And she can really hit the serve. Not yet in this one, as Anisimova, the second serve, drills it down the middle, and then it's a forehand pushed approach by Anisimova, but left short. Christian comes in, puts away the backhand down the line to stay in the first set for 5-2.
I don't know if that was supposed to be a drop shot, but I think it was. It actually hit the service line, and she kind of shook her head a little bit. So, you know, but it's good that she's trying to work on something to add on to her game.
Still in the first set is Jacqueline Christian, but Anisimova in control on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. Amanda Anisimova has lost the first point as she tries to close out the first set. And again, not looking entirely happy. Elsewhere around the Grand Stadium, 17, Daniel Altmaier. He had some chances to go up by a break against Alex de Minaur in the second. They were untaken. And so de Minaur is now the one looking for a break. He's leading 4-3 on serve, the Australian, but threatening a break on Stadium 17. Another German, Laura Siegmund, not doing as well as Altmaier. She's down 6-love, 5-1 against Ekaterina Alexandrova, the number 13 seed. Siegmund had knocked off the number 20 seed, Diana Schneider, coming off a good Wimbledon also, where she took out Madison Keys and really tested Aryna Sabalenka. First time in this match, Anisimova is now being tested. Love 30. Set is not over. First serve. Tried to go out wide, but missed it wide. Her own first serve percentage has been very good in this set. However, not necessarily in this game. Second serve. Forehand is ripped by Christian, then defending the backhand. Good zip on the cross-court backhand from Anisimova to prompt the backhand error into the net.
Anisimova did a great job there. Two-hand backhand cross-court, but really flat and was skidding through the court.
Here's Anisimova, 28 minutes in. Serve took a bit off, went to the backhand, opened up the court. That was expertly done. She knew exactly what she was doing there. Well-worked point.
Anisimova was doing a great job there. The 0-1-2, hit it out wide, step in, and pop it to the open court. Well done.
That serve only just caught the back of the line.
Yeah, it did.
To the relief of Anisimova. 8 forehand winners in this set, none for Christian. Going middle is hard. Is Anisimova on the backhand, then forehand middle from Anisimova. Again, forehand middle, a little bit into the backhand corner of Christian. Then even more acute angle backhand corner of Christian, who's now having to make up the ground. But then Anisimova misses a forehand net.
Yeah, she did a great job of just staying in that. She actually got a little pace on the ball for once. She kind of took the pace that was coming on her side and just rode with it.
A break point, yeah.
Join him.
Join him. A break point for Christian to pull to 3-5 in the first set. First serve body, swipe forehand return back in play. Anisimova comes in, good forehand inside in, and then a drive volley attempt, but she middled it, didn't end the point there. Anisimova, here's the forehand, Christian, the forehand of Anisimova unloads that forehand down the line. It's a big shot inside in. She's pulling all the strings. However, on the counter, fantastic forehand from Christian cross court, and she gets the break.
Christian found some relief there. She's been able to use the pace of Anisimova and just put it back on the other side. That's pretty much what kept her in this whole thing, is she's starting to use her pace.
A little bit more now. Yeah. Alexandrova has won in exactly 1 hour against Laura Siegmund. 6-love, 6-1.
6-love, 6-1? Wow.
So it is another fourth round in a major for Alexandrova. You know, we have players who are trying to get over hurdles. For example, Rublev trying to get past a Grand Slam quarterfinal. In Alexandrova's case, trying to get past the fourth round of a major because she's made quite a lot of fourth rounds but never passed it. So trying to do it here for the first time. Christiane has all the momentum now, meanwhile, because a backhand pass was kept low. Anisimova comes in on a hope and was burned.
Yeah, that was definitely hope there. Way too short. When you have an approach shot, you want to at least get a little bit of depth on it. Put some pressure on your opponent.
Alexandrova is going to take on the winner of the match between Anna Kalinskaya, the number 29 seed, and Iga Swiatek, the number 2 seed, the Wimbledon champion. That match coming up as part of the night session. Here's a backhand. Anisimova, she's gone off now, Zina. She's completely gone off, missing all these shots. That backhand return net.
Yeah, and that's the other thing with such big hitters sometimes. They can be so pure and then they can start missing. And because they're always so clean, then they don't want to miss anything. And so sometimes you can get 3 or 4 points because they're still stuck on that one shot where they didn't do well.
Tennis players, as she gets to 40 love with a big serve, can be perfectionists. And it seems like Anisimova is one of those because even when she was up 5-1, when she missed the first serve, you could see it on her face. Yeah, she was frustrated. And that seems to have carried over. Christiane is about to win a 3rd consecutive game. 40 love. First serve out wide and into the net. Looking a lot rosier now for Christiane, who puts up his second serve to the forehand. Good change of direction. And then Anisimova there, she does make that forehand return into the corner, drilled it. Still a couple of game points for Christiane. Managing to get that first serve percentage a little higher now. It's not yet at 50%, but it's approaching 50% for so much of the set. Had been around 40% for Christiane. Here's the first serve out to the forehand of Anisimova. And then Christiane misses her forehand long, and that was down to the pace on the return from Anisimova.
40-30.
Anisimova definitely is starting to get her little rhythm back going now. She had 2 great strikes on those returns. One thing she was doing is moving to the ball and not away from the ball. Great contact point there.
A lot closer now this game as Christiane tries to close that. Good return with depth on the backhand from Anisimova. She's found the rhythm again because that forehand inside in, it draws the air on the forehand from Christiane.
Yeah, that was definitely a great inside in forehand, nicely struck cross court, but you can starting to hear the sound of her ball again. For a minute there, it just went kind of dormant.
De Minaur has won the second set, so he ran away with that second set, takes it 6-3 after they were 3-0. First serve hard in the forehand, and then again, Anisimova comes up with a return, and Christiane on one knee puts her backhand into the net. Do you want the handle?
Yeah, I think Christiane needed to go down on one knee of that because that ball was moving so fast. Well struck by Anisimova.
Who has a set point now after 34 minutes. A little seesaw this first set, but back in favor of the Wimbledon finalists. Forehand just skims over the backhand from Christiane off that forehand return. Then the forehand down the line. She went for it. Anisimova missed it into the net.
Christiane hit a ball that was just slightly little slower, a little bit of almost like a little mishit, and Anisimova would like to get that ball back again. She did not move her feet up to that ball, and it created an error right in the middle of the net.
Deuce in this game, game number 9. Christiane to the backhand of Anisimova. The return goes long.
Great shot there great serve by Christiane. First serves are always important, especially when you're trying to stay in a set. You don't want to get up there and just start giving first serves away.
Speaking of first, this is a first-time meeting between these players. They will know a lot about each other's games now with all the video that is available. That return from Anisimova, bottom of the net on a backhand, not much of a serve in terms of pace, and she's looking over at her team. She's talking to her team. Not very pleased. Maybe a little venting there from Anisimova. And she then just, did she tap her foot or the court with a racket?
I wish she would have tapped her foot. She actually hit her calf muscle with her racket. And you can actually hear the sound of that.
Well, she will have noted that, Christiane. Maybe that's something for her to drop on now. Late in the first set, 5-4. Do stay with us for the conclusion of the first set on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. Starting for the set once again, Amanda Anisimova in a bit of trouble and more now. All arm on that forehand off the return. She skied it, love 15.
Yeah, that was definitely a sky ball. Took her eye completely off that ball. She is a little bit still frustrated with herself.
And it's manifesting itself on this court. Fans no doubt shocked at what they're seeing, given it was 5-1 just a few minutes ago. Maybe that'll help her leading into that backhand cross court, the trusty backhand to get the error.
That was a nice lengthy backhand there by Anisimova. She really drove that backhand into the backhand of Christiana.
Player who has not only gone very deep at Wimbledon, but elsewhere this year. Anisimova, she drills that serve down the middle, then the return, the off backhand only just misses wide.
I mean, it's so frustrating for both players. Every time it seems like they're getting a little bit of a rhythm, the other one goes off.
Yeah, good point, because she's now the one disappointed to miss that return. We can see it on her face, Christiane. Who's looking to come all the way back, spun that first serve in, 89 miles per hour, but it's a good one in terms of the direction. And then Anisimova drive volley, forehand winner to bring up this further.
It took a moment for Anisimova to get up there after she hit that beautiful drive, but she came in and hit a nice swinging volley. A little low for my, I'd like for her to catch it a little higher, but she made it.
She did make it. It was gutsy. Set point number 2. Here's the serve out wide. Christiane going big with a forehand return, but too big as she misses long. Got a little dicey in that set for Amanda Anisimova. She was up 5-1. Comeback coming from Christiane, but not all the way back as the American does take it. 6-4 on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express.
Using IBM AI to analyze 7 million data points. Better for fans, smarter for the U.S. Open. IBM, let's create smarter business.
Discover Dubai, from fine dining with an amazing view to the ultimate shopping experience. From luxurious hotels to year-round sunshine. Fly Emirates to Dubai and start your vacation the moment you board. Fly Emirates, fly better.
A perfect summer's end starts when you're with Amex at the U.S. Open. Card members can get perks like in-ear radios to follow all the action on court and access to the card member lounge to cool down between matches. The U.S. Open's better with Amex. That's the powerful backing of American Express. Terms apply.
dramatic set that turned out to be. Amanda Anisimova getting the job done against Jacqueline Christian. Meanwhile, Daniel Altmaier went off for quite a long break after losing the second set against Alex de Minaur. Around 8 minutes, kit change. He ended up losing a lot of points. His opponent went to the net, de Minaur, in that second set, 13 of 17 net points won. So is that going to be the turning point in terms of de Minaur possibly now going on to win the match? We'll find out. We can't forget that he played a long match. Daniel Altmaier, 5 sets previous round against Stefanos Tsitsipas. And meanwhile, Anisimova looking good starting off this second set. She put in the building blocks earlier this season, made the final on the grass. Queens lost to Tatiana Maria, who we know chops and dices on that forehand side. Also won a hardcourt title, big one in Doha. So it's been all around a very good year for Anisimova inside the top 8, trying to get to the year-end championships. As Zina knows, as Prim Sripapat knows, Prim has now joined us on the set for our habitual chat around this time. Prim, how are you?
I am doing so well. How are the both of you? I have a couple things to share with you, but I'll let you direct because I'm going to let you direct the conversation. But I had something that I found out this morning that I thought it would be cool to share.
Well, on that note, you can't leave us in suspense. We'll get to it right away. Yeah, let us know.
So I'm trying to find it in my notes. But this morning, I went over to the Amex experience, the Amex fan experience right over here, which is by the East Gate. So make sure you go in there. There's a lot of fun stuff. There's like the Digital Glow tennis experience. There's also a lot of video games. You can get tons of prizes. You can even customize your tennis ball or shoelaces. You can customize your merch, Ralph Lauren merch upstairs if you're an Amex card holder. And they also have something called the US Open Flight. Have we heard of this?
No, I have not.
I hadn't heard about it until today. So you have all 4 of the U.S. Open signature beverages. The Grey Goose Honey Deuce, the Nobel Ace Paloma, the Moet Chandon Champagne, and Aperol Spritz. All in one.
Oh, the little thing that comes out.
That's right.
I've been seeing those come out.
Oh,
I've been
you've been
wondering what it was, but I was waiting for you to tell me.
I know.
I'm going to get there.
There you go. There you go, Auntie Z. Isn't that cool? $50.
I was expecting you to talk about an airplane when you said U.S. Open
We're
flight.
talking about the most important things that's going on out here.
Prim, it had to be. Yeah, that hat, it always has to veer in that direction. But I understand. It's been a long day for you. And Prim, you've had a chance to watch a lot of the action. What's taken your eye today?
Yeah, my day started off on grandstand. I was checking out Karolina Muchova, and she was up 4-1 in the opening set and then lost that lead against Linda Noskova. But she ended up winning that one in 3 sets, so it was a nice comeback for her. And I did catch the Naomi Osaka versus Daria Kazatkina. Our very own Patricia He on the morning show, we'd like to do our He's Hits, Prim's Picks, Leno's Locks. It's our picks. And Patricia has been, I think she's like 100%. She's gotten all her picks.
Patricia's always on.
I know.
She's got her notes there. She's already knows.
Perfectly perfect Patricia. And she almost pulled it off. She chose Kazatkina, but not today. But that was a good match there. And to round out the day, it was so much fun to go over to Grandstand and watch Venus Williams and Leylah Fernandez. Yet
is that
again,
not a team or what?
Seriously,
I am loving the fact that Leylah is loving the fact that she's. I mean, I would be too if Venus tells me she got the second best doubles players, and since her sister, I mean. That compliment just seems like that sent her over the roof because she literally was just on top of it, and Venus was just, okay, you set it up, and I'll put it away.
That's exactly what they did, and that's exactly what they did. And they were down 4-2 in the opening set. And as I was trying to describe what was going on. Yes, the returns were amazing, and even Venus's movement and ability to predict the ball and put it away. But they were just outright playing inspired tennis, and the place was packed. People had signs like the Venus Williams show. This is the Venus Williams show, and go Leylah and Venus. And so an interesting moment, typically Venus does not do what we call the flash interview, so kind of like those encore walk-off interviews, which is what we do for US Open Radio, some stuff for the US Open. And there was a polite decline, so I was about to interview Leylah Fernandez, and then we had like a weird moment there that was going on, and they were like talking, and I had to stop my interview, and they were kind of going back and forth, and she's like, you want to do it? You want to do it? And Venus was thinking about coming on, and so Venus looked at Leylah and was like, for you, I'll do it. So she hopped on, and that's why we got the interview.
The Queen came on, and I mean, Prim, come on, you got it going on, girl. It's that green dress. She's like, wait a minute, look at her.
It was the green dress. Yeah, I looked over at Venus. I was like, come on over. I was like, listen, no pressure, you don't have to. Come on, let's go do it. And she was like,
well done. I still can't believe she keeps on talking about she can't play doubles. I mean, who wins that many doubles and Grand Slams and gold medals and, but typical Venus that she's letting Leylah have her time, but we all know that she's really a great doubles player.
I know, yes, exactly.
How much have you spotted in terms of tactics out there, Prim? Do you think it's a case of them just, going with the flow, playing more on instinct? Because they're both excellent doubles players. Leylah Fernandez is too. Of course, can't match the pedigree of Venus. But do you think that it's just kind of a little bit on the fly with maybe some slight tactical talks during the sit-downs, or is it more than that?
I think they're just having fun. I mean, listen, it's sometimes it's just that simple. And Zina knows this. When you're having fun, when a player is happy, when an athlete is doing well in life and personally, that's when you get your best performance, because the passion comes out, the excitement, the enthusiasm, and just sheer love of the game. The love of something can really just trump anything else. And I think that's what we saw today. That was one of my questions. I was like, how does it look like you guys have been, you ladies have known each other for so long? And they had mentioned, well, we've practiced before, but Leylah mentioned, like, this is Christmas, getting an opportunity to play with Venus. And, I shared that story about catching the off-court interview with her, because I think there's probably a part of Venus that's maybe in some ways savoring the moment. I don't know, Zina, what you think, but just savoring all these little things that, who knows, she's closer towards the end of her career than she is towards the beginning of it.
I've given up on trying to figure out what's going on with B. B is just B. She's just Venus. She's doing her thing. She's enjoying life, and that's what we all love about her. She does not go to the tune of anybody else other than Venus's tune.
Isn't that great? Couldn't we take a lesson from that?
Yes. How about just throwing it out there? What about the possibility of Serena and Venus reuniting and playing doubles? I mean, Serena is hitting. There was a video, was it a while back, of her. She looked very good hitting on the practice court.
Well, you know what? We've got some time. You want to give her a ring, Zina?
Actually, I tried to bait her on Instagram, and she kind of threw me this little thing like, come on over. And I'm like, does that mean come over and work on her volleys? Like, whatever. So she did say come on over, but I don't know where over was.
Maybe it was just to watch TV.
Yeah, exactly.
Anisimova, by the way, has a third break point starting off this second set against Christiane, trying to go up by a set and a break against the Romanian. Here's a forehand middle by Christiane, then backhand. She's on the dead stretch, in trouble here. However, Anisimova then loops the forehand, or backhand, pardon me, misses it well long, so she saved that break point. So she's still holding on in this game. Is Christiane just catching a look at the unforced errors? 14-13 for Christiane in the first set. So all to be kind of discovered as it relates to Venus and Leylah Fernandez as they keep on going forward at this U.S. Open. Prim, we had the match today. I know you were keeping on a number of matches, but Jannik Sinner and Denis Shapovalov. Sinner taking on Shapovalov, and not many players over these last couple of years, hard-court majors, able to win a set against Jannik Sinner. Denis Shapovalov was a player who did do it today. In fact, he had the chance to win that third set also. Chance to go by a double break. How much of a surprise was that for you, the fact that he was really pushed today with Sinner?
That was not on any of our lists for things to happen today.
I was sure waiting to see what you're going to say about that one.
No, but my picks, admittedly, have been incredibly off over the last several days. And I started off very strong, but that was certainly not one I don't think that anybody really predicted. But it kind of proves the point of, listen, this is the U.S. Open. It's a long season. It's the last major of the year, and players have admitted that in this particular tournament, in the years past, when they don't do well, they've had to make adjustments in order to maintain that endurance over the course of the season. It's taxing. We've had a few retirements and people pulling out and injuries and all sorts of things. So when you throw that into the scope of things, like anything can happen.
Well, Dennis, more than anything, I mean, we all know how well he can play. It's just, so I wouldn't have expected, but I can understand why he had a good set. I mean, because he just has so much in his racket, he just cannot keep it going for long enough to put some real pressure on someone like Sinner.
For somebody who doesn't lose a lot of sets at hard court majors of late for Sinner, is this a good thing, the fact that he's been tested midway in the tournament on the way to potentially another Grand Slam title?
It's a good thing for other people to think maybe I can get a set too.
Yeah.
So, but I mean, I'm joking, but that also is letting players know that, hey, I might have a shot, just and try it. But
sure,
because he's so far ahead of everybody except Alcaraz that most people are just kind of putting him in the finals before, anything really happens.
Well, here's what he said after the match, hot off the press, and asked about it. You lost your set. We were struggling a little bit down a break in the third. He said, it's normal. You cannot always go with the score line easy. Every match is so difficult. Every challenge is so difficult. Then there are players that have more qualities or potential, and he's one of them. So I think he probably hit the nail on the head.
Did he sound like a robot, or you were just saying it like that? I mean, that's what the reason why I'm saying that is because literally when you watch him play, it is like, I can do this. And
that's right, yeah.
It was a great impression.
Was I saying it like that? I was just trying to be clear with my words there. I'm not sure how he said it. He has a nicer accent.
I'm just teasing you because that's visually how I see his matches going,
that's so
just like a robot. It's like he's just stern to the point. He gets his job done and he goes home.
A few days ago, I did, for the first time ever, I did some of the pre-match interviews in the tunnel leading up into Arthur Ashe Stadium. And that is such an interesting experience because it's probably, I would say, Zeno, I'm curious what you think, but a very, very intimate moment with a player to be there in the minute before they step foot onto the court. For us as media members, it's always a bit challenging too. But out of all the players that I interviewed Jannik, his opponent that day, Iga Swiatek, and her opponent that day. He was the only one that was just relaxed. He seemed, you could feel the tension and the nerves in the entire tunnel. You could hear a pin drop. But he was the only one that was just like, yeah, okay, well, answering.
It was interesting because yesterday, somehow I got caught in between him and all of his people right here at the Chase building, and he was running in. And something was going on with him and all of the coaches, and he was sitting there cracking up, and the other was cracking up. Then Darren comes through, and they're like having. I was like, the first thought that came to my mind was like, they really are a real team that's just enjoying being here. Not that he's the top player, and he was just enjoying the moment, and I thought that was so interesting.
1-1.
Really cool.
1-1 in the second set. They've traded breaks, so 1-1 between Anisimova and Christiane in that second set. I think probably a large part of that comes down to his upbringing. I mean, he's always been considered down to earth. He gets that from his parents. And he was doing a press conference earlier in the week where he was saying, he was asked, what are some of the pros and cons of being a professional player? And he said, really, there are no cons. I mean, he really did say he felt like he's privileged to be playing tennis. And he said, yes, there are sometimes things happen. You don't want them to happen. Things don't go your way. But he wasn't saying that as a negative. He was saying it's all good. He's got nothing to complain about. Those were his words, Sinner. And I think it's reflected, Prim, in that interview that he did with you, the fact that he knows, of course, he wants to win. And tennis is so important to him. But bigger picture in life, there are a lot more important things. He recently lost his aunt, and he dedicated, was it last year, his title tour, who was not feeling very well at the time. So I think he's got a very good grasp of reality.
Well, I've seen a documentary on Alcaraz, and I've seen a documentary on him. And, I'm very fascinated that they're both so humble.
Yeah.
Like, and they're both so, like, family's everything to them. And once they leave this, all of the stuff that's going on the tennis court, they just want to be with their friends and family and just enjoy. And is it true? Like, Alcaraz really lives, like, with his parents and then a little bitty bedroom?
Yep.
I'm like, and then I saw Sinner and it's like in kind of farmland and what. And I'm like, these are two of the major superstars, and this is way. And I'm not saying that's a bad thing, but what I'm saying is just they're very humble, and they enjoy their career, and it's just family and fun with their friends. It's like that's the downtime.
Well, perhaps it might be maybe a lesson for a lot of the tennis parents and families and young players out there in terms of it's different culture.
Yeah.
Here in America, where there's all different norms and societal kind of ways of doing things, and maybe there's a lesson in that about the importance of family and really having a firm foundation. Because the bigger picture and bigger perspective, ironically, the more balance that you have in life, the better you can actually perform. That doesn't mean you can't focus on tennis or whatever your craft is, right? But having that strong foundation, especially the relational component, is so important.
Yeah, it blew me away that both of them were like that, and it really came through. And the most important times when they seemed to smile is when they were just chilling with their family and friends.
Oh, they love that time together, no question. It's been apparent in their interviews and their press conferences. They say it all the time. Christiane going big with the forehand down the line, top of the tape, backhand, racing. Will she get to it, Christiane? Yes, she has. It forces the air on the backhand from Anisimova. And a bit of a turnaround now in this second set as Christiane now has the lead on serve in his third round encounter on the grandstand. Do stay with us on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. So it has turned around in that match between Daniel Altmaier and Alex de Minaur. He was under a lot of pressure in that second set. He hung on, de Minaur, and he now leads 3-1 in the third. So split sets, and de Minaur about to go up maybe 2-1 in sets. Meanwhile, Anisimova is trying to level up in set number 2, serving it 1-2. Lorenzo Musetti was the winner earlier in the day. Retirement against Flavio Caboli, his fellow Italian, the quarterfinalist from Wimbledon. We sensed maybe that was coming because Caboli, at the end of his match against Jensen Brooksby, 4.5 hours, hitting his thighs. It was a very physical match. Turned out to be quite comfortable for Musetti. One player we haven't talked about yet, Prim and Z, is Coco Gauff. And for Coco, it's gone from 3 to 2 to 1. The number, pardon me, not the 1. I was talking about the maybe comfortableness in the way she's won her matches. It wasn't in retirement when thinking about another match. But straight sets for Coco against Magdalena Freck, the pole 6-3, 6-1.
And Prim, guess what? I finally met my Coco. I finally met my Coco today. I was so excited. I was like really fanning out. No, I was pretty chilled. She was coming in the players' lounge, and I said, "Hi, Coco, Zena." And she said, "Now we can." What did she say? Now we finally met. So she knows that I haven't met her.
She knows.
So
yes.
it was so cute, but so we just laughed, and she had to play the first match, but, seemed like she rolled through okay.
Yeah, against a player who has really rocketed up the rankings in the last 12 months, Magdalena Freck may not have a whole lot of firepower, but Coco doing the business, and you keep an eye on the double faults today for Coco. Of course, we're all talking about the double faults and the serve. Just 4 of them in 2 sets for Coco.
I wonder if her previous match against Donna Vekic, we saw how emotional it was for her. Sometimes after an emotional match like that, and one that's incredibly, incredibly stressful, that can actually propel you to play significantly better in the next one. Maybe that helps you, it's a nice boost of self-esteem or self-confidence, but I feel like that's a little bit of what we saw today, and maybe there's just like an enhanced sense of self-trust with herself.
Yeah, I as I've been saying before, I think that she made the decision. I think she's a perfectionist, and she wants to make sure that it works. And I'm sure she hears the outside chatter and all that's going on. And when it doesn't work out for her, I think that's when the emotions come on.
She did say, to speak to your point, Prim, that she felt after what happened in her previous match when there were tears from her in the on-court interview that kind of released her a little bit. The feedback, the support she got from that was very, very high. And she felt like coming into this match, she felt a bit different. She felt that things were a bit lighter, and I think it showed on the court today. And it's going to be a bigger test in the next round, taking on Naomi Osaka. That's going to be absolutely huge. But
that
today,
can bring on a lot of double faults. I don't care who you are.
Well, you say
from
like
either
it is.
side, maybe.
We do love that. Yeah, we do love that. And Osaka is a player in form, having made the final in Montreal, where she lost to Victoria Mboko. They met 2019 here at the U.S. Open when Coco was still a teen. That day it went to Osaka, who would later be beaten by Belinda Bencic. But for Coco, doing this in the public eye, and I'm talking specifically about working on that serve. There's been some talk, some would say that maybe she should have done that stuff, outside the grounds, somewhere where not many people are watching.
Well, I probably would have been one of those players. First of all, I don't think that I would have ever done it, and I didn't think she should have done it, but all that matters is what she thought and what she felt that she needed at that particular time. So she's owning it. She's going through it. It's got to be extremely stressful. I'm worried more about changing a technique in the middle of a tournament. It can bring on stress on your shoulder, and it can come on because you maybe not using some of those twitchy muscles that you might start needing in what he's changing, and that can just be a little bit too much.
It's interesting to see and to reflect on that decision, whether, and we won't know, maybe she'll be asked about it, Coco, whether it was her decision predominantly to do it now, or whether it was a team decision, or were team members telling her, well, maybe we can just hold off a little bit and do this after the U.S. Open where there's not going to be so much of a glare.
Well, I also got to meet her mom this morning, too, and one of the things I said to her as I was fumbling with my words, and I said to her is, you do know she can win this tournament without the serve and the forehand, right? Like you can get it in. I said she is the best defender of all time, so she can go from a negative shot to a positive shot and no thing. And she just kind of smiled. But I'm really not joking. She's won it before. If you go back to the match that she beat Sabalenka, then her serve, not much difference. I mean, other than she just decided, hey, I'm going to get it in and retrieve it and go from there.
Was that just a prediction? Because in the morning show, in our Breakfast Club Open Edition, we have Prim's picks, Leno's locks.
Oh, I don't want to put that pressure on because I have not gotten anybody
Zena,
right
you
yet.
got everything right. Zena's zingers. Was that a Zena zinger? Is that your prediction of the tournament?
Naomi to come up with a name for me for Labubu.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think the most important thing, I think what's really impressive is, like, number one, right, whatever decision Coco makes, it's going to be a learning lesson, right? She's so young, and this is what it's all about. It's not about being perfect. Nobody's perfect, and this is going to be a learning lesson for her. So maybe like 5-10 years from now, she is going to, as she becomes older and more mature, she's going to take more ownership over her team and her decisions, and she'll be like, oh, you know what? 5 years from now, I'm going to do this instead. And that's the biggest thing. And also afterwards, she went up on the ESPN set and had a nice interview with Chris McKendry and Mary Jo Fernandez. And she mentioned, they were talking about how when she's even just practicing, Like, all the cameras went over to her. And I understand that fame is a part of the game, but not everybody does. Most people don't do well when they're famous. Like, just handling the spotlight. And for her to be able to weather that type of pressure,
Yeah.
she doesn't get a moment to relax. Like, that's kind of insane when you think about it. And she's so young.
I mean, when you think about it, she's been in our eye for a very long time as far as tennis players. Even she's 13 when she won the French Open Juniors or something. And then comes to Wimbledon at 15, and all of a sudden you're in. I mean, just to do that, you have a very good sense of being able to block people out and just play the game. And those are what we call phenoms. And she happens to be one of those. So I just, like I said, and I've been saying this for a while now, she's 21, 20, 22. Still, you guys don't understand the pressure of being a black woman athlete it's just to get on that court sometimes because you have all these people pulling for you, but then you have all these little things that are going on, and she's trying to find out who she is within this whole big old world.
And how about trying to follow up from Serena?
From Serena, that's a whole nother pressure. But I think she does a great job. I think her parents do a great job of your Coco, and she seems to be handling that.
And what was interesting? It was actually part of our social media question this morning, because one person that she got to meet was Simone Biles, of course, the Olympic gymnastic star, and how interesting that, when they were interviewing Simone Biles during Coco's match, she's like, I am here. Coco's amazing. I'm here for the Black Girl Magic. And then they had not met, but Coco, during her match, saw Simone Biles in the stands, like the stuff that you have to be processing.
And she said it helped her.
Yeah, that's
it
right.
actually helped her.
That's right. And so when you're talking about just that type of support, like, how do you think that impacted Coco?
Oh, I definitely think it helps a lot. But, and I saw that interview, and Simone was so gracious, but you could tell that Coco has followed her, and she's followed, the mental things that she's gone through. And I thought that was amazing when she said right at that moment she thought about all the stuff she's gone through. And she's like, come on, girl, get it together.
Yeah. Yes, it was such a beautiful moment. Do I have a moment just to pose this? Of course. Because I thought it would be fun, and our U.S. Open tennis on X posted this. So our social media question of the day was, the stars are out at the Open, Novak hung out with Fat Joe, and Coco caught up with Simone Biles. If you were playing, or Zina, when you were playing, because Robbie and I have not had the opportunity to do so as a professional tennis player, which celebrity would you want cheering you on courtside?
Jackie Jonah Corsi, and she is actually one of my best friends. Let me tell you why, Jackie, because Jackie I could just see her right now, and I've seen her before. It's like, come on, girl, get yourself together. Like, she would be cheering me on. So that competitiveness, but Jackie would be mine.
Amazing. How about you, Robbie? Who would you want watching you?
I think I'd have to go with Yvonne Lendl.
Oh.
Why?
Yeah, I think he was my favorite athlete growing up.
Oh.
So I had the chance to meet him when I was much, much younger than I am now. And in fact, a teenager, and he was super nice. Super nice to me. So never forget those moments.
That's really cool.
And yourself?
I would say Oprah Winfrey. Yeah. She's always been just like somebody that I've admired and loved. And even though she's kind of, she still has her own channel and all this other stuff, but she's always been somebody that I've really looked up to in terms of just how she carries herself as a person and the impact that she's had. I feel like, gosh darn it, if Oprah is sitting in the stands watching something that I'm doing, I've kind of made it.
Yeah, yeah, that's a good point.
Nice. She's a very nice.
That's what I've heard. That's what I've heard.
Demi Noor and Altmaier into a third set. Just a medical timeout taken by Altmaier. So Demi Noor, I think, is looking good in this match, given that it's 3-2. He's serving at 30-15 in the third set. They've played, it's been a physical match, 2.5 hours they've played. In less than 3 full sets, Altmaier coming off that 5-setter, a long one that ended in the night against Stefano Tsitsipas. Maybe he's feeling it now. Backhand dipper on the pass from Demi Noor, and then the backhand winner from the Australian to get to a couple of game points.
Yeah, Demi Noor, that's what I love about him. Like, he can hold that ball for so long, and you make a little bit of movement, and he's past you. And he holds that ball right on that racket to the last moment.
So has a couple of points to get to 4-2 in this third set. Meanwhile, Anisimova and Christian 30 all. Anisimova now at the stage of this match where she's trying to hold off Christian.
What a beautiful backhand there by Altmaier. I mean, once again, that one-hand backhand, but it's so long and so beautiful. But the contact point, look at those shoulders turn right there, and he just laces right down that line.
Prem,
Beautiful shoulder turn there.
I asked this question to Zina before, so I'll ask you. I asked Zina her 3 favorite one-handed backhands of all time.
Ooh. I mean, Roger Federer. And I can't really think of another. I really have to go back and think about others. I can't. That's just the one that I think of.
Yeah, no, I think that's the one that so many think of because of the graceful game that Roger had, and we associate, well, a lot of different shots, but also the one-hander. Although some might say, in terms of efficacy, that other players who had the one-hander were a bit more effective, especially in Roger's early time. As coming up through the ranks, and we know how Rafa always went to that one side. Although Rafa, playing on a clay court, to any one-hander, he's going to torment them like that. So,
yeah.
But no, that's what Zina went with. Also, Roger was the first name that she picked.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to go back. I mean, there are some other players that come to mind.
Stan Wawrinka.
Yeah, but it's just kind of Roger all the way, and maybe perhaps some of the earlier players, 80s and 90s. No.
Somebody right now has an absolutely beautiful one. He's still in the tournament, right?
Currently now, Altmaier?
No, the other, the Italian.
Musetti, the one you named also.
Musetti.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Pete Sampras had the blistering one-hander.
Indeed, he came into my mind, but again, Roger Federer is just.
Nobody like Roger.
Yeah, Pete. No, your one-handed backhand, particularly the slice, right?
Yeah.
He was known for his slice.
Yeah.
Great. But gotta go with Roger.
Lendl,
I mean, he could really do.
Lendl had a one-hander.
Yeah.
Leconte had Henri Leconte, the Frenchman, a beautiful game. He had. There are many over the years, although it seems like they're dying out now in terms of the frequency and the number.
Have you seen Instagram? These little bitty kids, I'm saying 12-year-olds, are hitting one-hand backhands. It's like this little group of them, and they are hitting it, and beautiful. So we'll see once they grow, but
maybe in about 6 years, the cult following of the one-handed backhanders,
Could
teenagers coming here.
Or not, but it's there. Yeah.
Could come back. 3-all in the second set between Anisimova and Christian. Christian, by the way, she won the Petite As when she was much younger. That's a very prestigious tournament. It's the informal World Championships as Diminor puts away a ball to get a point in this game. He's up 4-2 in this set. Very prestigious competition for young teens. In fact, other players who won that award, Rafa, won that title years and years ago. And Christian also for a time worked with the famed Nick Bollettieri coming up through the ranks. She then had a major injury to her knee, has had a lot of injury problems, but is now playing some very good tennis, and she's trying to extend this to set number 3. Meanwhile, Altmaier serving at 40-15, comes in a serve and volley, moving it a little gingerly, backhand volley, and then stabs at that next one. It's going to be put away on this forehand by Diminor, and it is so.
Diminor once again. Did you see how long he held that ball? He wanted Altmaier to move, and Altmaier moved just a second, and he just ripped that forehand cross court. He has some of the best. Diminor has some of the best passing shots in the game.
He's not somebody you want to be facing if you're injured,
as
Altmaier is. That's for sure. He's going to make you work for so many of the points. You think of a player like a Rafa or a David Ferrer or a Novak. These guys, he's going to put the ball in awkward spots. He was just jogging in after hitting that first serve. He didn't stop completely after hitting the serve. Altmaier, it's not looking very good for him. We already had a couple of retirements today in the men's side. Flavio Cobolli, also Kamil Majchak. Well, Altmaier do the same here. Here's a one-handed backhand. Well, he set up perfectly off backhand. He crushed it. A frozen rope into the corner to get that game on the board. Judging by that, he is not going anywhere. But we're going to go somewhere just for the time being. Going to take a break. Come back and join us on US Open Radio, presented by American Express. A very tight second set between Anisimova and Christian, 3-all. And also Altmaier is trying to get the break back against Alex de Minaur. Not far away now from the start of the night session on Ash. And the first match will feature Iga Świątek, who is taking on Anna Kalinskaya, the number 2 against the number 29 seeds. And then Sasha Bublik, a man in form, taking on Tommy Paul, the American who has that beautiful all-around game. Prim, you were talking about predictions earlier, Prim's picks. And we want to get your picks for tonight's matches. First of all, and you pipe in obviously as well, Iga and Anna Kalinskaya.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna pick Iga. She's, even though her last match we suffered a bit of a scare there, right? But I think she's gonna be fine. I think the thing that stood out to me is like, oh, she's playing night side. We all know that she typically likes to play day side, so might that throw her off a little bit? But I'm gonna go with Świątek.
I'm going to go with Iga. Hope I'm not jinxing her. I haven't had a good pick yet. But anyway, I just think I actually saw Kalinskaya play Clevie Ngurua, and actually Clevie should have won. And she looked a little fragile, but I know she won her next match pretty easily, so maybe she'll prove me wrong.
Kalinskaya is one of these types of players who moves so well, deceptively fast. She redirects. And I think oftentimes when we see her play her matches, when she has the freedom of playing, is not necessarily the favorite in matches, she plays her best tennis. So that's going to be an interesting matchup. Let's see what happens there. And then Bublik and Tommy Paul. Now, Tommy is coming off.
Wait, are you doing the picks?
I can do the picks. I'll take
Robbie's Rowdies.
Yeah,
Rowdy.
Sure.
Rowdy. I was trying to think of something. Give me a minute. I haven't picked. Yeah.
I was going to say the Uba under, but that doesn't
I was
going to
say underscore. Uba's underscore.
I'll take Iga in that one. Okay. And for Bublik and Tommy Paul, set the table a little bit. Bublik is absolutely on fire. I mean, he's not only winning matches in a row, but he's not dropping a lot of sets. Tommy Paul, he's had a bit of an injury-riddled summer, and he just had a massive battle, 4.5 hours against Nuno Borges as part of the night session. So, Prim, you first, Bublik and Paul.
I would say 9 times out of 10, I would say Tommy Paul across the board. I believe he's going in with a 3-0 series lead there against Bublik. But I'm going to go maybe with 4 sets because I don't think that he's 100% healthy, and he's coming off that 5-setter, right? So I think that's pretty tough. But I'll go Paul in 4 sets.
I'm going to go with Bublik because I'm hoping Tommy Paul wins. Because I haven't been right yet.
I like it. It's like the opposite.
One with your head and one with your heart.
There we go.
I'm going to go with Bublik. I just think that Tommy hasn't played a lot of tennis, and not playing a lot of tennis and then playing a 5-setter. Wonder how his body is going to react. Yeah. But no matter what happens, if we get to the matchup in the next round, we know that Jannik Sinner has won. It's going to be a great matchup, either Sinner, Bublik, Sinner, Tommy Paul, because at the U.S. Open they have history in a match that Tommy might feel like he could have gotten more out of after they met last year. Quickly on Armstrong as well, Zverev and Auger Aliassime and Bia Haddad Maya, the Brazilian taking on the former top tenor in Maria Sakkari. Prim, Zverev and Auger Aliassime, he's kind of flown under the radar, Zverev, this tournament so far.
He kind of has. Perhaps maybe like purposely, in some ways that he might want to be flying under the radar, considering all the things, perhaps maybe off the court, etc. But I'm gonna go with Zverev on that one, and then I was jumping ahead because I was gonna give you my next one for the Haddad Maya and Sakkari.
Go for it, and we'll get to Zina.
I'm gonna go with Sakkari. I think, we've kind of shown it's over the past year or so, right? Maybe she hasn't been playing some of her best tennis over the past couple of years, but we've seen what she's done and what she's capable of. And I think they're going to go late into the evening on this beautiful Saturday night on Ash. It's going to be Sakkari. That's my Prim's picks. Zina?
Z.
I'm loving Prim's picks, and, I don't want to jinx him at all, but I think she's absolutely right. So I'm going to go with, you said Sakkari and
Zverev.
But Zverev, I've been liking him for a minute now, so I think he's doing well. But he's got, you said, a lot of stuff going on. So
He's been beaten in Grand Slams before by Auger Aliassime, and he kind of gave an interesting line looking ahead to that matchup when he was asked about the Canadian and said when he plays well, he can do anything. He can beat
Felix
just about
hasn't
anybody.
been playing that well.
But then he also added, if he's not playing well, then you probably will get the better of him. But then he added, the fact that he's won a couple of matches means he's playing well, so he has to be on high alert. Zverev, who has started working a little bit with Uncle Tony Nadal, and also Rafa has given him advice. And in
I
July,
heard about the restaurant. I was thinking, talking about your serve in a restaurant, but hey, you're Rafa.
yeah, and the one thing Zverev said about that was he felt it was great to get that from Rafa because Rafa is not going to hold back in what he's telling Zverev because he really doesn't have to, right?
Yeah.
So I don't know exactly what Rafa had told him, but maybe some of the stuff that he already knew, but coming from a
Sounds
Rafa.
different.
Exactly,
Yeah.
exactly. And Prim, I'm going to have to agree with you also on TZ. Sakkari and Haddad Maia, she's the bigger player in terms of being on the bigger stages, Sakkari. And for Haddad Maia, tall Brazilian, she can hit the ball very, very big, but she likes to work the rallies. She's not a serve plus one sort of player, can play a lot of long matches. I think Sakkari is going to have the edge in now. And now, the next question is, what happens if, well, we've disagreed on not many of the picks, but one or two. So what happens, what does the winner get? What are we going to do here?
You get to walk away with some pride.
Okay.
And it will get you a lobster roll.
Oh, I'll take that.
Yes.
I would have gone for a coffee.
Oh, coffee's good. Yeah, coffee's
literally
good.
did.
Yeah. Listen, you know what? You get to walk away with pride and a big pat on the back from all of us. Maybe we can do a trophy in the upcoming years.
I think for years, I was just going to say that for years.